Okay. What do you like about Zelda? Okay. Like regular Nintendo? Probably Mario Kart. Uh, the OG, the OG one. Actually, I should say that. I should say that GoldenEye is probably my favorite, or Perfect Dark. Super. There you go. Super Nintendo. That was dirty edition. Um, but then with Nintendo DS, that's cool. That's cool. That's neat that they are putting a giving you a game when you buy the system. Alright, so you ready for an application? Rabbi, yo, Sam. Maybe when you try to beat me at mini golf. Dude, I don't think that's true. Yep. You're not upper class. You're probably middle class. If you have a net worth of about $1 million, that's not upper class. You don't own a home. You don't own a car. You're middle class. Yeah. Okay. I mean, what do you call it? What's your favorite phrase? Non-recognized profits or whatever. What's it called? Unrealized profits. Well, you have unrealized assets. Dude, what are your thoughts on being a millionaire and stuff dick at mini golf? Okay, but you still start taking mini golf. I was clear on that. Good man. All right, this will stop. Get there. Get there. Get there. Get there. I'll take it. I'll take that. Yo, no, but I cleared the train for you. You're welcome. Water. Eat some water. Oh, too hard. Water. Water. Oh, easy win for the plane. Oh, I don't want to make an account for like a lot. I don't know, maybe like we count layovers when they change the plane. Probably at least a couple dozen. Maybe somewhere between 12 and 24, something like that. Yep. Yeah, it was like a small plane. It wasn't like a luxury, but those are the most likely. Right. But when I was like, when I was little, I went up. I still remember it. It was um, commercial planes have mechanics and procedures. Multiple people that can double check. Private planes is up to the pilot. Additionally, commercial planes generally have specified flight data and procedures when private planes can fly basically wherever they want and may not be as well experienced in weather or turbulence. There's the issue of maintenance costs. So a private plane may not be maintained as well as a commercial plane simply due to the fact that it's very expensive and somebody may cut corners. There are many reasons, but those are just one. This is a tough shot. Um, yeah, there's laws about what president can drive it. Like they're not allowed to drive it on cars. Once you're president, you're not allowed to drive it on cars. And there may be some kind of law. Yeah, that's why like when Ethan Ross kicked Donald Trump and Cybertruck, even though he wasn't president yet, it's against like certain secret security rules to allow like a president. But even I think the non-president to or perhaps a presidential candidate to drive. Um, Donald Trump hasn't driven a car. He has a big car collection. He has driven a car in like and I don't know. I don't know if planes have a similar law or rules, but I mean, I shouldn't say that. Donald Trump has his own plane and flies it. So yeah, they do. They fly in private planes all the time. But his private plane's like a Boeing 727 or something. It's a big plane. Which no, I don't know what. Well, actually, George Herbert Walker Bush, he was a pilot. He was a pilot in the Navy, so he flew planes. Like that's not really a thing that impresses me. Um, he might be what? No. George Herbert, George W. Bush was in the Air National Guard, but I don't know if he ever flew. Obama was not a pilot. Biden is not a pilot. Trump's not a pilot. Clinton's not a pilot. George Herbert Walker Bush was a pilot. Reagan was not a pilot. Carter was not a pilot. Ford was not a pilot. Um, a lot of headaches that I don't like. Right. Yeah, dog. I like to be able to eat quite a few things, but like the biggest thing that you have to do is get reelected. You have to kiss a lot of people's asses you don't have to necessarily kiss. And it's just probably not that hard. Yeah, I would say so. Look at all the presidents and how much it changes them, especially like Obama. I mean, it really takes a toll on your body and the stress of it. I mean, you got to think that like every moment of your day, you're basically the most influential person on earth, and there's somebody out there who doesn't like you and they want to kill you. Why would you want that if you're just like living a cool life as a private citizen? Additionally, you're making $400,000 a year. I mean, it's like absolutely nothing in comparison to what you make in the private sector. So you have to take a huge pay cut generally. I mean, yeah, there's some cool stuff to it. You're remembered in the history books. That's cool. That's probably reason that motivates people. But I'd rather do something where I think I can make a difference. I'd rather be doing something Oh, definitely. Right. But like a lot of times they don't like it. I know that presidential children don't like Secret Service because they want to go on dates and they want to like go party and stuff. They're not allowed to. They got these Secret Service people all the time, so that they do their best to ditch them and like hide them. And I know that that is true of other countries as well. There used to be a certain president who would take out the back, like that, sneak up the back stairwell of the White House and just go on walks by themselves. They didn't want to be around everybody. I forget exactly the story, but it was something like that. That's a, that's a difficult question to answer. I mean, I can make arguments for any president being a really good president, and I can make arguments for them being a really bad president. So, for instance, I can be like, oh, right. I can say that, oh, George Washington was our greatest president. Well, wasn't he a slave owner? Or Thomas Jefferson? Or um, I could say, Lincoln was such a great president because he wrote the Emancipation Proclamation, such a great mistake. But arguments could be made that perhaps, like under his presidency, the entire South was destroyed essentially. Um, and there may have been an argument that made an argument to be made against Major Jackson. He shut down the United States Bank. On his on his tombstone, it says, "I killed the bank." That's what he wanted to be remembered for what he wanted to be remembered. And I think there's some interesting argument to be made for any president. So I don't really have a favorite one. There are aspects of some presidencies that I like more than others, but I think that many Americans have a romanticism with the Camelot like atmosphere that was the Kennedy presidency. But it was short. It was like less than 4 years. Yeah, dude, and dude, that was a very good time. Yeah, that's what you think is a good shot. Okay. How'd you like that shot, dude? You know you love it. You know you love it. What up, Mr. Aquarius? How are you? You ready to play some bowling? Okay. Is it fire in the middle of 6 o'clock? We'll be done in about 2 minutes. Let's put the plan. Thanks, big dog. I hopefully face it in the future. All right, Ziggy. I agree. What was that shot? Yo, how about that middle spot? How about that middle? How about that middle spot? No way. Oh, you're fortunate that you went in the water. You are fortunate you went in the water. Dude, I've got you. You know I got you. You know I'm better on this hole than you are. Oh, dude, I left it short though. Hit my ball. Hit my ball. Help me, dude. I actually hit a perfect shot. You and I both know that's a perfect shot. I don't think so. Really, especially pretty far behind. Yeah, but still, I mean, look how good I'll make it in the next shot. And you need to try to put it in a little, and you left it short. And you're missing right now is
I gotta do the
that was nice. You gotta look to no like dude, do you ever play bowling on here? Yes? Yeah, I do too. I'm gonna send you an invite so we can practice.
other thing. I'm better than you
Alright.
was. I don't know how to stop with that.
I just haven't played with them. I like your ball.
Like, I fucking, I stick to it. Terrible.
No.
I'm the worst.
No, I oh look at the split. A tough shot. Get it.
Rabbi.
What's up, crocodile? Yep. That was pretty good.
No, it wasn't. Look at this goal.
I mean, you can still pretty easily win. I'm only up 12. All you need is a strike here. Hit the ball. Go.
Yeah, lose my time.
Yeah, what happened?
Almost everything. Yeah.
What's his name?
Rabbi.
Mm.
I'm only. This is a lot of trying to get it.
But we got it. All right, ready for darts?
Yeah.
I'm so that was good. Oh, that was terrible. Four?
Oh,
Ugly.
how about I get a 20?
You got a three.
I just got to run.
Here's your twice. Get to 18. Get that 18. You got it. Oh, no, you didn't. It looked like you
I can win that. So, you can win that round.
did. I threw it off the brick.
I just want
Which you did. I don't know how you're submitting the game,
well,
but you stuck in everything else.
right.
I know. I'll be right back. I'm getting that too.
I love the dog. Don't forget the podcast. I mean, anyone else that you other than you know, I don't know. Like you and Jeremy. I go into a
Zoot, are we going to watch Survivor?
but
Okay. guys did you match with?
Full hours right now.
Right? Are you on in?
Yeah.
Right.
It's good.
I think it's on Tinder.
Sorry?
I think it's on Tinder. Man, frankly, I think a lot of people meet on it. The reason why I say that, a lot of people on Kill Tony, they meet on the big, like they ask these people how they always meet their girlfriends or boyfriends. The biggest one is Tinder. Bumble is probably second or third, tied with Hinge. Hinge is pretty big. Then there are people who do plenty of it. And then there are a couple others. There's like Match.com and eHarmony, but those are kind of, I don't know if that's for what you're looking. And then there are like specific ones, farmers only. All right, well, dude, then why don't you just go to a brothel? Well, dude, no girl is, I mean, I guess like huge doors, but any girl's gonna make you work for it. At least take her out. Excellent. Alrighty, Miss Aquarius is ready. Dude, are you ready? All right, all right. Well, you can.
I don't get to but I went to Nassau and all of it. The leg will get the extra followers. They're trying to make it.
Okay, very well. Noah, if you'd like to play, download an app called Play-Doh, Play. It's available on the App Store and Google Play. All right, that's the
Alright,
query.
let me get on with it. Get on now. Let me get it.
So what's the outcome?
Play-Doh, Plato. It takes like 2 minutes to sign up. We'll get you in on the next round. We'll be done with this round in 5 minutes.
Wait for somebody.
Zoot. Zoot. Mr. Queerness is time for value. Put whatever game you're playing. There you go. All right. No. Just wait on that for a little bit. Be respectful.
What did it say?
Said something. Nothing too.
Oh, it's good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There you go. Alright,
Yep,
good
9.
job.
That's 9.
Come on, alright, good job.
No.
I'm just average.
Okay, well, even so, that would have been
Yay,
inappropriate.
let's go.
Absolutely. Oh, come on, Miss Aquarius. You can get it. There you go. Dude, I like bowling ball. What was that? Yeah, all the fun. Oh, that was terrible. Oh, that's tough when you what's going on.
Yes.
Dude, when your score is higher than mine, you can give me suggestions. All the fun. That was good. Get it, get it. Get it. It's a good tough shot. Get it. Okay, fine. Okay, good. Am I making fun of you? No. Am I what? Am I a fun? Yes. Yes. Or no. I started the game after you.
No. Okay, I'm gonna move this one. Go ahead, sir.
There you go. Come on. That's what I'm talking about. That's what we all want to happen. I don't think so. There you go. Mr. Crazy. You beat them. At least five. Oh, Mr. Aquarius, you beat two. You beat two. Mr. Aquarius beat two. We did. We did. We practiced one round before this. I did do that. All right. There we go. All right. Check out another one. Dude, quit that. Dude, we're waiting on you. Come on, dude. Dude, no one's gonna like you. You should put in your biography. I take too long to play mini games. Very nice, Mr. Aquarius. Noah, did you download the app Play-Doh? Okay, did you create an account? Okay, create an account and you get you on the next game. There we go. That's a tough split, folks. Yeah. One garbage. Get it. Get it.
Rabbi. This is right.
Oh, hold on. Look at this. Here it is. Yeah.
Now, so you can see it. Come on. It's right.
I just got struck.
No, you didn't. You put it right in under you. You did it again. That's what I want.
There's a universe where if you get a account,
That was good job.
All right, Mr. Aquarius, please get it. Do it straight.
there's a universe out there
Right.
that have a engine.
Good. That's better. Those three. That's good.
There you go.
That was a good shot. All right, thank you.
Come on, Rabbi.
Give me that
you did
strike.
great.
Oh, okay. I need a spare.
That's
Me.
Nope, not at all.
Uh-oh.
We're tied. Comes down to this Aquarius. You get it. You win on it. Oh, that's good. Right, perfect. Perfectly aimed. Right down the middle. Get this fair, Miss Aquarius. I know you got it.
Nope. Okay. Good pass. Come on, Lou. Now you gotta do straight now.
I'm not going to stop.
Come on. Don't say it. You gotta be confident. Come on.
I don't know where you gotta be, but you gotta be
What are you
faster.
doing, Lou? Come
No,
on.
quit with your hinge guard. Get it. It all comes down to this.
Come on. Get it straight, Rabbi, please.
He's got to get struck.
No, I didn't. I need to get one of these. I
Come on. Let's go.
need to get one of them.
Yep. Okay. Let's go.
No, we tied. Good job.
There we go.
Good job.
Yay.
You
Good
win that
job.
one. You win that one. No, Noah, did you download? Did you download Play-Doh, Noah?
Yeah.
Okay, you downloaded it. Okay, you see where it says add a friend? Okay, add me, the Rabbi. Rabbi. Excellent. You are Hoof brand, is that correct?
Yeah, who's that?
Okay, excellent. Okay, I'm going to send you an invite along with Aquarius and Zoo. Aquarius. Zoo. Aquarius. Aquarius. All right, you all should have invitations. No, all you do is just like fire upward with the ball. Dude, come on, man. Dude, then I just won't send you an invitation next round. Nobody is here for your dating app. We're here to play bowling. Dude, come on, man.
Yes, yes. Find that out. Rabbi, you look at this.
Come on, go.
Hey, that was good. That's a good first shot, man. Yeah, very good.
Like that one day.
Got the lead.
Let's go. Let's go. Get it right. Oh my gosh.
Dude, you're terrible. You're terrible. Get it.
Rabbi,
Come on, strike.
That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about.
Let's
Perfect net.
have you ever gone by every round?
No. The highest I've ever got is 115. Which happened last night. Or yesterday. Okay. Oh, nice try. Wow. Good
Come
job.
on, go.
Good job. Oh, almost one.
Okay.
Get it. Get it. Oh, oh my goodness. Wrong way.
Right here. Get this one. Come on, Rabbi. You got this. Get this one.
Got it.
And I win. Let's go.
That's right.
Has anyone played? Have you seen anyone get a
No, zero. If you play enough times, yeah, got your head away from hinge and into bowling, yeah, I think you have a chance. There you go. That's fine.
Back.
That was okay.
I think I'm a head strike every time.
Okay. Well, then do
Let's
it.
go. Let's go. Okay, lead it.
Let's see you do it. Oh, yeah, strike every time. Good job, man.
There you go.
There
Good
you go.
job.
That's better.
Right there. So we can win. Yay.
Get it.
Yay.
Wow. 49. That's nice. Good job. Get it, Mr. Furry. Those are good. That's
That's
difficult.
okay. I can win. I win. Let's go.
Get it. Ooh, that's good. First game. That's the second place.
Yeah, you know how to ball.
Approaching a lead. You can get this.
Yeah.
Get it. Perfect. Good job. No, it's part of the way. But I can get this fair.
Yay.
There we go.
Let's go.
All right, Mr. Furry. I'll go one. That's good. it's no
Come on, dude.
Oh
Yeah,
boy,
you can take second place. Let's go.
he might win.
I don't care what it is. You win, I win. Okay?
All right, that's the rule. Oh,
Yeah.
dude, that was really, really good.
Who's the coming right after?
I know it.
Come on, dude.
Dude, yeah. Nice strike, big dog. Nice strike,
Yo.
big dog.
Okay. Come on.
That's
See
two.
you. We see you.
That's good.
Okay.
Dude,
Uh-oh.
get them.
Okay. Come on, dude.
If
I
you
like
get
that
this,
one.
if you get this,
Oh, come on, Rabbi.
oh, this is a tough pickup.
Great. Come on. Hey, Rabbi, what? We good. Let's go.
All right, let's send it out again. We got two.
I'm gonna find somebody and
Next one. Get a perfect game. Oh, we sent you this, right? Did you get it? Absolutely.
Hey,
try.
Looking good.
yeah.
That's a good shot. Dude, I gave you a round and 8 out of 10. Good shot. Yeah, good shot. Get that there.
That was the closest me.
All the college is how many was you go on second? You go on first. All right, good job. Right there. Who was
Come on, dude.
purple last time? Yeah. All right, so who's got?
We got new people now. We
I
got
know. I got a family. All right, there you go.
yeah, come on. Come on, Rabbi.
Not what I wanted to do. Not what I wanted to do. But I can get this. Oh, maybe not. That's a tough one. Come on, not that other thing. We have never been more ready for a pet in our entire lives.
So, that's come on, who got to strike it? Well,
Oh, yeah.
Somebody gonna do that. Come on, let's Sprite.
Right.
I come down. Got it. Come on, guys.
Yeah.
Right, brother. Sprite. Got it. We got it. Got it. Come on, here.
I'll take an egg. Rabbi,
Yes, sir. That was mine.
Thank you. Come on, fool. Sprite.
Right.
Come on, Rabbi. Sprite.
Rabbi's gonna go. Rabbi.
Well, and
Don't have any talking now. Come on, Rabbi. Go.
You're
Get
back.
it. Yay.
Oh. Oh,
We
yeah.
showed you. We showed you. Now, come on. Sprite.
This is fine. I will.
wow, Mr. Aquarius, you're doing so well.
You do so well. You do better than Rabbi.
No, don't say that. Rabbi's good. Don't be bad, my friend.
There you go. This Aquarius will protect me. Get it.
Oh, yay.
Good job, Pooh. Nice trip. Appreciate that.
Good. Show. I'm in Rabbi.
All
Yes.
right. Yes.
Show him.
Oh, I'm gonna get you.
Yes. Yay.
I got you, girl.
I wanted it. I wanted it. Yay.
Mark,
Because if he didn't know,
That's what I'm saying. That's how friends are. We're nice to each other.
yay.
There we go.
We won. One more. I can do one more.
All right, Mr. Aquarius. One more for Mr. Aquarius. All right. All should have.
What is this?
Just come on, man. He's invited. He just got his hand. Dude, come on, man.
Strike.
Nice job, Mr. Aquarius. You're
Let's
welcome.
go.
Ready for me to get it?
Yeah, come on. Strike.
Get this square, big dog.
Come on, knock it down. Knock it down. Come on.
You're talking.
Okay, good job.
There you
Good
go.
job. Come on, Rabbi. Strike it.
Get it.
Told you. Let's go.
Go for another strike.
Yeah.
Oh,
You get two strikes on it.
Yep. There you go.
come on, Hoops. I know you got it.
Yeah, strike.
Yeah.
Oh, that was looking good. That was right down the middle.
Come on, Hoops. Hoops. Hit. You cannot these two now. Come on. That's me. Let's go.
Good
Good job.
now in the lead.
Come on, Rabbi. Strike it.
Oh, this is tough. This is awesome. Yeah. You, it's not over till it's over.
Come on, Hoops. Strike it.
That was nice job. Nice job. I'm going to your house to teach you how to play these games fast. Good job, dude. Good job, dude.
Come on, Rabbi. Come on.
Get it. Get it.
Let's go.
Oh, I'm going to come back. No doubt. No doubt.
I went down and played this game.
Okay.
You know what I was doing?
Not hitting down the pins.
I was throwing up. I was throwing up. I was throwing up. I was making the record good.
Oh, yeah. Nice job, bro. Nice job. Oh, okay. Oops, the one you gotta watch. Oh, shit. Get it.
No, good.
He's right. Beautiful shot.
That's right.
Oh, beautiful. Ooh, it's gonna come in second, maybe. Might win. He might win. We'll see.
Come on,
You're up. Move right up.
Good.
Get it. It's all right.
Yeah.
You're up
Come
again.
on, get it.
Ooh, down.
Come on, Phil.
Oh, there you go.
No.
Get it.
Alright.
That's one.
Okay, good job.
Oh, I'm taking over goal. That's two. I did. I got what I
Yay.
get
Come
it.
on, Rabbi.
Got it.
Let's go.
91.
Yay, we
He
won
won again, Mr. Bird.
again. Alright, y'all. Yeah,
All right. Good night. Noah, you want to learn how to play mini golf? Ready, big dog? You're not playing? Just play one game of mini golf. Dude, come on. What game do you want to play, dude? Dude, you want to play dart? All right. Well, we'll take a break then. You did really well, my friend. Thank you for playing. You did very well. Absolutely.
Welcome. How are you?
Doing well, thank you.
Excellent. We're watching Kill Tony. Feel free to enjoy.
Are you gonna buy more of that Sonic coin, the Harry Potter Obama?
Not right now.
Oh,
I know it's not doing as well as it's like.
you think it'll go back up?
You never know.
Yes, yes. Holy shit. That was alcohol. Absolutely.
I don't know.
When you find out they have and have I know, like really it's like that's the see. I know. Okay. Even though you're you have a special, you have a okay, what? Everybody's surprised. Here we go. Manila sentence. We got from Manila. Oh, you know? Okay. Manila. You will stop. Doesn't seem excited about it. Like, Jeff, come over here. Jump. Right now. Look at that. I can Michael Laird. Down off. Probably. Montgomery. Yes. And this is scary. Fun stuff. Uh, on the website. That's I guess. I don't believe it. I stay mostly sorry. Here's what I'm like. Yeah. So, right, Dave. One of my favorite. Yes.
Anthony Sanchez spent over 2 decades as a software engineer for major corporations, with the FBI, governments of the Department of Defense. He became interested in the phenomenon in 1989. He has been researching some of the government aspect of NASA, a big underground military base that he is to interact with developments about some of his latest insights on what life is field. You're listening to Subjectives Today with Dr. Michael Smollett, your source of uncensored regarding human extraterrestrial and biblical button and subscribe to this channel. And now, here's Dr. Michael Smollett. Welcome to Extra Focus tonight. Thank you for having me. I appreciate it, Dr. Smollett. Now, you have a very background, and I have you guys back a long way. Professional background, so right. So I've been developing software predominantly for semiconductor industry. I did a bulk work for Intel Corporation. I did work for Hewlett Packard, the NBC. And way back in the early 90s, I was the first corporate webmaster for 3Com Corporation. Nobody knew what a webmaster was back in those days. And I've been working as a contractor for the state of California. I did that for a number of years. I held a CMED, California Multiple Work Schedule, for my own company, which allowed me to bid projects and get work for the state of California. So I've been developing software well over 25 years. So you mentioned in the interview that you've had recent experiences as a child, and that was actually something that predisposed you for things that happened in 1985 that you used to. So what was it that happened as a young child? Right, so that really was the genesis of my development. When I was 5 years old, there was an incident where, well, there was a solar eclipse, a lunar eclipse, and I remember being outside with my mom and my cousin, who lived basically with my mom was my favorite, so I had to at the house in the apartment complex. And that there was a lot of superstition stuff happening on the eclipse. But I remember something thrown out at the beach across the street. This was the fall of the and I remember seeing a massive tube that's kind of like the lighting system. It was massive. It had to be half a mile wide. And I remember receiving messages to go out to the pool. And all I recall is after seeing them was waking up the next morning. My parents were as I walked from the field back to home in a police car. And my mom explained that I had been missing. And it was you probably didn't look at it anymore, but so not really friendly with me. But he was at a period. He said that he had turned the whole neighborhood. You know, that was the first love. Then, a couple of years later, I remember being at a family member's home, and all of the children were asleep in the living room. We had sleeping bags. It was kind of like a the parents were being up late at night doing something. But in the other room, they were playing cards, around 3 o'clock in the morning. I remember waking up. I felt like a vibration, and I heard like a humming sound. And when I opened my eyes, I saw my cousin. She was on a couch that was adjacent to like the living house, and all the lights were off. But there was something happening outside, and she looked at her, and she said to me, and I crawled up on the couch with her. I remember I was barely 7 years old. I looked out, and she answered me like 2 grays. There were 2 grays outside. Some sort of like a tablet, like equipment stuff. It is the largest hydro. It was being constructed. There, in the field was a ship. It was a small saucer crop. Not like this Ford model like Scotland claimed it was a classic saucer. This was more contemporary. It looked like color as the cute size. Was conducting a survey until they noticed it. When they saw us, lots of them seemed to like pack up whatever it was they had, and then they left towards the ship. And that was frightening because I never keep the humming sound and the vibration started in the winter. I wonder in retrospect if that was the ship. But the vibrations of the wind because they were volume vibration. I don't know what happened. So at this point, I remember telling my mom about the incidents. And before I knew it, I was in therapy. And I think that's common. There's a lot of children that report seeing creatures, non-human entities, or having sightings of UFO craft that they ultimately end up in therapy. I did for years. I was in therapy for years. And I had a couple of more. And by the way, I wrote about all of these for the first time ever. I wrote about these in my book, UFO Nexus. I had a friend of mine, Rick Prestel, who was a who I met back in 2010 out of Wuhan, who was an excellent UFO researcher. He's in the business. He works on his own. He and I have been friends for over a decade now, and I had him conduct an analysis from an outside perspective of the administration. And I asked at the time. Probably the most significant event of our was we were leaving the San Francisco Giants game. This is the baseball game with Chelsea. And I think we did a double header. We leave that time. We were heading back to San Jose. And we were just asking Rothschild Field. And there was clearly one with massive hangers, very big. And I remember the cars in front of us were slowing down. This is on the freeway. And I kind of started to have gone from 70 miles an hour. We're now slowing down like 35 miles an hour. Somewhere in that range, which is very hard. So I got up, my brother was asleep in the back. My uncle and my dad were in front seat. And I looked over my left, and I literally pressed my face on the window because there was a massive disc hovering above the ground just outside the door, then hangar one. The doors to hangar one were open. By the way, hangar one is something hangars that they literally keep the entire day for this door to open and to close. So it was open and you had to be past midnight. I was leaving South Africa. And you could see the silhouette of individuals running around, driving around, beneath the disc. And I remember that the disc had like a dark metallic color to it, but the bottom of it seemed liquefied. It was like it was rotating, hovering around this craft hover. And before I knew it was gone. And all the other cars that were on the freeway had come to a complete stop. And I remember there were people, this is in the early 80s, late 70s, early 80s. There were people taking flash photography. So somebody has a photograph of what happened that night. And I asked my father, I said, I said, Dad, you think this is going to be on paper? And he's like, I have no idea. Subsequently, I remember bringing this up in therapy when we had group therapy, we had family therapy, and I brought it up. Because again, I was shut down. Well, not yet. My dad saw what I saw. My uncle saw what I saw. And my brother, unfortunately, was trying to think of little. And that was a huge event for me because I felt like, why am I continually seeing non, or otherworldly type events, incidents? First, there was the cube, then there were these gray ship and then there was this the other event that was really profound. I had gone to I climbed over this hill, and in the water, there was something illuminating water. It was massive size. And I was frozen. I remember being frozen. I couldn't move, but I was able to focus on what I was seeing. And before I knew it, a massive illuminating sphere lifted out of the water, hovered, and then it just left. And again, same as all the other incidents, except for the Mount Field incident. This was the Mount Field incident was the only time where I didn't fall asleep like the most time. It's as if I was just witnessing it in real time. Like the Independence High School incident, and like the Cube incident, which happened the day after the lunar eclipse. I lost time. I woke up hours later on the beach. Nobody knew that there was a group of counselors that were from Tennessee State that took all the kids out there. We had a great time. But I was shocked by what I had seen. Even for years, I tried not to go outside. I tried to avoid seeing the night sky. I became a little bit apprehensive about going outside. I no longer wanted to have these encounters. Like by 1989, for the first time, really hearing a lot of people finally with the media with their stories of their narratives about what they were experiencing, and in particular, about Bob Rothschild, even what they had seen every other day, what they had seen from Black Millers. And ultimately, I started following the work of our So I became really interested, and I said, okay, what I saw growing up, other people have seen it. And, I was aware of that near Barney Hill at that time. So as the years went on, in 1997, the Select happened, 10 years later, Stevensville, Texas, I became convinced that we are witnessing something that is embarking on really we're on the cusp of a major revolution. So that's why I have decided to really thrust myself into writing within the sphere of ecological history. In 2009, I started writing a book about Area 51, UFO Highway. The book was meant to be about Area 51. And before we talk about UFO, I'm just very interested in some of the incidents you had laid out. And that incident where you're not sure about your father and your uncle. This is what I used to think at the time. I used to think that it was a craft of a top secret nature, something that had been developed by the military-industrial complex. But in retrospect, on hindsight, as I look back at the event that night, the people beneath the crowd, the silhouettes of individuals, they were terrified. And to a really terrified state, running around as they were that evening, I didn't doubt that it wasn't something people. I think it was something intelligent. Or potentially terrestrial non-human technological approach.
Why that we thinking like
Previously, you had referenced in 1989 the Majestic 12 document that described 4 extraterrestrial types. This was released to the public by Heavyweight in 2017, who was a producer for Midnight in the Desert and Bell. The show that he had. The document described Earth-like units of small humanoid graves. Non-human-like EVPs, these are the insectoids and importantly, the transmorphic entities. In essence, it's not little entities, or they're not physical beings or creatures existing in perhaps some other dimension or plane. Not where space or time. That's the description of the transmorphic entities. But I tend to think of them as are you familiar with the writing of Mac Tonnies or John Hill? These are the Mac Tonnies have written the Crypto Terrestrials, and John Hill has written the Ultra Terrestrials. There's a little bit different between the way that both describe these entities. Tony stopped short of defining the exact nature and intentions of the cryptocurrency. I don't even know what it might actually be. It's a possibility that they can be humanoids. They can humanoids. I don't think the progenitors or to me, progenitors are extraterrestrials. They're not right now. There may be other types similar to that. Its hypothesis suggests that there is some sort of parallel developing advanced technology in response to us. Remember him numerical dollars. We were now the outnumbering all other intelligent species. So the advanced technology they may have developed clearly human capabilities. So when I think of the film at night and I think of that covering outside of Hangar 1, and then when I think of 2004, the Tic-Tac UFO or 1964, we found a more estimated egg-shaped UFO that had been situated on the tripod, which hovered the tripod, retracted into the ship. There were no visible protrusions of the ship. It left without the traditional portion of that crowd that exists, that our government is no longer denying the existence of. In fact, there's only congressional hearings for the first 50 years that talk about that. It was in 1966 when we had the first UFO hearing. 68 they had the continuity, and then in 69 they had an official UFO committee. I think it was General Ford at the time. He was but he was the minority leader of the House. He was also involved with that whole,
family on that.
Sphere of congressional affairs. I just think that some of the things that I've seen personally, in fact, are things that other people have seen. I mean, it makes sense that we are now, what, 50 years later, 40 years later, after people were being humiliated, ridiculed while reporting, for instance, in 2004, on the USS Princeton, Kevin Day, who was a radar specialist, he witnessed exactly what David Reaver saw. The Tic Tac Toe. They recorded the USS Princeton, but in his case, he was great. His political as military press, the fact that he was talking about what he saw, not thinking physically. And go ahead.
I was going to say, that quite a remarkable tradition. He's part of a really public all of a sudden, I'm interested in this topic as a you think about it, how does the public, how does an like go from UFO to jump to anyone that talks about it, people have all of a sudden, UFOs seriously. To be that condition, obviously, from the 1950s, little by little, society has been conditioned by Hollywood, by television, to familiarize themselves and become acquainted with the concept of non-human entities of flying saucers. A lot of people don't realize the term UAP is not an acronym that just popped up out of nowhere. Back in 2022, in May 2022, they had the first meeting on the first 6 years. The term UAP actually goes all the way back. So that's just they're not in the term UAP now because of this stigma associated with stigma actually to the term UFO or aliens. To people away with that, and we're seeing now that the government is taking interest in the UAP. You never utter the word aliens. Rather than utter the term non-human entities, non-human intelligence. And it was a real memo. If you go back and look at the Wilson memo, which was 2021, there's the image of but they were just unique and they do pretty broken. They have reached the point where those observing, those reviewing, the government is now making a commentary of what we've known all along, what we know all along. How is it going to affect society? In November, the 18th of November, they have the school conference. And one of the documents, PowerPoint presentation that was showing essentially the disclosure process. How we by going to let the public know what it did about UAP technology and perhaps remember some of the terminology that was discovered was hierarchy of business, private and that's
similar to what we hear in sci-fi.
It all fit
So
together.
art is what we hear at the school symposium. More conditioning is sort of a psychological operation. I don't know, but we need to continue asking for transparency. We need to continue championing the cause of openness so that we can gain access to information that are military and various facets of the scientific community are discussing indoors.
Yes, like people should know that it's seriously 2004 tinfoil hat territory. What they're doing is that they're bringing out scientists like Avi, scientists want to this is a science that's instrumentation. To really look at the whole phenomenon through the lens of that's nonsense. I think from the very beginning, you know, I mean, the
Just in a moment.
You mentioned
Very
fascinated with and military personnel. Why do you forget about it? I mean, that is just astounding. You spend 5 minutes researching roads about you find out about the also tell us about your highway.
Right, so one of the most interesting things that I found about the Dulce facility is the fact that all over the coast, I have befriended many families that live in these Ranch. And I met with Nancy Collado, two police officers. Nancy's grandfather was the president of the Trump County. I believe it was a great uncle who was also president at one time. So I'm taking a real interest in meeting these people, understanding their culture, and trying to get insight as to why there's just an enigma around this area. This is history that goes all the way back to 1940. But this bureaucrat was working at the Dulce facility. And that was Bill Schneider. You know, Doris C. Came Schneider that contacted me with his documentary. And unfortunately, I couldn't because I was bound to a contract that somebody had bought the option. Anyway, and I was asked not to participate in this documentary. But Doris is weird. Just a collective research into the entire Bill Schneider aspect. You know, there's a whole other story. There's the John Lear aspect of the story. He talks about Thomas Costello. He learned about West. His real name was long time. Because I was doing an investigation of everything that I was talking information that I had received from facts. So when I looked into the Thomas Costello aspect, my investigation colonel told me, guard position as described by Dan West and John Lear that he recalled. In the ESP3 years, he said was security there. Under the and it extended out to parts of the extended out into the perimeter of the township. And one of the things that people talk about and when they think about the system, the night there was in Denver's Intimate County story that was put up by John Lear called the Maximum Containment Center. It was an area where they were doing a lot of genetic experimentation on there's a whole story that I can delve into with regards to that. But I think the most interesting thing is that the individual that I interviewed back in 2009 to 2010 really put together this semblance of information that when you look at it from the perspective of a civilian, any member of the military, it's something that just is amazing. The fact that there is great engineering working alongside facets of the military industrial complex in an underground facility is just amazing to me. And when I think about when I think about Kirkland Air Force Base, that entire region all the way up to near New Mexico, touching the southern border of Colorado, and all the county regions. And I think back to some of the stories of there was a sergeant, there was an individual who was abducted and mutilated by the Greeks, very much like the capitalist that they described. There's something going on there. There's enough information to confirm the veracity of the events that have occurred in all of them. Can you tell us more about is he still alive? He's still alive. It's been a long time since I've spoken to him, but I can tell you this. I was expecting running the project and I was on the veto for it. I'm one of the servers that created on the internet. So, but on the internet, I had a server that was accessible to a large number of friends and company coworkers. And then I was writing articles, I was doing statistics about Area 51, about human origin, about trying to, confuse things with relation to UFOs or UFO sightings. On one particular day, I got contacted by a people about that law. And it turns out this person was working there about as soon as I got in. They themselves were in hiding. They had put me in contact with somebody who was calling them about an occupation that they had, but they didn't know what they were working and look back. That's how I got in contact with contacts. And we had agreed, they knew that I was wrong. They knew that I was putting the book together. And I got in contact with their Keller. And the entire trajectory of the moment I sat down and heard Colonel, what it was that he had been through, he had talked about these type exhibits. He talked about how he was part of a specialized unit that responded to any type of emergency incident that involved non-criminal UFOs. And through him, I gained a wealth of knowledge about the world. The being between grades and We already had a problem. You started keeping information about the history of the nation, and I realized there are some deep connections about adulting, underground, and the great history. Are some things that find some interview with the foreign college. Actually, there's two things. Throughout the years, beneath their home. So I had to get clarification. Traffic like outside their house and beneath our home, you literally hear like trucks or something currently near the town. And that correlates with some of the information that I received from the colonel, which was that there's an underground magnet system from the utility building out in Los Alamos, all the way up to Dulce and with Dulce to all these other various locations. So, about, I remember I had this one thing that was telling me about seeing her daughter had grade visited at night and performing medical experiments on them. They were afflicted with paralysis. They could see each other and they could watch beings conducting experimentation on them. One of them ended up getting kids. And it was as if she received cancer for whatever it was they were giving her or doing to her. And then later, they cured her. It was like a miracle. Whatever they did, they did. These are the types of incidents that I have come from. With Dulce. I remember there was another family that I had interviewed in Dulce where they had gone out on the previous system. By the way, this was in the 70s. This was the early 70s. This woman is going with her mother and father to a picnic. Township. And they had seen across daylight a UFO. And they were watching it. And the next thing you know, it was late at night. They had lost time. When they woke up, they got back to the car. All the food had been, still set out. They didn't know what happened, except the three of them all had implants in their arms. They had these little tiny implants. I likened to RFID type chips, like small RFID chips. These are the types of things that happen in adults that don't until 2016. UFO, Dulce-based UFO coverage. That was the first time that I had seen residents of Dulce starting to talk really about these things they were hearing. Rick Prestel, Linda Moulton Cal, and back in 2012, I had a private conference with Janet Saylor of the ASPE organization, Rick Prestel, who was a member of MUFON at the time. I was a member of MUFON at the time.
as well, and or my membership may have just lapsed at that point. I still consider myself part of the point. We met with the chief of police of the Taos Pueblo township, right there. So there's Taos, New Mexico, and then there's Taos Pueblo. This is an indigenous group. But we met with the chief of police, and he told us about over the course of 20 years how he had UFO incidents years earlier when he was a police officer in Dulce. I read about this in UFO Highway 2.0, the book that also just released. He described in exact detail what Paul Benowitz described. He didn't even know who Paul Benowitz was, by the way. But he described the same UFO that Paul Benowitz had described, which I had learned about through Mal Fabregas of the Veritas radio show, who he had sent me a PDF. And it just blew me away. It was a conversation between Paul Benowitz and a local UFO investigator, and the things that they had discussed were just amazing.
Well, just for those that maybe don't know who Paul Benowitz is, he was an electronics communications expert. I mean, he had his own company. He stumbled upon some very strange electronic signals coming out of Kirtland Air Force Base and around the Dulce, Cholula Mesa. And what was very interesting when he reported that to the Air Force Office of Special Investigations, they actually arranged for him to be given a lump of money,
$75,000,
to research this phenomenon. So there was something going on. So yeah, you want to take up the story and tell us how important Benowitz was and what he discovered?
Well, I had recently written an article called "Unraveling the Secrets of the Dulce Underground Base: A UFO Researcher's Perspective." And the story of Paul Benowitz and the alleged existence of the underground base, today it still stands as a perplexing, and we know that. I remember that you had done a review of Greg Bishop's book, Project Beta, and to me, that just fascinated me. And essentially, what most people are unaware of is that Paul Benowitz, like he said, had discovered radio signals which he believed were alien signals, and that he had traced back to the Dulce township, that area. In particular, the Archuleta, not the Archuleta Mesa, Mount Archuleta. And he had shared that information with AFOSI on Kirtland Air Force Base. And it's funny to me, though, that individuals who were initially reticent about entertaining him ultimately gave him a $75,000 grant. And I think the only reason why they did that was because it was plausible that the electronic interceptions had unveiled something of a genuine national security interest. But Dr. Sala, I think it had to do with aliens. I think it had to do with the great aliens that exist there in Dulce, New Mexico, and the ones who work somewhere within the vicinity of Los Alamos National Lab.
Seems like someone puts thought into this instead of just showing up.
I agree, and you mentioned that book review I did of Project Beta. That was by Greg Bishop, and I just made the point that my thought was that Benowitz really did intercept some radio communications or some high frequency communications from extraterrestrials, and that the Air Force Office of Special Investigations knew that it was real. They funded him because they wanted to find out what was going on, and so they enabled him to dig up a lot of information. And then they had one of their operatives, Richard Doty, befriend Paul Benowitz, and he kind of started to do some very strange things, throwing a lot of disinformation. But the point is, and I think you made that same point when we communicated prior to this interview, that The most effective disinformation is disinformation which is based on truth, but is spun in a way to misdirect a person or to get to go down a dead end. And that's what they wanted to do with Benowitz. They wanted to suck out of him all the useful data that was relevant to
There's as many black people in this studio
side,
right
but
now
then
as there are where
steer
Jeremiah
him
was,
in
by the
this,
way.
towards this dead end.
You're
And
like, hey, I wonder
so
what
yeah,
the
you want
numbers
to take
in
up
Olathe,
the
Kansas
story
are if
from that.
Right.
black people.
Well,
This
Doty
many.
played a pivotal
That's the
role in
answer.
disseminating the disinformation to Benowitz. And what you had said, which I thought was brilliant, was
Yeah, they may have
that
just been doing black.
the questioning of whether or not
What do you think about
we
Aunt
should
Jemima and
trust
all this shit going down?
those particular individuals that were involved in the disinformation campaign. For instance, today, Richard Doty is a regular at UFO conferences. In the early days, it was William Moore and Doty. People were highly opposed to them being anywhere near a UFO conference because of the nature of the work that they had done with regards to Benowitz, providing him all this false information, not to mention the fact that Richard Doty had his own interaction with Linda Moulton Howe, if you recall. And he had
You can sell them on the black
he had
market, or
finally
you know,
provided
they
her
changed the
with
name of the
insight
book
to
the
what she had already known, many UFO researchers had already known, but he gave her access to classified documentation that
What's
detailed
crazy is that I
the
heard
true
about that, and
nature and
I'm
the
like,
true
why? And I'm like,
existence
oh
of
shit.
what the
And so,
military
like,
had been
people are
involved
learning
with regards
about racist
to
things that they
UFOs
never
and
even
non-human
thought about
entities,
before.
aliens,
Like, I never thought the master bedroom had to
for
do with
several
the
decades,
bedroom,
possibly going all the way back to the 40s.
I don't think
But
anybody fucking knew that.
it's still an enigma that's persisting to this day.
There's a bunch of rich white
the
kids
story
right
of Paul
now on
Benowitz
the internet that came from an all-white
challenged
neighborhood
everyone's
Googling,
perceptions,
like, what can we
knowing
change?
that
How can I
AFOSI
change things to
would be
so that I
willing to
feel like I
feed
need
him
change
such
for the better,
high levels of
finding out all this
disinformation to the
shit.
point where it drove him
Amanda
mad
Lee's
and ultimately put him in an
gone.
insane asylum.
It's just
Where he
the
died.
Ben's right.
It is very sad what happened to him, because he's a good example of a scientist who discovers something genuine happening
That
with
is so weird. You would think they would
terrestrials
have
that
named
is
his
of
uncle
interest
anything other than
to the intelligence community, but they
It's like we can pick any name
swarm
for his
all
uncle.
over it
It'll
and
be
they
cool.
take
Go with it.
possession of all of the relevant information, and then they discredit the people, especially private civilians that were involved in that. That's their MO. They sucked out all the information, and then the individuals they misdirect or they discredit in some way, and that's what happened to Benowitz. And yes, he died, I think, a very unhappy man, suffering a nervous breakdown because of all the things that were happening to him. And you're quite right. Richard Doty and William Moore were people involved in this disinformation campaign, or at least Richard Moore reported on it, but Doty, I guess Moore was also involved, as I recall. But yes, Doty and Moore were ostracized for that by the UFO community, but now they're kind of like front and center, putting out a lot of information, and so you do have to kind of question why is that? Why is this information person like Richard Doty?
Right. And you still have to take whatever they say with a grain of salt, because you just don't know. I mean, to this day, Richard Doty could still be a part of a PSYOP, a psychological operation, continuing to throw genuine UFO researchers off the track of what's truly happening within the military, within the government, and within the private sector, the military-industrial complex. Who knows what's going on? But I think, ultimately it was a tragedy with what happened to Paul Benowitz. I remember Nori Hayakawa took me out. We drove up to the previous. Matter of fact, I think at the time the family still lived at the residence of Benowitz's house. We went to Thunder Scientific. We saw the building. We went to Kirtland Air Force Base. We did everything. We did the tour. It was just Nori and myself. But I couldn't help but think throughout that entire trip that Nori and I did about the tragic nature and the ultimate demise of Benowitz based on what was done to him by AFOSI.
Sometimes, we got to keep some submissions going.
Well, I want to just, so we know that
like
historically
does,
there are these really important cases of UFO contact and deep underground military bases involving extraterrestrials. And that history is something that's glossed over by this kind of new wave of scientists and investigators that are focused on, 2004 is their ground zero, the Nimitz kind of incident. So I want to now focus on what you discussed in your more recent book, UFO Nexus. Recently, a copy which I read. He really did a fast read. And I think it's a very good primer. I think it's a very good way of people that are wanting to make sense of this phenomenon, all the aspects and some of the history. They can get UFO Nexus. So, you want to maybe tell us a little bit about what prompted you to write this book?
Okay, so when the congressional subcommittee hearings happened, and we first saw David Grush, Ryan Graves, David Fravor, this is back in July 26, 2023.
All right, well, looks like
this was the hearing on UAPs.
Able to make it in.
I thought to myself, it would be important for somebody like me to document every single word that each one of them said, and then analyze every single sentence, do a comparative analysis, and then determine, are these three individuals telling the truth? One, I think they are telling the truth. But two, we have to remember something very important. David Grush is a former counterintelligence officer. And what does counterintelligence excel at doing? Obfuscating the truth. Distorting reality. Throwing people off the track. A lot of people are calling David Grush a whistleblower. I don't think he's a whistleblower in the traditional sense. And this is my opinion. And this is my reason why. Because he is still bound to the rules and whatever protocol is set in place with regards to his former position as a counterintelligence officer to the Pentagon. Nothing that he discloses publicly can be said without having received permission first from the Pentagon. Yet he's on a quest to educate all of us about everything that he learned about while in his position. For instance, one of the things that he talked about was in 1933 in Magenta, Italy. This is 14 years prior to the Roswell incident that happened in 1947. He claims that Mussolini had come into contact with a crash retrieval, a UFO that had crashed there in Magenta, Italy. They were unaware of what the nature of this thing was. They thought it was from the Germans. Ultimately, they contacted the Germans. The Germans said it's not us, but they both got involved with one another. I would imagine they started to study this craft. There are so many open-ended questions as to the genesis of the UFO that purportedly crashed in Magenta, Italy. For instance, was that enough time for the Germans to begin tinkering and reverse engineering and developing their own technology, which far surpassed everybody else on the planet at that time? I mean, had they just had a few more months at the end of World War II, they were about to unleash a whole slew of rockets and jet propulsion engines for their aircraft that would have tipped the balance in their favor. And so I really wanted to do an analysis of what it was that were reporting to us through their testimony in July 26th. And from that, I wanted to give you insight into whether or not it was a psychological operation. I will tell you this. I do think, like John D'Souza said on the show that you did with John D'Souza, he has a lot of trepidation with regards to believing the validity of such events like the Soul Symposium, thrown by what's the gentleman's name?
Gary Nolan.
Gary Nolan. And again, I was shocked to find out that David Grush became the COO of the organization that they had put together.
Really?
And so I tend to think that what we're learning
members of the Mortal Kombat.
right now and how it pertains to us as individuals, the military as an interested party with regards to national security implications, with regards to the advancement of adversaries who could potentially obtain
How you been
UAP
doing this week? What's
technology.
going on with your mental health and things
There's a
like
lot
that?
of open-ended questions, and I try to answer as many of them as possible within the book that I wrote. And I try to give a yes perspective versus a no perspective on all the different things that I cover.
Do you really believe that, Tony?
So
Yeah.
I
those are
talk
all
about
gonna be worth all
the Tic Tac
money.
UFO in detail. I go so
Can
far
you say that
as
a
to
little bit
do
slower?
an entire analysis of the incident
William has
from
a
my
little
own perspective.
fire to him.
And then I ask,
It's hard
is
to
the Tic Tac
imagine.
UFO
What'd you just say,
a product of reverse engineering? Is it
What'd you just say,
an
David?
element that is from a legacy, this rich legacy of
Funny, it
potential
looks
reverse
like you're actually
engineering
looking at us here in the studio.
What, Tony?
here
It
in the
looks like
United
you're
States
actually
and
looking at
with
David in
our
the
partners
studio
in the
with
Five
the way
Eyes
the TV's angled and everything.
Alliance.
And now it looks like you're looking at
The
me.
Five Alliance, the
you're
Five
looking at
Eyes.
Joel.
So
Yo.
I don't know. I do my best to
Jeremiah,
advocate for traditional UFO
What does
researchers
that mean?
will you
Yeah.
say that slower, you
put together
bitch?
correlations with things that are happening now. For instance, the Las Vegas UFO and alien incident. That was a strange incident that occurred
I don't really
in
get it.
April
Can
of
you
this
explain
year.
that a little bit?
On April 30th, leading into midnight, May 1st.
2
the
years
next
ago,
day.
Jeremiah and I,
We have a
before
family
he met
that
his
claims
wife,
that they
he
witnessed
showed me
a craft
the
land in
ladies
their
of whatever
backyard,
you
which
wanna
is this
call
huge
it, down
backyard
in
that had a bunch of
Thailand,
tractor trailers and
with
trucks,
people,
gravel
in
yard.
my hotel room, Jeremiah
Um,
was on fire.
They literally
This is-
called
This
911
is
out of
wild because we know
fear.
everything
They
William
were
Montgomery
terrified
has
of
ever
what they
said is
saw.
100%
There were
honest and true.
footsteps
So
on the
Jeremiah,
roof.
what do you think about
They
these
claimed to have seen
accusations?
2 aliens between 8 and 10 feet tall.
Oh,
And
wow.
the police, at the very time, the Las Vegas Metro Police, at the very moment that the family called 911, had seen a blue-green streak, potentially a meteorite, as a lot of people claimed that it was, fly over the city. And at that same moment, in another part of
What
Las
else did
Vegas,
Jeremiah
there was
say
a
when
house
you were
with a
in
ring
Thailand?
camera where the entire neighborhood lit up, and you heard this tremendous noise. All that occurred at once. And there was this culmination of events that took place after the fact. For instance, they installed a camera on the residence of this family. The family was never punished for calling 911. It's a felony to call 911. That's part of a hoax. They had individuals, men in black, essentially show up,
Hey, William, what else?
ask questions, and participate with the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department, who had installed the camera. There were so many oddities occurring.
Is it true
We
she
have to
was
ask,
the little girl
do events
in
like
the
this
cartoon,
hold
I think it was
credibility?
1989?
I tend to think that they do. A lot of people try to write these off as a hoax,
Who said something
but
about that?
I just don't think, based on everything that I've read, everything that I've seen, everything that I've heard, with regards to the family, Greg Papa, who's an independent investigator who did his own work, he did a full interview with Ashley Mantle from News Nation. The police officers themselves. One of the funny things about that evening was that the minute they walked into the backyard, they turned off the body cams. They turned them off. And it's like, or at least they obfuscated the view for out of concerns of privacy. Let me ask you something. When does the police ever turn those things off because of out of concerns of privacy of the people that reporting? Almost never. So that stood out as an oddity.
Are you wearing a shirt?
Again, lending credence to the fact that something was being hidden from the public that occurred at that home on that evening.
Oh, William, you are shaped like
That was a very strange incident, I think. And what was interesting was that only a couple of months after that, we had something
like a
similar
coffee
happening
pot,
in
like when you
Peru
pour coffee
involving
out of into a
these
cup.
Like the tea kettle for a
beings
coffin.
abducting or trying to
You're
abduct
telling me
some
I'm shaped
of
like
the
a
children
coffin?
from
Actually,
these
yes, a coffin
villages
works as well.
there in the
You get wider in
Amazonian
the
region.
middle
And
as you go
this
down.
was all happening during a time when the US and Peru were conducting joint military exercises. So you do have to ask, was this all part of some conditioning program for a false flag event like John D'Souza was thinking? And I think he still holds that view, that we're on the verge of a false flag involving extraterrestrials. And I have to look at everything that's happening now. This press, you mentioned it already, this kind of like really accelerated effort to get people on board with UFOs being a serious topic after what is it, 60 years of studying and ridiculing the phenomenon. Now, since 2017 to the present is like 6 years. So it's like for every 10 years of ridicule, now it's like 1 year of getting people up to speed that UFOs are national security threats. So, is this where we get this kind of false flag alien event or an attempt or a psyop? It might not be an actual some kind of false flag event or attack. It might be just a psyop, something like that's very mysterious that I don't know. So, like this incident in Las Vegas,
There's
like
not
the incident
enough.
in Peru. Could that be a model for something happening at a larger scale?
I think so. I think so. I think what's happening is
Goodness, we're finding out.
the more that the government discusses these types of incidents publicly, through the media, the more interest the public is going to take. But at the same time,
William, what's
we're
the
talking
kid's
about
name?
a
What
public
did
who's
you name
been
your child that
conditioned
you're
over
not a father
decades
to? What's the kid's name?
to accept the existence of
No,
non-human
William, what's his real name?
and
I want you to
UFOs.
answer this.
So, the other thing I think about too is when we look at the Soul Symposium, when we look at the congressional hearings, there's so many things that they're talking about behind doors that we need to be privy to. Strategic alliances. Building and maintaining strategic alliances is crucial with our allies because China
He's getting
and
on
Russia
airplanes by himself.
should be managed to acquire UAP technology. And by the way, I've spoken to UFO researchers who have told me that with the massive geographical sizes of both China and Russia, it is almost guaranteed that over the decades they too have retrieved crashed UFOs and have begun to tinker and reverse engineer with the technology very similar to what the West has been performing with. So,
Do it right now.
when you think about
ladies and gentlemen, last week he climbed a
strategic
tree.
alliances,
This week he's going to jump
they're
off
going to
a
try and ensure that no
one-story
single
building.
nation
This is the
is
first time
left
this has ever
behind
been done.
and
Not only
promotes a united human front. Meaning, we're going to see, let's say, for instance, there is a non-human entity that we ultimately encounter. Are you familiar with former CIA agent John Hernandez, who said that in 2027, aliens are going to reveal themselves? A lot of people used to think this was ludicrous.
There's a limit to how
Not
many
so much
Union
anymore.
Farsi references I can
Is that John Ramirez?
John Ramirez. And that's why we're now talking about space policy development, technological readiness. We're seeing lots of public engagement. And with the Soul Symposium, we're seeing a confluence of interdisciplinary research groups. We're seeing the military, we're seeing academia, we're seeing everybody come together in preparation for this eventual disclosure event. And by the way, if you look at the leaked document from the Soul Symposium,
William,
which was not supposed to be seen by
hilarious. I
anybody
love that.
outside
I love
of
that
the
you're still
attendees,
writing
it
jokes.
showed a
That's
clear
going to keep
path
that
to
muscle strong
2030
for you. You have a very
because they
silly style
believe
that still
that
works
we
during
are in
this
a secret
pandemic, even
arms race
online. And
with
I
the
absolutely love it.
adversary of the
you
West
Red Band and I
over
almost fall out
UAP
of
technology.
our chairs on your
And
please
whoever
stop
has
while the
it
band was playing
will,
music.
assert technical
Absolutely hilarious timing
dominance
and execution
over
of that.
everybody else.
And,
And there clearly is a national
we are. We're going
risk
to get. We just
as an
need.
implication.
Yeah,
While
we just
this
need
is coming
7
out.
more Dyson air
Well,
purifiers.
that takes us to a key question, which is that
There you go. There goes
according to
William
David
Montgomery,
Rush
everybody.
and
This is the
what
part where
was
you just
asked
start
to
saying random
me,
made-up
Eric
names.
Davis,
You
that
gotta get rid of them.
the US has
Judith Barcy,
recovered
Spencer
some
Edwards.
crashed UFO data out to
Yeah.
debris. This does involve non-human intelligence. These are being
That's
studied
William
in corporate
Montgomery. You know him. You
laboratories.
love them.
But
And
then
we
you
have
have,
gone
then you have this
during this
idea that,
pandemic
well,
missing some
these
of our
efforts to
favorite
reverse engineer the
legends of
craft
Kill Tony, some
have
of our
been
favorite human
unsuccessful.
beings, and one
That
person
the
that we have
craft
not
is
spoken with
just
in
too
absolute
advanced.
months
It's like dropping
is,
an
without a
iPhone
doubt,
into
one of the
the
most famous,
jungles of Papua New
people
Guinea or
in the
something,
history
and,
of the
and
show.
the shaman looks at
She
it and
signed
says,
up
"Oh,
at,
you know,"
I believe, the age of like
tries to work it
61
out.
for her
It's not
first time.
possible
She
that,
got on.
and,
She
and
has
to me, that's
bucket luck like
that
nobody
flies in the
else's
face of
business.
what a lot of other
She is
whistleblowers
a
and
magical spirit
insiders
and a
have
super nice
revealed that.
lady
Yes, not
on
only
stage and
do
off.
we have these
Writing.
extraterrestrial
She made a lot of
spacecraft
friends in
in
the
our
comedy
possession,
business at
and
the
that we've
comedy
been
store.
studying
And
reverse
I
engineering
love her.
these
She
for
reminds me
decades,
of my
but
mom.
these reverse
And
engineering
sweet, sweet
efforts have
spirit.
been
Ladies and
successful.
gentlemen, this is
So
a
what do you
submission
think
from
about
and
that?
the
I mean, is
return
this
of
again
Aphrodite.
another psyop? Is this a kind of limited
Music.
hangout to like put out this idea that yes, we've
Here's
got these craft,
Aphrodite,
but
everybody. Here we
reverse
go.
engineering efforts have been unsuccessful?
Well, when I think about the military-industrial complex, specifically aerospace companies, and the fact that we know from Phil Corso, this is back in the 40s and 50s, was leaking technology to semiconductor companies, aerospace companies. They've had ample time to perform the necessary research and ultimately the reverse engineering of these technologies. We're talking about metamaterials that ultimately led into development of our stealth technology, or integrated circuitry, fiber optics, night vision. I mean, this is according to Phil Corso. A lot of people tend to argue that fact, but I tend to agree with what he said. As a matter of fact, the colonel that I interviewed alluded to a lot of the information from Phil Corso being absolutely truthful. So when I think of the aircraft, or excuse me, the UAP craft
Hello,
that we
my
are
love.
now
How are you?
seeing,
Can you hear us okay?
is it possible that we are witnessing a remnant
how
of
are
the
you?
legacy of reverse engineering that has taken place here in the United States and amongst our allies? The answer is yes. If you go back to 2016 over Beaver Valley in Utah, there was a craft that was seen traveling at
They
an
could take away
enormous
Aunt Jemima,
rate
but
of
nothing's
speed.
going to keep you from crawling on
Of course,
pancakes.
defying all the known laws of physics and not tenable for any human pilot.
Oh, boy.
Meaning,
Oh,
a lot
shit.
of the
Look at
UAP
those
craft that
fucking
we're
things.
seeing
Hell yeah. Age like
is
a fine
perhaps
wine. Look at you.
born of the technology that we have reverse
A
engineered, but
lot
I
of people
will say
don't know
this.
this, but
I
I
don't
actually,
think humans are piloting these craft. I think we are witnessing autonomous systems or remote systems, i.e. drone systems, that are piloting these systems.
But
And
when
it
the
is
pandemic
possible
started and they
that
started
in
closing
some
bars
cases,
down,
artificial
one of
general
the last
intelligence,
things that I did was
which
I was
is
on,
being, which
I
is a
was
step
just on
up
the spot.
from
I
traditional
down the
artificial
hot
intelligence.
cafe. I
This
was
is
fucking jonesing
where
for
the
stage.
technology, the server technology, essentially developed sentience
performing
to the
on
point
some,
that it's now
some
equivalent
late night gig
to a
on
living,
Vine Street,
thinking
and I'm
human
like, you know
being.
what? I'm gonna die. I
And
don't
that's
have
something
any
that
shit to
we're
do right now. I'm gonna go support
witnessing
them
with
for the
open
first
AI
time.
and Q-Star. That's a whole nother story.
Instead of them coming to our show,
But,
and I went fucking hard
but
out the
within
band
24
was banging,
hours
and it
being
was so cool.
reinstated
So
by
glad I made it out
Microsoft,
there.
was one of the
So,
investors. He was secretly
yeah,
working
you're the best
on
after
Q-Star, which is artificial general
What?
intelligence. I bring that up, Dr. Sullivan,
I
because
love
this is
that. That was
important.
fun. We got to kick it for a bit
Artificial general
afterwards. We all
intelligence
hung out.
is us creating
So
a
how you been doing, Afro?
non-human
How are you?
entity. which has the ability to outthink, outperform, and outwit us by multiple exponential factors that we just can't even conceive of. When we developed transformers, these are sentence transformers, which ultimately evolved into logic transformers to artificial intelligence, we enabled these systems to become far superior to any level of human intelligence. You can give me the most intelligent people on the planet, and they couldn't hold a candle to what we are developing in these labs at OpenAI and all the other various places. Not to mention, in the future, we're going to have quantum computing that will house artificial intelligence, language models, logic models. We are literally creating aliens, and we don't realize it. We're creating our own non-human entities with intelligence that is far superior. But when I go back to talking about the UAP craft that defy the known laws of physics, it would take an artificial general intelligence or some semblance of an autonomous system, possibly paired with a human remote drone operator, to pilot these craft. What we are seeing over our oceans, off the coast of California in 2019, or as witnessed by the USS Princeton and the USS Nimitz in 2004. These are things that human pilots could not manage. They wouldn't survive the rate of speed, the rate of elevation, and immediate deceleration. It's just not tenable for a human body.
Well, I wanted to bring up the testimony of Edgar Fouché, who discusses the TR-3B, and he describes it actually having utilizing Gaussian field physics, where there's a highly pressurized plasma circulating in a circular tube or chamber around the craft. It's a triangle-shaped craft. It reduces the weight or the weightless. It creates this. It's not quite weightless. It reduces the overall mass of the craft by a factor of, I think it was 87%. So whoever are the occupants, I mean, the laws of inertia would now
What are you going to do with that keyboard? You got a song lined up or something? You going to give us a little diddly?
Withstand, say, 10G, I think the national, or maybe 20G, I think is the record. But now, if your mass is reduced by that amount, we could withstand, say, 100G. And so then that raises the question, is this how they're doing it? These reverse engineered craft, they employ some kind of
got a better drummer than we have.
Taurus or some kind of plasma reducing the overall weight. Maybe they can get up to 98, 99%. And so that way you can get these very high speeds. So you want to talk about Edgar Fouché and his testimony, because I know he did work at Area 51. I mean, he's one of these witnesses or whistleblowers who has the credentials to prove that, he was at Area 51, and this is where he says these craft were operating out of.
I remember seeing the presentation that he gave. His wife had introduced him, and it was a beautiful presentation that he had given. And it takes me back to the time when we started. I think it was, I forget what country it was in Europe where they actually had seen the TR-3B. Belgium, that's right, the Belgium UFO incident. By the way, and I had received information from Michael Schratt, who I met with personally, and he had shared some information with me, schematics on the potential design aspects of the TR-3B, and we had discussed the possible modes of propulsion, how it is done. I don't remember everything, but I do remember this. If Edgar Fouché was correct in his assumption in how the propulsion was and how the craft attained its level of mass with its occupants, it very well could be something that we're seeing on a regular basis. If you go to the Stephenville incident in 2009, Stephenville, Texas, That was a massive triangle that they saw. Some people in the 1997 over Phoenix, Arizona, Phoenix Light. Some people reported seeing that as a massive mile-wide triangle.
Great Aphrodite, everybody.
But we have a lot of incidents. There was one here in Fremont, California. Very famous case in Fremont, California, where a massive triangle craft was seen. Makes me think of the TR-3B. Is that what we're seeing? Different variants of the TR-3B?
And the comedy.
Only those who were involved with the development of these craft would know how many different variants exist of the craft. What we saw over Texas may not be what we saw over Arizona and California. Incidentally, the Phoenix crowd did fly over Nevada and into Arizona. So there is that possibility.
Well, I just wanted to raise one example of someone who has been in one of these flying triangle-shaped craft. He's a military witness. He's currently serving with the US Army. I use the pseudonym JP to refer to him, and he says he's been in some of these TR-3Bs, and he's also been inside of a flying rectangle. So a lot of people have similar stories of being inside of these craft as part of the secret space program. What makes JP unusual is that he's taken photographs. He's actually got photographs. He's sent me dozens of photographs. People always say, where's the evidence for these wild claims? He's got photographs. He said he went on a rectangle-shaped craft and he saw people wearing U.S. Air Force Special Operations patches. So he identified the patch of the people on the flying rectangle craft. So he's one example, and there are many others that say that yes, indeed, these secret space programs exist. They've been flown by the Navy, by Air Force Special Operations, and I think that this is part of the rationale for creating Space Force and Space Command now, is to kind of like white world the classified program. So yeah, do you want to comment about that?
You remember in the mid-2000s, China had announced that they had destroyed one of their aging weather satellites out of low Earth orbit using a terrestrial laser-based system.
Yes, I remember that incident. It was anti-satellite.
Right.
Well, but we're talking about her ass and her pussy.
I find it odd
Oh my goodness gracious.
that one of
Alright, you know what, just to be nice,
one of the
I love
directives
Aphrodite.
that has come out of the Chinese military and the Russian military is the ability to destroy satellites from terrestrial-based laser systems.
Okay, how about Jeremiah?
Not too long after that,
Stakes are raised now.
United States
I can't
developed the Boeing X-37B, which spent 287 days on classified mission around the planet. We're seeing levels of technology take these exponential leaps.
Just a quick,
And
you know what?
as a matter of fact, just a couple of weeks ago,
Answer
China
for us, Jeremiah.
just
Which
launched a secret spy satellite.
impossible here.
One that many
Normally
people
when we're
within
doing
the
our normal
Department
show,
of
I
Defense
subtly tap it and
theorized
whisper.
that was
This
meant
is much
to
harder. I have to literally
focus
like a
on
football
the
coach on
U.S.'s
the side.
latest spy satellite efforts. This is the reason why we are now seeing the propagation of the United States Space Force. The Space Force, I know you wrote a book on the Space Force because I just bought that book for my son for Christmas, by the way.
We know you can't get sick.
The Space Force, because my son is thinking about joining the Space Force, just so you know. The Space Force is going to play a pivotal role.
You have to put your wiener into one of the
Of course, from the government perspective, from the military perspective, with regards to national security interests, because we're seeing all of our adversaries begin to perform the same thing. You know, there's eventually going to be a war fought on the moon over resources
All you have
between
to say
India,
is
China, the United States, Russia. I'm not sure about Russia at this point, but definitely India just landed there. Israel tried to land there. Their craft had recently crashed. But we're going to see struggles between superpowers over resources on the moon, and perhaps mining operations in the asteroid belt. All of this, not to mention Elon Musk talking about creating bases on Mars. So there's so much happening right now. And I think that in order for us to truly accomplish this, beyond the conventional propulsion rocketry that we currently possess, it's going to take the implementation of otherworldly propulsion systems that are potentially based off of reverse engineered UFOs, UAPs, and not shock everybody, but when we put the wheels into motion and we start revealing the existence of these craft. Perhaps the TR-3D is a precursor to what we're going to see within the next 7 to 10 years. You have John Ramirez saying that aliens are going to reveal themselves in 2027.
He's up there.
And you have retired U.S. Colonel Army Colonel Trump Mail saying that we are in a secret arms race to be the first to announce the UAP disclosure by 2030.
There he is.
A lot of stuff is happening.
We loved your submission. It was incredible.
Well,
How are you,
indeed
dude?
there is, and I wanted to give you the opportunity to tell us about your upcoming course labs, a modern UFO UAP researchers handbook, and I know that it's going to be available sometime in January. So you want to tell us about that and what else you're doing over the next 2 months?
Oh yeah, absolutely. So the modern UFO UAP research handbook, it's a traditional handbook that has all the information that you're accustomed to seeing, but it goes beyond that. I believe that the glossary that I've assembled, the protocols that I have put into place for researching UFO sightings and UFO crash sites are unlike anything you've ever seen before. I literally tell people how they can collect soil samples from crash sites and have them analyzed by the University of Florida. I mean, I show everybody how to do things that they've never thought of before. And there's a lot of history in this book, too. I don't just talk about, researching UFO sightings and crash sites. I also talk about the history of ufology and delve a little bit into the contemporary means to research UFOs. For instance, a lot of UFO researchers are still using the Hynek classification system, which goes back to the 1960s, and the Jacques Vallée classification system. I developed something called the SP23, which goes beyond the C1 to C5 close encounter classification. I go from C6 up to C12, and I factor in all of this new technology, new types of events, new types of incidents that have happened over the past 35, 40 years that we can now attribute to a newer type of classification system. And by the way, if you go to my website, UFOcurrents.com, at the web, click on the books tab, there is a free link beneath the Modern UFO Researcher's Handbook to what I call the UFO UAP Witness Questionnaire and Report Form. Now, I've had people look on what it is. It's great. But what's important is that inside B23 close encounter type expansion classification. So CE6 is direct communication. That's communication in cases that are typically nonverbal and may encompass the exchange of complex thoughts or emotion. CE7 is biological effects. These can be immediate or manifest over time effects that may include physical markings, altered health states, or psychological transformations. And then I go on. There's CE8 all the way to CE12. Interestingly, CE12 is based on temporal distortion. These are the characteristics related with the presence or proximity of a UFO or UAP. So it's really, it's a really contemporary way of adding on to these already incredible classification systems from both Heineck and Valet, I just give my own perspective. And this was developed with fellow researcher Richard J. Prestel. And that's why we call it SP23, it's the Sanchez Prestel 23 Close Encounter Type Expansion Classification, SP23. And it's free for everybody to look. And I think that if they look at that PDF, which is free at UFOcurrents.com, they're going to see that the follow-up actions are important. How to contact the witness, how to interview a witness, what's the importance of witness anonymity, environmental analysis, everything is included. And I think people are really going to like this book.
Well, thank you, Anthony, for sharing a wealth of information going back now spanning 4 decades that you've been doing UFO research. So I'm very happy to have you on Exopolitics today, and I look forward to having you back.
It was an honor to speak with you, Dr. Sala. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
You have been listening to Exopolitics today. Dr. Michael Sala. Please remember to like, share, and subscribe to this channel.
It's great.
Join or start a conversation in the comments.
All is well there.
Take the time to explore the vast library of best-selling books, webinars, and podcasts by Dr. Sala. Visit exopoliticstoday.com.
I was trying to get my brother to reprise his role as the prostitute, but he couldn't tonight. So I thought I was doing some Skipper Gilligan thing, and we didn't have much planning because I didn't know if we were going to be on or not. But it's just a fun. I mean, there might be some symbolism there. I don't know. It's like a David
Timothy
Lynch
Alberino
movie.
is the author of Birthright, The Coming Closely of Apocalypse, and the Usurpation of Adam's Dominion on Planet Earth. He recently returned from an investigation to Peru, where he interviewed villagers associated with an abduction event of females and others in the remote Amazon region of Peru, and he's here to talk about
the
it
video
today
was
with us on
unbelievable. Again, big pop on the werewolf coming out of nowhere. Great stuff.
You're listening to Exopolitics Today with Dr. Michael Sala, your source for the uncensored truth regarding the human, extraterrestrial, global, and political agenda. Click the like button and subscribe to this channel. And now, here's Dr. Michael Sala.
It's a fucking weird time. We have no idea if we're going to be able to sit in a patio.
Well, welcome, Timothy. Glad to have you back on Exopolitics Today.
Dr. Sala, always a pleasure.
I appreciate you guys doing
So, you have been very busy, and I know you've gotten back from a number of Central American, South American countries, and one of those was Peru, where you went to investigate. So, for people who maybe don't know what happened in Peru, that would like to help you go there and investigate, why don't you kind of give people a summary of what it was that happened there over the last few months?
Okay, well, back in mid-July, between mid-July and the beginning of August, some very compelling videos began to surface on social media in which we saw villagers from the Peruvian Amazon in a state of chaos at nighttime, running around their village, discharging their firearms into the jungle. Subsequent interviews with the villagers revealed that they were under assault by some sort of mysterious force, by mysterious assailants, who some of them alleged were extraterrestrials, or at least they believed that they were extraterrestrials because of the incredible capabilities of the assailants. And this all began in a jungle village called San Antonio de Pintuyacu, which is located up the Pintuyacu River, about a 2-day journey from Iquitos, which is the primary city in the department of Loreto, and this occurred in the region of Alto Nanay. And subsequent to that video and that incident, other incidents began to break out in the Peruvian Amazon. Basically the same phenomenon, but with some different details. For example, there was one incident in which a couple of people were allegedly being attacked by a UFO that was deploying some sort of a light at them, a laser beam or light at them. It was trying to apparently lift them off the ground. There were some individuals who were attacked by lasers. There was a group of students who, in the same region, while they were out doing something for their college, encountered in the jungle, encountered the strange being walking through the jungle. So there was a series of incidents that were happening around the same period of time. But it was this particular incident in San Antonio that Yaku sort of kicked off the media frenzy. The Peruvian media took the stories very serious, especially the one from San Antonio to Yaku. And no one had actually traveled to the village to conduct a thorough investigation. Two police officers did respond initially. They had to go and investigate the attempted abduction of a 15-year-old girl named Talia. So they responded to the abduction attempt. They went out there to conduct a very preliminary investigation. They had a Navy escort with them, but the police officers conducted what I would consider to be really a piss-poor investigation and concocted a ridiculous fabrication. They said that the village was being assaulted by miners, river miners, with jetpacks, and that the river miners were attempting to scare the villagers and drive them off the land. I now know, and suspected early on, but I now know for sure that story is an utter fabrication. It is false. The villagers are offended by the notion that they're being attacked by river miners. And we now know also that the objective of the phenomenon is not to drive anybody off of the land. And we can discuss that, why I believe that. But that's how this whole incident began, how this whole phenomenon sort of resurfaced. This phenomenon is associated with what's called the pelacata phenomenon, the face peeler phenomenon in the Peruvian Amazon. And it's that the face peeler phenomenon is probably goes back to the mid-'80s, maybe early '80s. It's not an ancient thing. It's relatively recent, going back to early to mid-'80s when it first began. The indigenous communities of the Peruvian Amazon, they don't know who the face peelers are. They suspect one of two things: either they suspect that they're an international consortium of gringos who are conducting clandestine organ harvesting operations, or B, that they're extraterrestrials, that they're non-human entities, performing some sort of operation for unknown purposes. I would say that there's also a C option, and that both of these things are true. In other words, it's a cooperation between some human faction and extraterrestrial faction or non-human faction. I don't know that for sure, but I would certainly add that in as a possibility. So after all of these incidents erupted on social media, many people in my audience were asking me to go and investigate because I had previously lived near this region of the jungle. I've been in this region of the jungle, but I lived up the River Masan, which is not far away. And for an extended period of time, that's where I learned to speak Spanish. I learned to speak their particular dialect of Spanish, which is called Charapa, which mixes in a little bit of Quechua with Spanish. And so, I've contracted malaria 5 times in this region of the jungle. I'm very familiar with it. I was 19 years old when I was living in this area, so it just seemed sort of appropriate for me to go and conduct this investigation, and so ultimately I decided to mount the expedition. I was fortunate to be accompanied by my colleague Doug Thornton, who is an infantry Marine and DHS operator, and so I also had some help. I was able to co-fund the operation, the expedition. I had some friends of mine from Conduit Church in Tennessee who helped me co-fund the expedition, because what we ultimately ended up doing was we ended up provisioning the village as well as conducting an investigation. We brought them food, supplies, rice, beans, sugar, so on, as well as medical supplies and strategic technology. So it was kind of a complex ordeal, and thankfully we were able to get in there conduct an investigation and get out safely without any sort of incident.
So, I mean, this report that you released on YouTube, I mean, it's quite detailed in terms of exactly what happened and the images that you showed, and some things stood out to me. The firearm that the villagers carry, I mean, is that normal? I mean, do villages in remote regions of Peru, I mean, they always so well armed?
Well, it's normal for the villagers. It's an indigenous community, by the way. It's the Iquitu people, very old indigenous community, very important village in San Pedro de Quintuyaco. The members of these communities do carry shotguns. They have shotguns. They use them both for defense but also for hunting. So that's not unusual. Although most of these guys only have a couple of cartridges. They don't have a whole lot of ammunition. But what is unusual is when I got to San Antonio de Quintuyacu, it took us 2 days to get there, going up the river from Iquitos. I was able to get a riverboat and fill it with all of our supplies and everything, get up the river. And when we arrived at the village, we were met at the shore by a small army of men with shotguns. That was very unusual. These guys were usually the villagers in these communities do not walk around with shotgun in hand loaded. They have shotguns in their houses. They grab them when they go hunting, but they don't walk around day and night holding their shotguns. And that's the situation. That was the situation in San Antonio. So, as I said, when I arrived, I was met by a small army of guys with shotguns loaded. And they were obviously in a condition, in a heightened condition of vigilance. They were maintaining their arms throughout the day, loaded and ready to fire. So that is unusual.
Yes, that really did strike me looking at those images. I don't know if we can show one of those, but those villagers that greeted you with arms, that's kind of like suggesting that they are kind of like very paranoid, or as you said, very vigilant about something. Something's happening there. And you did talk with the female you mentioned that had there was an attempt to abduct her. And, so, you want to tell us, just kind of remind us what happened?
Yes. So the first thing we did, when we got to the village, we had a very warm welcome. We had a traditionally Iquitu welcome. They did this dance for us, and it was really quite intriguing. And I, by the way, had an official invitation to go to the village. I had contacted the villagers before I went, and the Apu, the chief of the village, and his council actually sent me a written, an official invitation in written form, and the Apu met me in Iquitos and went up there with a couple of other guys from the village. I also brought with me 2 active duty Navy jungle operators, Peruvian guys, who were Peruvian Navy guys. They accompanied me. They were armed as well. And when we got to the village, after receiving this warm welcome by the Iquitu community, we began our investigation in earnest. And basically, what we learned was quite harrowing. I was ready to. I had no idea what I was going to encounter in the village, what sort of story I was going to be told by the villagers. So I was prepared. I hadn't drawn any conclusions before I arrived. I was willing to hear whatever they had to tell me, even miners with jetpacks, should that be the actual story that came forward. But it wasn't. Rather, what was told to us was a situation. I'll describe. I'll try and encapsulate what I was able to gather through the testimonies, like the interviews that I conducted. I conducted many interviews in the village. Many guys wanted to talk to me and were very willing to tell me their stories, their encounters with this phenomenon. And so basically,
The village, when we got there had been a month or two since these things had occurred. It was not actively happening in the village when we got there. We're coming after the incidents. So the village was being assaulted mid-July to early August by these very strange assailants who only operated at night. So as soon as the sun went down, that's when the activity would begin. And this went on for a few weeks consecutively. These individuals, these assailants are dressed from head to foot in black armored bodysuits. They have strange helmets. They're wearing helmets that are elongated in the back. The helmets cover their faces. And they have these almond-shaped eye lenses, yellow tinted. They have hard-shell backpacks, which we suspect might be battery packs or small reactors. And they have very strange footwear. Their footwear is not normal boots. On the bottom of their shoes, they have discs, 2 discs on each foot, one in the front, one over the heel. These discs enable them to float off the ground about a meter, and they can also perform some pretty incredible feats by way of these technological apparatuses on the bottom of their shoes. They can jump over houses, for example. We told multiple people saw them leaping over houses. So whatever this technology is on the bottom of their footwear is quite advanced. But aside from the discs on the bottom of their shoes, the way they arrive at the village is they come flying in the air, standing on top of circular hoverboard platforms. And these platforms have a series of lights, green and blue lights around them, maybe red as well, I don't remember. And they have the ability to they have floodlights, so they have the ability to switch on floodlights when they want to. These circular hoverboard apparatuses. Now, usually what they would do is sometimes they would fly very low over the village, standing on top of these hoverboards, and the villagers would only realize that they were standing on top of them when they were close enough to illuminate them with their flashlights, because usually they would only see the lights, almost like a drone, these circle of lights. But when they would put their flashlights on them, they would see these dark figures, these dark silhouettes sort of surfing on top of them. Now, it's important to understand that these circular hoverboards are completely silent. They make no sound, except for when they accelerate off the ground, which they seem to make some sort of a compressed air sound. And the mode of operation, the way that these assailants would enter the village is they would hover above the village, and then they would land back in the jungle, in the openings between the trees. They would land these circular hoverboards, and then they would dismount. Usually, they would dismount, come walking through the jungle, or floating through the jungle, because remember, they have these circular discs on the bottom of their footwear, which I believe, I suspect, magnetically snap into the hoverboard. That's what I suspect. And I suspect that the energy source that powers the hoverboards is being carried on their back, because when they snap into these hoverboards, or when they remount their hoverboards, they press a button on their shoe, on their footwear, that activates, that energizes the technology and allows them to lift off the ground. So it seems to me that they're carrying the technology on their bodies, probably in these backpacks, the energy source, and that there is some function, with just the discs on the bottom of the shoes. I hope I'm explaining this in a comprehensible way. But they were encountered by multiple people in the village, face to face, at nighttime, with flashlights. One individual told me, several guys shot at them. One individual told me that he shot at one of these guys point blank with a 16-gauge shotgun, bird shot. And the guy, he said, was hovering above the ground about a meter. Now, this individual tells me that the assailant was dressed in a bodysuit, just as I described, but it was silver, which is sort of an anomaly. Everybody else told me they were dressed in black, but this guy swore to me this particular assailant was dressed in silver armored, in a silvered armored bodysuit. and he discharged his firearm point blank range. He hit the guy. He knows he hit him. He knows he hit the assailant because, again, the assailant's floating. The assailant fell back on his back, so he was knocked back, and then he just popped back up as if, it had really no effect. It just knocked him back, and he jumped back up in the air and floated away. And in fact, this individual who shot him told me that he could hear his birdshot pinking off of the armor that this assailant was wearing. So it's metallic armor. It's impervious at least to birdshot, shotgun blast. It's advanced body armor.
That's true.
And there were multiple encounters with these guys throughout these several weeks that different villagers had different kinds of encounters. Similar to what I just described. Some of them shot the guys, some of them just chased them. But they all saw the same thing. They all described exactly the same thing. And the girl that you're referring to, Talia, this 15-year-old girl, she had the most, let's say, direct confrontation, the most up close and personal confrontation with these assailants. Talia was just after dark. She was in her backyard. Now you have to understand the terrain here. Talia's home is sort of in the middle of the village. There's other houses around the village, around hers, and between her house and the other houses, there's this sort of it's sort of like a little gully. It's forested. There's some jungle back there. It's almost like a backyard. There's a little chicken coop, thatch roof chicken coop back there. And you're showing pictures right now of Talia. That's her backyard. And to her left is this little gully and this little chicken coop. And surrounding are these, it's surrounded by these other houses. Now that's important because of what happens there. So Talia, just after dark, is in her backyard, knocking fruit down from a tree with this pole, this long stick. One of the fruit falls to the ground. She bends down to pick it up, and there's some dead leaves, as you can see in the picture. There's some dead leaves on the ground. And she suddenly notices that the leaves begin to rustle. And she feels a gentle breeze at her back. She turns around, a gentle gust of wind. She turns around, and she sees one of these assailants that I previously described. And she sort of did this motion, like surfing on one of these circular hoverboards. He flies up to her, right next to her, lands on the ground, and grabs her from behind. He puts his hand over her mouth. Then she sees another one of these guys flying up the hill. He lands in front of her and grabs her feet. Then both of these assailants lift her off the ground and take her behind the chicken coop in this forested gully behind her house there. And now she refers to these individuals as gringos. The reason why she refers to them as gringos is because one of them, and gringo, by the way, just means a non-Hispanic person, usually someone of European or American descent, and she said that one of these individuals, the one she actually calls the gringo, was taller than me. I'm about 6'1", taller than me. The other individual was about my height. The one she calls the gringo, she calls him the gringo because she heard them speak. And they spoke Spanish. One of them, the gringo, had a broken accent. That's why she calls him the gringo. The other one spoke normal Peruvian Spanish. That's what she told me. And so they have her behind the chicken coop, and the Peruvian guy, let's call him the Peruvian face peeler, proceeds to take out this cream in this small canister and mix it with a powder. And then he sucks up the solution with the nasal syringe and shoots it up her nose, up both of her nostrils. As soon as he shoots this stuff up her nostrils, she started to go in sort of she started to fall into sort of a semi-conscious state. Then they took a larger canister out, tube, almost like a toothpaste tube, and they squeezed some other kind of cream in their hands. This was the gringo who had her from behind them and with his hand over her mouth. So he's proceeding now to smear this other cream on her face. And as he's doing this, she said she heard the Peruvian assailant say, be careful, don't put too much on her face, it's going to ruin the flesh.
Yes.
Or don't apply too much, it's going to ruin the flesh. Now, in a subsequent conversation I had with Talia, she explained to me that what they were saying was that the cream, if too much is applied, it's going to make it difficult to cut the skin off of the flesh, to separate the skin from the tissue beneath. That's what she said. Now, so they applied this cream to her face goes instantly numb, and then they proceed to take out this small device, which I believe is it's a laser scalpel based on the description, and they start making an incision. The gringo that's got her from behind starts to make an incision right under their jawline, and he actually makes two because she started struggling at this point. And she's struggling, and she managed to get her hand up under the helmet, under his helmet, and start to lift up his helmet, which caused him to panic for a moment because he did not want her to see his face. So he panics for a moment. He's struggling with her, and one of these two guys slaps her in the face as she's doing this. And in the ensuing struggle, they lose control of her momentarily. She said they dropped and now she no longer has a hand over her mouth, so she lets out a blood-curdling scream. And when she does this, you have to understand that the villagers at this point are already in a state of vigilance, because this was not the first incident. There was an incursion that happened sometime before this, and so the villagers were already aware that somebody is trying to make an incursion into their village at nighttime. And so they're already in a state of heightened vigilance. And so when Talia screams, remember, there's houses surrounding this sort of backyard area where she's at. Everyone comes running. Her brother's sitting on the porch. She's got his flashlight. Her neighbors are sitting on their porches. They've got their flashlights. As soon as she screams, they're on the scene in a matter of seconds. And they got their flashlights. So this is what Talia's... Well, there's one more detail from Talia's account before she goes unconscious. After she screamed, the Peruvian assailant, again, I'm calling him the Peruvian assailant just because from her description of the way they spoke, he starts to take off on his hoverboard. And he yells back to the gringo, "Come on, let's go, we gotta go." And he responds to her allegedly, according to Talia, "No, we can't just leave her here." And he proceeds to grab her by the hair and drag her up this little hill. Remember, it's involved. He proceeds to drag her by her hair up this hill as if he's going to try and take off with her. But he doesn't get very far because the villagers are now on the scene with their neighbors are on the scene with their flashlights. They train their flashlights on these assailants, and they see them. Talia is now unconscious, laying on the ground with blood on her neck. And her brother and the neighbors see the assailants. They illuminate the assailants with their flashlights, and I talked to them, and they described exactly what Talia described. These guys were in black armored bodysuits, helmets, elongated helmets, sort of surfing on these circular platforms, circular hoverboards. No sound, there's no sound, until these guys sort of maneuver where there's an opening in the trees and they accelerate up into the air. And when they accelerate in the air, there's sort of that compressed air sound. But there's no, like, it's not propellers or jets or anything like that. It's a very strange sound, right, that these guys tried to describe to me. So, obviously they rescue Talia and treat her wound. She's unconscious. She was taken to a village down, another village that had a better medical post, and they were able to treat her wounds. And also they, subsequent to treating her wounds a few days later when they examined her, they diagnosed her with severe PTSD. And I can attest to the fact that girl, Talia, has severe PTSD. When I first encountered her in the village, it was during the day. It was in the evening, everybody's playing volleyball and soccer in the plaza. When I encountered her, as soon as she saw us, she started to tremble and cry, and hide her face from us. And she took her hair and covered her face with it so we couldn't see her face. She was associating us with her assailants. And she was trembling, and she did not want to talk to us. And eventually her father convinced her to talk to us the next morning after breakfast. We went over there, and that's when Talia told me about what had happened.
well, that's such a harrowing incident, but it does raise this connection with the Pelicadas that you said that began in the 1980s. And I mean, is this an example? I mean, I imagine people have been found dead with their face peeled, and in this case, Talia was able to escape that. So is this kind of like rare, people going through this kind of an attempt and surviving?
The Pelicata phenomenon, this is typical of the Pelicata phenomenon. I was told that during this period of time, there were a couple of fatalities. Not in that village. This is the first time that San Antonio had been attacked like this. But in the general region, now I did a video, I think before I came on your show talking about this before I went on the expedition. I had published a video on YouTube in which me and Doug were analyzing this scenario that was unfolding. And this was back in August. And in that video, I feature a young man. There's a video that I feature in my video of a young man who's being pulled out of the river or unloaded from a boat on the shore of a river, and 2/3 of his face are gone. And all you see underneath is skeleton, the white skeletal structure of his face. And you can clearly see in the video, and it's still up on my YouTube channel, although it's been taken out of the algorithm by YouTube because it's age inappropriate or whatever, so they age restricted it. But it's there still on my YouTube channel, and you can clearly see in the video that the skin where the face has been removed is very cleanly cut. There's this very clean incision that's obviously been made. That is not the work of piranhas. That is not the work of the depredation of any kind of predator. That is a face being cut off. Now, could be with a sharp knife, could be with a laser scalpel. I had assumed that incident had taken place somewhere in the Peruvian Amazon and the general region of San Antonio, Quintuyaco, but I wasn't sure. The villagers in San Antonio told me, yes, this did happen. It happened around the same time, and that individual, that young man, was found in basically the same region of the jungle. I have not been able to independently verify that yet, but according to the villagers in San Antonio and Quintuyaco, that incident did indeed happen in basically the same region of the jungle in Alpha Nanai. And that is typical of the face peeler phenomenon. So we can only assume that is what was going to happen to Talia. Had these assailants been able to maintain control of her and finish the job, unfortunately, I think Talia's body would have been discovered in very similar conditions, with her face gone. So it's the face peeler phenomenon is exactly that. These guys are peeling faces. Now, I should say, whether or not this time these particular individuals are the actual face peelers of, the same guys have been doing this since the 1980s, or whether, or perhaps they may be mimicking the phenomenon to try, because they want the villagers to think that's who they are, to cover up whatever other activities they're doing. I don't know. I can't say. That's certainly within the realm of possibilities. But the phenomenon is very real. And obviously these guys, whoever they are, and I'm saying guys, look, I'm assuming they're humans. However, I should say that there are other possibilities in play here. As I always sort of, I always add this postscript when I tell the story about Talia. Talia has undergone extreme trauma. She, as I said, she has severe post-traumatic stress disorder. She did have a substance shot up her nose, probably some sort of I don't know, something that rendered her unconscious eventually. So it put her in an altered state of mind, whatever it is. It incapacitated her. So it is possible that Talia confabulated the voices that she heard. In other words, she confabulated the detail about them speaking because she had previously believed that the face peelers of Pelicadas were gringos. And so there may be some confabulation there because it's an anomaly. No one else heard them speak. No one else heard these guys speak. And in fact, when I talked to some of the other villagers who chased them through the jungle, they said, one of the guys told me, look, these things don't move like human beings. he said they're more agile.
Anyway,
The way that they move, the way that the speed, the agility is. It's in the way he told me was it's non-human. It's like
long and hard for this,
we don't know how to explain it. And again, they chase them through the jungle. And by the way, they found their tracks. They leave these tracks in the. They're very large. All the guys said their tracks are really big, and they're two circles. So they're
anyway,
discs
I
on
have
the
a
bottom
new
of their
website,
shoes. They leave these two circular
TonyHenchcliff.com.
tracks for each foot, and they're
it's
really
very
big.
easier
Everybody
to see
stressed
the
that to me.
upcoming
They're
tour
really
dates,
big.
even though
And
never a worse
and
time
the
to have
assailants seem to be between
clean,
6.5,
sleek,
7.5,
on your
even
website.
perhaps up to 8 feet tall.
perfect timing, Tony.
And that may be
Such a great
because
businessman.
of the technology
But a bunch
that's
of dates
in
are
their
there. I mean,
footwear.
we're gonna
Maybe
try
it's
our
giving
best
them
to make
6
it to these
inches
things.
height,
It's a
right?
nightmare.
Whatever this technology is.
Okay.
It's on the bottom of
Miami
their shoes.
at the end of July.
Or it may be that maybe they're not
Look at that.
humans.
Straight to the dates,
Or maybe they're not
baby. Look
normal
at
humans.
that.
Maybe we're
Look
dealing
at
with
that.
super
That's
soldiers.
what I wanted.
Maybe,
Said, fuck
I don't
this
know,
shit,
and of
give
course
them
I'm
the
just
dates.
spitballing
What
here.
about your
This is
bio?
rank
What about that?
speculation
You
on
know,
my
tell me,
part,
I
but
like
maybe
it.
we're dealing with reptilians. Maybe we're dealing with hybrids.
Yeah, it's
Or
very
maybe
clear
we're just
now. That
dealing
was
with
the- that was
gringo
the thing
face
that annoyed
peelers.
me
Some sort of
forever.
an international consortium of very evil men who are out there organ harvesting. You know, I don't know. I suspect they're human, but I can't say for sure. I don't know.
Okay, Boston's
Well,
there,
in
and
your
Miami's above
investigation,
Boston,
you
right? Yeah, it's pretty
interviewed
much
one
all the highest COVID-rated
a
cities. I turned down
flying
Phoenix
saucer craft or some kind of
last week.
spacecraft.
So like, you want to go to Phoenix
So,
in 2 weeks?
you know,
It's
how
only on the
does that
table for a
relate to
second.
this?
I'm like,
Is that
no,
like the
what are we
mothership or the
talking
original craft that the
like, do you have a life insurance
beings came from?
policy out
That's
on
a
me
very
right
important
now?
detail,
Like, what's happening?
because
Phoenix,
apart from
Miami,
this
Houston, Brazil. They're trying to get me
hoverboard
to Brazil.
technology
No,
that they have and these
anyway,
discs on the bottom of their shoes,
Roastmaster
these guys
classes
apparently are
happening. We're
also
having a lot of
flying
fun over
around
there. We're
in
over
what I can
100
only describe as
students on my new
advanced
weekly
aerospace
shows. It's a
vehicles.
Patreon thing. So if you're
There you
poor,
have a picture of
don't
it.
even tease
That
yourself by going to
individual
my
right there,
Patreon, 'cause it is,
he's
it is
drawing
a
this for
show
me
of
on the
value.
acrylic chalkboard.
So don't go there and then
on the
become
acrylic board.
completely depressed. and go, "Oh, I
He's
can't
describing
afford it.
his
What the
encounter
fuck
with
is
this
this?
craft. Now you have to
I'll just
understand
watch
what you're
reruns of
looking
Joe
at. It's an
Rogan.
acorn-shaped
Yes, you
craft.
will, 'cause you're poor. But
You're
if you're not
looking
poor,
straight
go to
up at it. So he's describing what he saw. It's directly above him. So
join
that's
the
the
class, get
perspective
a diploma,
of him
bumper
below
sticker,
the
bunch of
craft. That's the
bullshit,
bottom of the
Roastmaster
craft, looking
class.
straight up at it.
Anyway, here's the rest of the crew.
He
The
says
leader of
that
the
one
band,
day at 3
ladies
o'clock
and
in the
gentlemen,
morning, he
as
was out
always,
checking
my
his
lover,
nets, pulling his
the guy
nets
who
up
I've been
in the
all
river,
around the world with.
when suddenly
all
he said
right?
it was suddenly
We talked
illuminated
earlier
like
about
daytime. The
Afro's
sun had
butthole
just
or
come up.
vagina.
So
This
it was
is a
like
man
daytime.
that I would
And
have
he saw
sex
this
with if he
light
let me.
reflecting in the water, and he
Share
realized
my
there was something
logins. I
above
don't
him.
know,
So
trying
he
to be
looks
nice.
up, and that's what he sees. He sees this craft.
There it is.
And the craft has got a light flashing down on it. And he said that it was about 30 feet above his head. He was very close. He got a good long look at it. He's just sitting there in his canoe looking up at it. And he said it was transparent. It had sort of a transparent mesh. He kept saying mesh, maja. It had a transparent mesh. And that's how he described it. And he said it was shaped sort of like an acorn. You see those little nubs on the side. He said it didn't have wings. It had these little nubs on the side, rounded nubs, that it opened up. They folded open. That's the position they're in the picture. They folded open, and they began to deploy a series of rapidly blinking lights as if it was standing. And then they would fold close. And you see the two little circles inside. One is sort of in the front, and one is above his hand there. Those, he said, were people sitting inside this craft. You could see them. One sort of in the cockpit and the other in the body of the craft. And this thing hovered above him for quite a bit of time, a couple of minutes. And he got a really good look at it. And it was just hovering there. And he was obviously quite astounded as he was witnessing all of this at 3 o'clock in the morning. And then he said suddenly it made sort of like a low humming sound. And he saw some sort of exhaust coming out the back, and it just moved away at a high rate of speed, relatively silently, apart from this humming noise. Now, what's amazing is that several people in the village, apart from this gentleman, several village people drew this craft for me in the dirt. They drew this same craft for me in the dirt. And I have that in my video on YouTube. And they described the same thing. It's hovering above the village, 30 or 40 feet. They described it. They saw it as black. It was not transparent when they saw it. Only this guy saw it transparent. The other guys, it had sort of black spots. It had sort of black matte black body armor, and I myself saw something very similar to this in Brook, Ohio, perhaps the same craft, the very same craft. So this sort of same description was also seen on Skinwalker Ranch. If you read the book by The Hunt for the Skinwalker, by Knapp and
also David Lucas.
I forget the other guy's name, Kelviller, I think was his name.
He's a guest
It's
professor.
very, very, very similar craft that's being described here that I saw that was on Skinwalker Ranch and that these guys are describing here in the jungle in the Amazon. So now we're dealing with advanced aerospace vehicles. This is not conventional. So as soon as I realized that we're dealing with technology, I mean the armor plating, the black armor body suits, okay, that can be conventional, state-of-the-art conventional body armor. Body armor. The Russians have it, we have it, I'm sure that the Chinese have it. Okay, that can be conventional. However, these platforms, these hoverboard platforms, circular hoverboard platforms, are not conventional. That's not conventional technology. It's not propellers. By the way, I asked this individual, did you see any propulsion system? Did it have propellers? Did it have engines? He said no. There were no propellers and no engines, and it was hovering silently above me. He didn't even notice it was there until it turned the lights on. Right? And it's quiet at nighttime, besides all the insects chirping at nighttime in the jungle. But, you know, he didn't hear it like the jets or propellers. And it's important to understand that these are the Aikido people. These are from the Aikido community. But this particular village got about 200 inhabitants. It is extremely remote, and it's a very important village because it's the original Aikido community. That's where they were hundreds of years ago. That's where their primary village was. So the provincial government in Loreto from Aikidos, they built a government communication outpost in this village. And the reason why that's important is because these villagers have satellite uplink internet in the government building. They all go there in the evening, they sit there and they're on social media or they're watching movies. And that's important because these guys are all aware of, you know, they all know what helicopters look like. They know they've seen all the same movies. They've watched all the same movies we have. That's why they said that in the initial reporting, they said that the assailants were like the Green Goblin from Spider-Man because they were familiar with that movie. And the reason why they said that was because of the elongated helmet. If you recall, the Green Goblin from Spider-Man had an elongated helmet. And he's got this body armor, and he's floating on top of this thing. That's why they said that, because that's very much like what they encountered, except not green, black, and it wasn't jet propulsion like on the Green Goblin. It was silent. It was circular platforms. So we're not dealing with conventional technology in terms of the technology in the platforms and in the shoes and in these advanced aerospace vehicles. We're dealing with obviously some sort of advanced anti-grav or 0-point energy, something like this, electromagnetic perhaps, some sort of a technology that is not conventional. And no, it has nothing to do with river miners, and it has nothing to do with cartels. Cartels do not have this kind of technology.
Well, one of the other interesting pieces of information we gleaned from that investigation was there were some villages that you showed an image of an insectoid to, insectoid, and you showed that, and they identified it as involved in these incidents. So yeah, what happened? Well, that was that incident actually took place in a different part of. In a different village, not even a village of city. So I was in San Antonio, Quintuyacu.
David, you want to go check on that real quick?
I stayed there for 3 days and 2 nights. Now, I was going to stay there for 5 days, but we cut the trip short. We completed our investigation in San Antonio, Quintuyacu, and so then we decided to take the couple of days that remained to us and go to visit the city of Nauta. Now, Nauta is a large jungle city. It has 35,000 inhabitants. It's the only place you can go by road from Iquitos. And Iquitos is one of the most, if not the most isolated city in the world. You can only get there by air or by water, by river. So you got to fly there in an airplane or go there in a boat. And Iquitos has a large population. In 2 hours west of Iquitos is, by road, is this city of Nauta. Nauta is a very famous place. It's right on the edge of a national reserve, and a lot of tourism in Nauta. And what's important about Nauta, besides the fact that it's got a population of 35,000 people, is it's got an army base and lots of police. So, whereas in the village of San Antonio, if you're these face peeler guys, you're going to be confronted with shotguns, right? Bird shot. And by the way, they modified their bird shot too to make larger slugs. They were doing that as well. But you're going to be confronted with bird shot, 16-gauge shotguns, right? But in Nauta, you can potentially be confronted with automatic weapons and helicopters now, because now you're dealing with an army base and so forth, and a navy base, and the police are much better armed, and obviously the army, the military base. So that's very important, that context. Now, the video that you're referencing came out around the same time as the video from San Antonio Pintuyato. This video came out from Nauta, and this one features what maybe, possibly, could be a being of some kind. And I originally, when I looked at this video, I thought it looked like an insectoid, what Dr. David Jacobs would describe as an insectoid, or maybe a very tall gray alien type creature. It's very fuzzy, it's very blurry, it's low resolution, it's hard to see, but it's very intriguing because in the video, and again, I feature all of this in the video I published on YouTube about the after-action report I published on YouTube when I got back my YouTube channel. But in the video, you have this chaotic scene at nighttime. There's dogs barking, there's women and children yelling, and you have this guy with a flashlight who trains his flashlight on this tree, and he yells, "There it is! There it is!" And again, apparently, it looks like it could be some sort of creature. Now, I wanted to go to this location during the day. And again, this is not in San Antonio, this is in Nauta now. So we went back down the river, went to Iquitos, and then got in a vehicle and drove to Nauta. So we conducted a separate investigation in Nauta. I was able to find the location where this video was filmed and to talk to the neighbors. Now, after I talked to the neighbors on the way home, I realized that although this was absolutely the location, no question about it, and you can see that in my video, this was the location where that original video was filmed. I may have been interviewing these people there who had experienced a different incident. The reason why I say that is because they told me that what they had seen, and I guess another video was taken of this other incident that I probably had never seen, but it was the same spot. Okay? They told me that what they saw was a disc. Your typical flying saucer that descended over these trees. And these trees are kind of in the distance. You'll see in my video, these trees are kind of in the distance. At nighttime, you can't gauge the distance there, but in the daytime, it was clear where this incident had taken place. It's clear where they were flashing their flashlights. A little bit in the distance, up in this big aguaje tree. And this saucer had descended over the tree, and it was projecting a light down. And that's what these individuals had seen, and somebody recorded that incident. But again, I think that's a different incident than the original one that I was going to investigate, where it looks like there's a creature. And I showed them the video. I showed them, and I asked them, what are you looking at? What are you flashing your flashlight on? And that's when they told me, well, they sort of didn't recognize that video. They said, well, what we saw was a craft. So they were a little bit confused, and that's when I put it together afterwards. That, wait a minute, These are two instances, two different videos that happened in the same spot, most likely. And the neighbors who live right across the street, the people I was interviewing had seen the one incident but not the other. And she even told me, this woman, that they sometimes see stuff over there. Like it's not uncommon. They see craft and stuff in this backyard. And so,
that's pretty much it.
in my video, I take still from the original video that's filmed in that location in Nauta, and I analyze it, and I put up a picture of an insectolin, a rendition of an insectolin that compiled by abductees, right? And I think we may be looking at something like that. However, if in fact that is a being up there that they're putting their flashlights on in this video from now, if that's a creature, then it's extremely large because of the distance. And you can see again in my video, it's very difficult to explain it, but you can see clearly what I mean in my video on YouTube. The distance, where that being would have had to have been floating in that tree or standing or something in that tree. The size of his head, if indeed it's a head that we're looking at, indicates that being had to have been 8, 9 foot tall, at least 7.5. So it was very large. That I know. If it is a being, it's very large. There's no question about it. So, I was able to confirm with the neighbors that yes, they did experience some sort of a phenomenon unfold at that location. They say it was a disc. Again, I think there's two different videos, and I never saw the one that they were referring to, and they never saw the one that I was referring to, although it was the exact same location. So it's very, I was very intrigued by that incident because I don't know. I'm not saying it's an insectolin, a 9 foot tall insectolin up in that tree. I'm saying I don't know what it is, but it could be based on, because in the video you can sort of see it moving its head back and forth. And maybe that's just a play on the light reflecting off of the tin roof on the, that's in the foreground. I don't know, but it is of interest to note that back in San Antonio de Pintuyacu, on the final night we were there, after we had conducted our investigations, I was sitting on the riverboat, and I was sitting there with some guys from the village, and with my security guys, the Peruvian Navy guys, and I said, hey, let me show you a picture. And I showed them a video, and I showed them that video from Nauta. And I said, what do you think about this video? And they're all standing behind me, and Doug's got his laptop open, and he slowed it down on his laptop. And they all said sort of collectively, there's a creature there. There's something there. It's moving its head. What is that? And I said, well, that's kind of what we're thinking, and what do you think about this? And I put on, up next to it, I pulled up a picture of insectolin, one of the ones that I think you just had on the screen. And they all just sort of gasped and put their hands over their mouths. And they're saying, oh my God, that's it. That's what's there. That's what we're seeing. And one of my chief security guy, the Navy guy, he looked at me and he said, he was, by the way, these Navy guys accompanied us all around the village. They heard all the testimonies. They were standing right there with us, standing guard in case. Why are they there? They're there because initially I thought maybe this is cartels and stuff, drug trafficking, human trafficking, and it's, a couple of gringos going out there with cameras. It's a good idea to have some security. So that's why they were there. But he said to me, you know what? This is the first time since we've gotten out here that I'm nervous. He said, that video is making me really nervous. He said, there's something in that video, something very strange is going on, and I'm a little nervous now. In fact, right after he said that, he sent the other Navy guy out to go patrol around the boat with his flashlight. By the way, we brought the villagers of San Antonio, apart from we provisioned them with food and medical supplies, but we also brought them strategic technology. We brought high-powered flashlights, really high-powered flashlights. We brought them radios because they were doing patrols every night. We brought them radios. We brought them thermal binoculars, and we brought them night vision goggles with recording capabilities. And then we trained them how to use all of this technology. And Doug and the Navy guys, remember Doug was an infantry Marine, trained the men who were doing the patrol one night. We were in the building they called the Tombo, that government communications building. We trained these guys how to patrol in a military column. And we also, in addition to training them how to use our technology, let me tell you something. These guys are not idiots. I mean, they picked it up really fast, and that night they were out patrolling with the radios. We divided their village into 6 sectors corresponding to the radios, and they were out there patrolling their village with the radios, with the night vision goggles, with the thermal binoculars, and with the high-powered flashlights. I was very impressed how serious these dudes were and how quickly they picked up the training. So, anyway.
Well, what I find kind of fascinating is that at least the abductee, the female abductee that went through that harrowing incident, I mean, she thought that they were speaking Spanish and that one was a gringo. That all of that overlapped with the joint US-Peru military exercises in that area. So it's like, well, how is that connected? I mean, is that a cover? Are those exercises a cover for kind of like an unfolding false flag event that's still happening now?
It very well may be. It could be that these guys are out there doing some sort of black ops in the jungle for who knows what reason and decided they're going to go take some trophies. It could be that they just screwed around testing their technology. It could be that the military is out there, that the various militaries from these different countries, including the United States, including Space Force, by the way, is actually out there trying to combat whatever this is, whatever this phenomenon is. You know, again, it seems like a very human thing to me, but I'm totally open to the idea that we're dealing with reptilians in black armored bodysuits, that we're dealing with some sort of, maybe even robots. My God, it could be artificial intelligence based on some of the other things. By the way, it's important to also for me to mention that yesterday, I called a guy named Pablo Bardales, who lives in a farmstead called a little village called Jorge Chavez, which is on Lake Pucuna, near the city of Yurimaguas. Yurimaguas is in the Peruvian Amazon. It's not far from Iquitos. It's between Iquitos and Tarapoto. Yurimaguas is in the middle. I'm very familiar with Yurimaguas. Spent a lot of time in the jungle around Yurimaguas. I called him up and on his cell phone, and he was in the village when I called him. This individual, he's one of the individuals that experienced the same phenomenon and was hit with a laser and was knocked unconscious and had some heart problems afterward. His story came out in the news, and I followed up on it thanks to a contact on Twitter. And I talked to him yesterday, and he told me the same story. The same story. Their village was. It's a very little village. It's like a farmstead village on the lake. Their little community was attacked by the same guys, same kind of technology, flying on these circular hoverboard platforms, dressed in black armored bodysuits, you know, the same kind of helmets. And they were attacked a month later in September. So this is after the assault on San Antonio in a different part of the Peruvian Amazon, in Yurimaguas. And he actually, what happened was he was bathing in the river, and he was coming back from the river back to his hut, and he had a towel around his waist, and he and his father saw these lights, these circular lights flying around in the sky, and then they saw these guys walking or floating. I don't remember if he said they were floating or not, but they were certainly at least walking around his homestead there, and same kind of thing. He grabbed his shotgun. He even said they were already aware of the pelacata phenomenon that had been breaking out in other parts of the jungle. So he started yelling, "Pelacata, pelacata!" He grabbed his shotgun. He discharged one of his cartridges at these guys, and then he had one more. He put in his shotgun. He started chasing them, and he chased them into like a little clearing. And he describes it in the video that's online, that's in which he's being interviewed by the Peruvian press. And he says that he shot him again, and he seems to maybe disabled or caused the technology that these guys are using to malfunction. because one of them was attempting to ascend into the sky and was having a hard time. And so what Pablo says is that when he saw that this guy was having a hard time ascending into the sky, he ran up to him, and remember he's in a towel here, a bath towel. He runs up to him and he grabs him by the waist, by the legs, as he's like lifting off the ground. And Pablo's pulling on this guy, trying to tackle him. He's yelling to his father and his friends to come and shoot this guy. And suddenly the guy pulls out what he calls a little flashlight, but he thinks it was a laser, some sort of a laser, and he hits him with the laser. He hits Pablo with the laser, and Pablo instantly goes unconscious. And the guy is able to escape. And presumably on the discs on his shoes, right? He said the guys did have backpacks, but it's all of the other details conform exactly to San Antonio. But what's really interesting about Pablo, he actually tried to tackle the guy when he's lifting off the ground, unsuccessfully, and he had some heart troubles after he was hit with this laser. He had to go to the hospital. He had some heart troubles. I think it disrupted the rhythm of his heart or something. I don't remember the exact detail, but very interesting. The same phenomenon, right? But further, southwest in the Peruvian Amazon, southwest from Iquitos. So this is closer now towards the Andes. So that was just another story I heard yesterday. So something very strange. And I want to say that all of this to me is very, very reminiscent to Michael Herrera's testimony, the Marine who came forth with Stephen Greer at his press conference that he did in Washington, D.C. a couple of years ago. And Michael Herrera, of course, this Marine told this story about encountering this huge football field-sized disc that was hovering, clearing the jungle in Indonesia in the aftermath of that hurricane that had devastated the country. And he's there on a humanitarian aid with his platoon of Marines, and of course everybody I think knows the story. They encounter that disc, and they encounter these paramilitary guys that were better armed than them, that spoke English, by the way, probably ex-military guys, ex-special ops guys, and he had deduced, based on some later conversations he had with some people in the intelligence community, I think, that they were out there running, that these people with this advanced technology were out there running human trafficking operations in the middle of this jungle in the midst of this humanitarian crisis after the hurricane. So that's sort of how I place the Pelacata phenomenon. It's sort of in that same vein. Very sinister human beings with advanced technology, using it to do the absolute worst things imaginable. Harvest organs, cut faces off, human trafficking, which is a nightmare. I mean, that's really a nightmare scenario. It's like Richard Dolan's Breakaway Civilization, and it's like the most sinister villains, like super villains, are running these operations and are in control of this technology. But there also may be a cooperation between this evil faction of humans with a non-human faction. Certainly the technology seems to be derived from alien tech, at least from my perspective.
So where do you think this is heading? I mean, is this just like kind of like isolated series of events in a remote area of Peru that's just going to be like that, a mystery to be on that just won't be solved, or do you think it's building to something? Some people think that this could be something that kind of like sets the stage for some kind of false flag alien invasion. What are your views?
Well, the phase two phenomenon has been going on for decades, but it's never garnered this much attention. We're living in a different age. We're living in an age in which these indigenous communities have cell phones and satellite uplink, internet uplink. So, whereas in the past, the face peelers were just sort of like a boogeyman type thing, now you actually have videos surfacing of different things and encounters, and so they can't operate in the same obscurity as they could before. And I don't know what that's going to do to the phenomenon. What is that going to force? How is that going to affect their operations? Obviously, these guys are not concerned about running these villages off their land. That's not what this is about. How do I know that? Because the same phenomenon was happening in Nauta. There's 35,000 inhabitants of an established jungle city. They're not trying to run those people off their land. That's guaranteed, okay? By the way, I didn't say this, but where that video was filmed in Nauta, where I think it maybe could be an insectoland, the neighbors told me that very same night they heard gunshots ringing out around the perimeter of the city. They heard the gunshots, and then she encountered one of the guys that was on patrol around the city of Nauta, and he told her. She said, "What were the gunshots? What was going on?" He said, "We were being confronted with guys dressed in head to foot, black armor bodysuits, helmets, floating on these discs, on these circular platforms, on these hoverboard platforms. Same thing, but in Nauta, 35,000 inhabitants." So I don't know where this is going, but certainly whoever this faction is, human or non-human or a combination of both, they must know that the cat's out of the bag at this point. Do they want that? Are they trying to draw the attention? Are these the original Pelacata space peelers, or is this a group doing something else that wants us to think that they're the face peelers? All of these are questions that are percolating in my mind, and I don't have answers except to say that we are dealing with something very sinister. As I said earlier, somebody has advanced, in my opinion, reverse engineered alien technology and is using it to do the most abominable thing imaginable. By the way, not far from Nauta, in another village up another river, I believe it's called Bagazan. I believe that's what the village is called. I don't remember exactly. There was a young boy who was rushed to the hospital in Nauta not long before we got there. It was some weeks before, and this was all over the news in the jungle near Iquitos, in the Iquitos region. This boy had sustained deep lacerations to his neck under his jawline, just like Talia, but these lacerations, like they were cutting his face off. You can see it. You can find the video online. I posted it to Twitter. The uncensored, the unblurred video. Very, very gory, deep lacerations to the kid's neck. He almost bled out. He almost died. Thank God they got him to the hospital in time and were able to give him some blood and sew up his wounds, and the boy survived. The boy says, what do you think he was confronted by? What do you think happened? Guys lying on these hoverboards, circular hoverboards, black armor bodysuits, same thing. So here's the question we have to contemplate. Are these guys with advanced technology so bad at these kinds of operations that they cannot successfully abduct a 15-year-old girl in San Antonio, and then this adolescent boy who is by himself at nighttime? Are they so bad at their job? They got all this advanced technology. Are they so incompetent that they can't get the job done? Or is something else going on here? Are they intending to leave these victims this way, to perpetrate the face peeler thing, to give them cover for something else that's going on? That's I don't know the answer to that question.
Well, fascinating questions there, and I think that this kind of insectoid connection is an interesting one, because I know that these are beings that are associated with some kind of ancient underground civilization that have been, others have researched. I know I interviewed Dr. Anton Antlov from Ukraine or Russia, and he said that in 1968 they discovered a craft that crashed that was brought down by what was it, an S-20 missile, and he said inside it were these insectoids, and the Russians found out that they were an underground civilization, very ancient. So I
like
wonder
the
if
Vril,
something
like
like
the Vril,
that.
basically,
I miss
you
not
know,
being back 'cause I used to fuck a lot more.
the Vril mythology
just
of
at
these
all.
advanced
Really,
beings
fuck
living under the
sometimes.
ground that have
I
telepathic
miss it. I
powers and
actually
so
lived
forth.
in
It's very,
Asia
very
for
intriguing.
3 years. Fucked a
Yeah,
lot of
exactly.
Asian
That's what he
chicks
said.
when
He
I
said
was
that
over
these
there.
beings that they
It wasn't like a
recovered,
fetish or
that
anything.
the
More
Russians
what was available
concluded they
at
had
the
these
time.
incredibly
One of my
advanced
friends found
psychic
out they used
and
to fuck a lot of
intellectual
Asian chicks, and he got
abilities
excited. He's like,
and
dude, I love
technology.
Asian
So I
chicks.
wonder
I
if
want to fuck a little
something
more Asian
like that
chicks.
is happening
What's the
in Peru,
secret?
that there could
And I was
be
like, well,
insectoids that maybe
moved
have an
to
ancient
Asia.
civilization there, and
So,
the
I don't know how
military,
much
the
you're willing to
U.S.
commit to
military,
this.
secret space program
So
are trying to investigate.
Are trying to maybe combat them, but then at the same time, maybe there's a human faction that's working with them. I mean, again, if we sort of combine the stories that I've told you tonight about the Pelecadas with Michael Herrera's testimony, you know, in Indonesia, I feel like we're dealing with the same phenomenon, the same sort of thing, which again is extremely disturbing. Frankly, I was hoping I was going to find aliens in that village, because they would be better off being just extraterrestrials and really nefarious human beings that are organ harvesting and human trafficking. That's like the worst case scenario, especially if they're doing it. If they're doing it in cooperation with the non-human species, that's quite frightening.
So what's next for you? What are you working on at the moment?
At the moment, I'm actually getting ready to publish a book of Enoch with commentary and some conceptual artwork and stuff. Really cool. That's going to be coming out this month. So anyone who's interested in it, you and I had a discussion about the book of Enoch previously, so people can kind of track with me to see when that comes out. But I was in, as soon as I got back, one of the reasons why I wasn't able to stay in San Antonio much longer than I did was because I had a father-son adventure planned that I wasn't going to compromise to Guatemala, where I went and investigated we went and visited some of the Mayan ruins in Petén region, which is absolutely fascinating. And I've got an event coming up in Costa Rica in February, so I'm going to Costa Rica in January, and always got something going on. But and of course, I'm continuing to dig into the space peeler stuff in Peru because it continues to unfold. The phenomenon has not stopped; it's just migrating.
Well, I definitely look forward to this new book on Enoch and what that has to say about ancient societies and what's happening today. So I look forward to that coming out and having you back on the show to talk about that. So I want to thank you, Timothy, for coming on Acceptable Tips today.
Well, thank you so much for having me.
You have been listening to Exopolitics Today with Dr. Michael Sala. Please remember to like, share, and subscribe to this channel. Join or start a conversation in the comments. Take the time to explore the vast library of best-selling books, webinars, and podcasts by Dr. Sala. Visit exopoliticstoday.com.
And then there's also a dog on Annie's lap. And it had been there for like 30 minutes, and he's like, oh fuck, where'd that fucking dog come from? Are you dating? I don't know if anyone's ever done drugs before, but it fucks with your perception of shit. Yeah. And DMT might be the strongest one. Was that your first time doing it? No, I've done one of those pins before,
I am
but it
with
was my first time doing it with that
JP.
many
It is
people.
Monday, November 6th, and he had a visitation involving some Nordic extraterrestrials. So, welcome, JP, to Exopolitics Today.
How you doing, Doc? I really appreciate this moment in time that we're living and this moment in time that we're talking and bringing this beautiful information for everybody.
You're listening to Exopolitics Today with Dr. Michael Sala, your source for the uncensored truth regarding the human, extraterrestrial, global, and political agenda. Click the like button and subscribe to this channel. And now, here's Dr. Michael Sala.
It wasn't working for me, but yes. Yeah.
When did this
And
visitation
then Tony
happen?
would just make fun of me thinking that I could
This
have
happened 2 days ago.
Oh, the audience.
So we're talking Saturday, November 4th. So, yeah, can you describe what happened? Where were you?
How long have you worked at the comedy
I was driving in my car and I saw a light following the back part of my car. And I was like, what is this? You know,
look, someone dressed
What
up
the
as
heck is
the
this?
Michelin Man for
So I pulled over,
the
and it was already
cameras
dark.
are here. Have you ever burglarized
night.
anything? Did you loot
It's
anything
around
or anything like
9-ish.
that this year?
Just
I pulled over,
houses when I was
and I'm
in
like,
the
what the
military.
heck is this?
Oh,
So I looked up,
Is that a thing
and I
that a lot
saw
of American
a
soldiers
beautiful
did,
ship.
right?
The ship that I saw in Orlando, that I have
No,
a
it's like
beautiful
you go
picture
into like
of it.
old bases and
The
stuff.
one that
and
had
you're
the
just like,
port.
oh shit, the fucking
But this was at
AK-47,
night.
that
It was a
looked
beautiful,
cool.
beautiful ship.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
One of my
Did you
friends
take
actually
anything that you
has a
still
video
have
of
that
it,
you really
so
like?
we're still
No, I didn't
fighting to get that
I didn't
video to
transport
you,
anything
to see if that video could be
but I did have
released
some friends that
to the public,
now have
for them to see
AK-47 stuck away somewhere.
the ship.
Do they, like,
But
check
he
your
was
bags?
farther away.
Yeah,
Like a
like
TSA in the
so we
military?
were
Quite interesting that we got a video.
and so we were able to like take the floorboards
The
out
ship
of the
landed
helicopters,
in the
stick
woods
the stuff
area.
under the floorboards,
So I
fly back,
parked my car, and I started walking
like
towards
just
the
float
woods
shit back.
to see what it was. I felt a good vibe. That's why I walked to the
That's
woods.
even creepier.
Similar to the same feeling I get when you visit the arcs, you know, or
I shouldn't have said that.
or when I went and touched the ship over there in Brazil, and I felt that vibration, that same feeling. So I start walking to the woods, and I see in the distance, I see that beautiful ship. It was glowing, a bluish white color, bluish blue, white, bright color, and then it dimmed down. It really dimmed down to like a navy blue fluorescent color,
What's the youngest girl you ever
and it landed, and it was humming. So I was like, "Do you hear me?"
And then the next morning
I did not hear no answer back. So I kept walking towards the ship, and I walked towards the ship, and I see a Nordic there standing,
and then she never talked.
and he lifts up his hands. He does like this, like he puts his whole palm like that, and he does it to me. And I hear his voice, and he tells me, "I'm peaceful.
Yeah, you saw me last night. I was
You
wrestling
can come forward." So
just for people that are listening to this and they don't see you, I mean, you just raised your palm straight up, and the Nordic just raised his palm straight up and said, I'm peaceful, with his fingers all together, just pointing straight up,
yeah,
in a sign of peacefulness.
yeah, I'm peaceful.
He trained.
You can come forward. So I did not hear a voice. I heard it in my mind. So I'm sure they have the technology of telepathy.
The whole time, no one was.
They're more
my corner being like,
spiritual, more enlightened, more technological than us. He had a uniform on. It wasn't military uniform.
So like
It wasn't a uniform that I've seen before, but he was dressed elegantly. No tights. It was more of a loose pants, similar to what the Indians in India wear back in the older days.
As soon as I felt his
Like the
arm around
baggy
my neck, he
pants.
didn't even do it that hard. I was
Yeah.
like, we're done.
Aladdin,
Normally,
but it was
when
all
this
one
happens,
color.
it's on a drive-through window.
Looking like Aladdin. I said it in my mind, and he kept telling me, "Oh,
so,
I'm
what have you
peaceful."
been doing
Walk
during
forward.
this quarantine? to
So I
fucking
walk
stay
forward
safe?
and I look at him straight in his eyes,
And
and he had a gaze,
Yeah, you do have an awesome
a
Jeep.
healing
In fact, I'll
gaze,
tell this quick
a
story, is that
beautiful,
one of
like
the days,
when you look at
one of the
his
nights I was
eyes, it's
coming, I
like
think I was
your whole body
one of the
feels
shows,
numb,
and I drove by,
and you're
what I
like
thought was Mitch's
not
Jeep,
hypnotized, but
and the
you're like
guy was actually shaped
you-
like
your
that. I got
eyes
next to him, and I
fixates
rolled my
with
window
his
down, and
eyes.
this is a true story. I was like, Mitch,
and he says,
and the guy had
"Come
headphones
forward."
in, and he turns
So
and he
I
looks at
kept
me and he
walking
goes,
forward,
"The fuck did you
towards
just
him,
call me?"
and then a platform came down from the ship. The ship was the size of half a school bus, but the height of a school bus.
I love it, man.
So it was size of a half school bus, but the height of the school bus.
Just in terms of feet, we're talking so 20 feet in diameter and about 14 feet high. Is that about right?
Yeah, so we made we were missing
around there.
and we just decided to start making videos of us
Around there, more
checking out
30
these and
feet
shit. And then
wide.
the first video we posted
round.
got 125,000
Like if you measure it from
views.
each angle is like 30 feet, and it's typical of flying saucer like ship, but it was more smooth to the ends of it. But it was a flying saucer type ship. He tells me to come in the ship, and the platform comes down. He walks on top. I walk on top, and once you walk on this platform and you stand on this platform, your feet feels like magnets, so it fixates on the platform like you won't fall, and it goes up and it locks. So he said sit. I looked around, I saw a chair.
Yeah, something like that.
It's like made with the ship. You can clearly see it looks like a chair. So he told me to sit. And I sat down, and I asked him a question. I said, hey, I know that you guys went to the arcs. What's going on in the arcs? I felt like saying that to him. I physically said it. I did not say it in my mind. And he told me that the arc was moving to the center of the Atlantic to position itself closer to a place where it was not worshipped, but a place where it used to be. So I thought, man, this is crazy.
That's a stereotype. That's a good
So,
stereotype to have.
is there a possibility that the military will revisit the arcs again?
Oh my goodness.
He's like,
Red
the possibility is slim, but we're taking over all the arcs.
You know, the problem is that it's hard for them to see the
We're taking over all the arcs,
Oh my goodness.
and now they're in charge of the Pacific arc. So little by little, they're taking over the arcs,
Oh my god.
the Nordics,
You know, they
and
banned the
they're
Confederate
moving
flag,
more to the center
from all of the races,
of
from
the
all
Pacific,
races that they really banned
more
from
center
the
to
white
the
race.
Atlantic.
Oh, that's a goddamn
And these
shame.
arcs are
That's one of
bribery.
my favorite races.
The arcs are bribery. He was telling me that the arcs are bribery. I don't know what that means.
That's cat burglar.
And then he said to me
All right, well, Mitch,
that
so
he
much
needs
fun.
me.
I'm so glad you did this.
and that he was going to get in touch with somebody else.
I fucking love you.
With
You're an awesome
another
guy
mission.
on stage and off.
And I said,
I think that
how
the,
did you find
fans
me?
at home watching are,
And
you know,
how did you know I was around the area?
Blow up, you know, Preacher
He's like, we
Lawson
feel,
I mean,
we
look,
know
they
your
like
vibration.
fucking William Montgomery.
We know-
I'm like William Montgomery, just not
We
retarded.
know where you're at
Come
in
on.
all times.
Who do you want your hero
So
to be?
some people have a certain
Not that
vibration
fucking guy.
Exactly. You
that
construct
I just wanna
ETs
take
they
William
can pick up,
That's my whole.
and that's why
every time
sometimes
you
they
just
get
fucking rid of
followed
that guy.
all their life
serious
with
joke
these
writers
particular
hate silly.
extraterrestrials
It's just
because
the
they
nature
monitor
of the
their,
game.
their vibration
William's
is different
silly, Andy's
from
in
other
your weight
people
class, and that's,
in how they think.
you know what I mean? You
and
guys
how
are competitive.
they
You guys
do
are going up
things.
for the same roles. Jelly
So I'm
rolls,
sitting
and
there,
rolls.
Okay,
I'm
all
like,
right, thanks. I
I'm
enjoyed
feeling
it.
happy.
Burrow,
I'm
ladies
feeling the
and
ship.
gentlemen. Fuck yeah, Mitch.
Once
Fun
you
times.
sit into these ships, you feel like the ship is part of you.
Oh,
So you feel
yeah.
happy, you feel
Easy
healthy,
breezy.
you
Yeah.
feel the ship connected to you easily. And a lot of flashes through your eyes. Like when you're blinking, you flash, like you see clouds and then you open your eyes and then you flash, you see
Seattle.
other worlds, like beautiful
Absolutely.
landscapes where the ship has been.
All right, we're gonna go back
And
to the
I
bucket
told
again.
the Nordic, what's your
We're
name?
back to the bucket
And he told me his
again.
name was Japhis.
And your
Japhis.
next comedian. I know this guy. Ladies and
Japhis.
gentlemen, he
Japhis.
is about to
Japhis.
go on stage for the very first
The
time
one with
in
the
his
yeah,
entire life.
Japhis.
He became
Japhis.
one of everybody's favorite
I'm like, okay.
employees here at the
Japhis,
Comedy Store when
okay.
he started.
Japhis.
Definitely one of my favorite
I'm
employees.
like, okay,
I made sure
cool name.
nobody ever picked on this kid.
Awesome.
I
Is
absolutely
there
love
a
him with all
reason
my heart.
why
Super
you wanted
silly
to go
guy.
on the ship?
I coined his nickname that
He
everybody
said
calls him
he
for
wanted
him,
me
and
to
that
take
name is
and
Cackles,
drink
everyone.
something that the
His
ship
very
had.
first time on stage.
So he gave
Here.
me a beautiful,
Cackles.
it looked like a glass cup,
Here he
but
is.
it was
Cackles.
thicker, a thick glass cup. And it had a blue substance inside of it. And he said, I need you to drink this.
I believe that
And I told him, hey, is this going to harm me? I feel really peaceful. He's like, no, it's not gonna harm you. This is gonna stay in your system for a long time, and we're gonna monitor you back with this liquid inside of you, and it connects to your bones. It absorbs into your bones when you drink it. So I drank it, and it tasted similar to a mixture of lemon, pineapple, and like lemon, pineapple, and it left a taste, not a bad taste, but like a perfume. You know, I never you ever spray perfume in your mouth. That sensation that you get in the back, it doesn't hurt. It's just it doesn't taste. Yeah, an aftertaste that was not as pleasant. Like you said, it was normal to have that taste. It goes away in a couple of hours. But I had that taste, like that dark chocolate taste. The after dark chocolate taste. And I felt good. I felt enlightened. I felt like I was getting more information. And I felt the urge. I think I told you like 2 weeks ago or a week ago that I felt like building a type of technology that I was building before. It's a type of healing technology. And I think after the interview, I'm going to ask your opinion about it. I can't talk about it right now, but it's a type of healing technology. It's like a better version using crystals and other things that I think we can use, that we can find on Earth. So it's going to be quite interesting. So, yeah, he gave me that drink, and he got up, and he went like this to me. He put his hand out, and he got me on the platform, and I went to the platform, and then he looked at me, and he started crying.
I once saw her.
And I looked at him, and in my mind, I said, "Why are you crying?" He's like, "Because of what humanity has become. Things can change dramatically in this timeline." And he said that to me.
You remember that? You remember?
So there's something happening with a temporal, something with timelines that is happening now. That's really, really, right now, I think everybody should be now in this time with a positive and more lovely heart in this moment of time. Because when there's a lot of hatred, when there's a lot of things happening around the world, that's when timelines are getting messed up, and certain things can come back, and certain things can develop that can damage some of the things that has been happening. And I said, so I asked him, what do you mean about the timeline? What do you mean? He's like, soon you're going to get picked up again, and we're going to take you to a place that we're going to show you about the timeline that we have showed to certain militaries around the world. So he went like this again with his hand. He pointed to the platform. And I looked at him, and I started tearing up because I felt what he was feeling. So I went down, he stayed up, and he looked down at me, and he just waved at me. And I walked out, and I saw the ship. It closed up and went all the way up. It shined like a beautiful bluish white light down into the woods. It turned everything like daytime, and I saw everything like daytime. It was beautiful. Then it just went
trash that builds up at the bottom of a trash can that has like a liner in it, but like you don't like scrub the bottom of the trash can every single time you take that liner out. Like it's usually like it's sort of like
I went back, and there was a cop with the lights on behind my car, and he was investigating why my car was parked there.
I would do cackles with.
I really walked in the woods. So I left the car out with the lights and everything. So it was in park. So the cop stopped me, like he was like, "Oh, I thought nobody was in the car. I checked the gas and it was good." The cop was telling me this. You okay? What were you doing in there? Did you see that?
That's hilarious.
I'm like, saw what?
That is hilarious. Why would you
He's like, did you see that? Just like in the sky? I'm like, yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, but
He's like,
talk about you, and I said,
that shit was
I
crazy.
know you didn't talk about me, but when you came back from me,
And I wanted to ask his name to get his testimonial. And he's like, no, I'm not gonna get into that. Just hey, drive safe. Next time, put your blinkers on. If you leave your car like that, I don't know if you're taking a piss or shitting over there, but next time, just. And I asked him again, did you see what I saw? He's like, hey man, I don't know, but stay safe. I'm like,
I think I know it.
What else have you been doing during the
so
quarantine to
the
keep
cop
yourself busy?
went to the side and he left. I forgot to ask his badge number. That would have been good if I had his badge number. I got in the car and I started heading back home.
Yeah,
And
you meet her at?
it was a beautiful experience with the Nordic. I haven't had an experience like that since Orlando.
So the craft in Orlando that you took a photo of, it had that kind of big panel and it had like two figures in there. That's the same craft?
Yeah.
Okay. So we got a picture of that from Orlando, so that's good. And you said there might be a video of this?
There might be a video. There might
By
be
the
a
way,
video.
that's why he's called Cackles. I don't know if you
Of the
guys
shit
can hear, but after
taken
everything
off.
he says, he goes,
Someone else took a video and
Somebody
somebody
else
else get that.
Cackles.
Yeah,
Famous
that'd be
in the
awesome
comments.
if I can get that.
Yeah.
It's crazy to think that you're like
Too bad
the
the
richest
cop
person out of
wasn't
your
willing to
family and
talk about what he saw.
and you're a food
So the art
at the comedy store, which has
are
been
moving
closed
in
for
the
months.
ocean. So
But they've
you know,
been
we know
taking-
there's
they
one
took
in the
care of you,
Pacific, we
right?
know there's one in the Atlantic. But the other arts you described, you know, Caldas Nuevas, Ukraine, Russia, you know, they're all under land. So they're, I mean, I assume they're not moving. But the Nordics said that they took control and they're moving the arts. So did they take control of
That's right.
all the
Jeremiah
arts,
has
even the
some,
ones in like
some family members
Ukraine
in Iowa.
and
Some
Caldas
very-
Nuevas and White Sands and
They said
Mexico?
that they're gonna take control of all the arts, but now they're really in control. The ones in the ocean. I know the ones in Ukraine, Russia, or Brazil. Yeah.
And did he explain to you why they
a
needed
couple
you?
family members, right?
Why he needed me?
Yeah, why they needed you? If they're taking control of all the arts, why they needed you? Did he explain that?
No, he did not explain why he needed me. It did not cross my mind to ask him.
Yeah, they're literally
But
like, we'll wait.
when I
we're
was
gonna wait
visiting
until
the
second
arts,
line started
I remember
for
activating
picture, waiting for
certain
Jeremiah
things in the
while he's
art
talking to these.
that a lot of
Go
people
ahead.
were not able to activate. And because of my vibration, because of my, I guess, way of thinking, I think they know that my past is from somewhere else. And I know some things that would be important for them to.
You're connected to the arts in some way. Do you remember, like, when you went back to the Atlantic art for the fourth time, and you took the crystal and you said you guys got out and you were gone for like 2 days, but you thought you were
I
only
was
gone
just
for like
trying to
2 hours?
I don't even think she heard me over
And then you had flashbacks. You know, a lot of people had flashbacks or ETs in the art. Do you have any more information about that? Have you remembered more about who those ETs were? I just want to know if they were like ETs, like these Nordics taking control of the art, or whether they're like the crew.
Well, I've been having flashbacks here and there about different types of ETs interacting with the art. These art came from somewhere else, you know, and different types of ETs and civilization have a connection also with these arts. So these arts were built with a mixture of races. It wasn't just one race that built these arts. So there's a mixture of races that built these arts. And I think it's not just on Earth that there's arts. I think there's arts in other planets as well.
white families, like the Bruce Wayne of killed
they're like
movies.
beacons.
Powerful
It's like
parents.
beacons.
They were murdered at a
For,
young
for,
age.
for those
Your
planets,
parents are alive.
for other planets that have these arcs that are buried there as well.
There you go.
So each
Don't do
planet
DMT
has
with me, everybody.
their arcs,
No, seriously,
you know, just in case something happens in
There
their
goes
planet.
Cackles, everybody. His first
Okay.
time ever
But
on stage.
as far as
Having
those
fun up here.
ETs that were inside the Ark, you know, when you went into the Atlantic Space Ark to get the jewel,
All right.
You talk about the Nordics that stayed
Here we
behind.
are.
now that was
David
the
Deary,
fifth mission. In the fourth mission, you said that you guys were in there for 2 days, but couldn't remember being in there that long, and then later you had flashbacks of, you know, some ETs in there.
Works with all of them.
Did you, you know, and I just wanted to know if you remember anything more about who those ETs were.
No, I don't remember who those ETs were. I know certain sections of the arcs are run from different DNA and different ETs that they work together. But no, I haven't got no information about the flashbacks about the other ETs.
Hilarious roaster. I'm so excited to see him
Being
back
honest
in front
here,
of
you
a
know.
very small
And you
audience.
said that
Ladies
with
and
your
gentlemen,
fifth visit to the Atlantic Ark, that there were the 4 Nordics that stayed in the Ark after you and the other guys, the 4 of you soldiers got out, but the 4 Nordics that were with you stayed behind. Were they dressed the same way as this Nordic in the craft? That just picked you up?
No. They were dressed as like a military type of uniform, but it is the same type of Nordics. Yeah. So you have the Nordics that are connected with the military, and then you have the civilian types of Nordics that connect with the civilian sector. The ones that are connected to the civilian sector, some of them wear a whole body tights, or they look like they'll dress up like the baggy Aladdin type of pants, and their clothes are really loose.
Okay.
And this Nordic that visited, he was like 6'6", 6'5".
And again, blue eyes, long white hair.
His eyes was whitish blue. Really nice eyes. Yeah.
And inside the craft, he was the only one inside that craft.
He was the only one that I saw.
minutes go faster than
I'm sure there was probably one more somewhere.
I think the quarantine week.
He did not come out. I really sense 2 beings inside the craft.
Look at you, David
Because
Lucas.
the craft was
you're
like
back,
30
and
foot in
by
diameter,
back, you gained all
roughly
the weight that you
size of a
lost.
school bus,
David lost
12,
weight
14
during the
feet high.
pandemic and then went home
But when
to
you're
Georgia to
inside,
visit his
did it
parents,
look
gained it
any
all
bigger than
back,
the
and you are
than how it looked from the outside?
It's weird, but yeah, it looks bigger. It does look bigger. And time does run different there. Time is different in these ships. And they got little like it's separated, like not walls, but they're like ramped it up, and they separate like in triangle walls, so it could be a size 12 by 12, and then 12 by 12, 12 by 12, 12 by 12, but it's separated. And you get through these different rooms through the middle. Like you can curve to another room, you can curve to the other room, you can curve to the other room. And it's really lit up. So everything's like a whitish, bluish color.
So you were just in one room, but there were like other rooms.
Yeah.
And there could have been other Nordics in other rooms. You said you sensed 2 of them.
Yeah, I sensed the one that was talking with me, that was there in the same room with me, that picked me up, and then there was another one.
Now, it seems odd that he would give you a drink and then like pretty much let you out of the craft. That seems odd. Normally, drinks are like to prepare you for something. Why did he do that? Why did he give you a drink and then like, okay, you're on your way? What is that? Any idea?
No, he did not give me no idea. He just told me to drink that particular drink, and then he told me that this drink will help them track me better.
What kind of exercising have you been doing? I know you were at the
All right, well,
hot dog eating
that's
I guess
like,
connect me more with them in communication, more more. I think it's a way to, for me, I have a feeling that it's a way to connect with me than being in the farthest distance.
Okay. Well, be good to know if in your next mission with those ETs, with that Nordic, if he's the same one that picks you up, find out more about what planet he comes from, if he's part of an organization. It would be interesting questions to ask.
Oh yeah, I agree. I think a lot of people are going through these types of experiences.
French fry energy.
Well, anything finally you want to say to the audience, maybe to our Portuguese and Spanish friends?
Talking Português. Para todos que estavam no Brasil, e neste momento vocês estão escutando tudo que eu estou falando, tá? Mas eu tenho um pressentimento. As pessoas que moram em Goiânia, que moram em Brasília, perto do fazendas, vocês vão ser visitados, né? Se vocês veem uma luz, tá? Se você vê uma luz, não se preocupe. Em sua mente, você accepta essa visitação, tá? Now I'm going to talk to the Spanish-speaking people. Ustedes que viven en las haciendas allá en México o en Sudamérica, en Perú, en Guatemala, Colombia, Argentina, Chile, aquella gente que vive en la hacienda donde ve que no hay población de luz, donde ustedes ven las estrellas, ¿verdad? Bien, Perú. Ustedes en estos tiempos, en estos meses van a recibir visitaciones de diferentes luces. No tengan miedo, recíbelas como si fueran felices, porque es un tipo de bendición. So what I'm telling you, right now in this month, next month, to all those people that live in farms in Brazil and South America and Spanish-speaking Latin America, everybody that's living in the farmlands, to look up, they're going to start receiving visitations of these Nordic types of ETs, and people are going to start coming out and talking about these visitations. Also in Europe or all over Asia, they're going to start showing up, and they're going to start visiting to certain people that have this type of vibration.
That's awesome. Well, thank you, JP, for that update on your visitation.
No problem. I just want to say to everybody, just think positive, bring love, a lot of love, share a lot of love, do kind things to others. Don't do bad things to people or to yourself or to your body. Be nice. Bring positivity to the world and share the love. Only with a simple hug, with a simple smile, you can change somebody's life. You know, I think humanity needs that right now. One of the things that we're going through.
I'm into that.
You have been listening to Exopolitics Today with Dr. Michael Solomon. Please remember to like, share, and subscribe to this channel. Join or start a conversation in the comments. Take the time to explore the vast library of best-selling books, webinars, and podcasts by Dr. Solomon. Visit exopoliticstoday.com.
Now that they're probably going to remove it, I'll never be able to do that to my daughter. I was saying this before. They should just make, maybe in Washington, D.C. or something, like a huge museum.
AUKUS Alliance plan to monitor deep space is a cover program for secret space program activity. Reptilian Vatican connection is a secret hidden in plain sight. Investigating alien abduction attempts in Peru, an interview with Timothy Alberino. The BBC is making a feature film on Gary McKinnon's hacking into NASA Pentagon computers. Colonel Philip Corso's testimony on UFO crash debris and meeting with an extraterrestrial is featured on the Weaponized podcast. A diluted version of the UAP Disclosure Act has been accepted by the Reconciliation Committee for the National Defense Authorization Act of 2024. JP has a new update. Nordics take control of space arcs and reveal disturbing timelines for the Earth Alliance. Those stories and more on Exopolitics Today, the Week in Review.
You are listening to Exopolitics Today with Dr. Michael Sala, your source for the uncensored truth regarding the human, extraterrestrial, global, and political agenda. Click the like button and subscribe to this channel. And now, here's Dr. Michael Sala.
This one's no different.
Welcome to the Week in Review for December 9, and it definitely has been a busy week, especially concerning news over the UAP disclosure act. So we will get to that. So I want to begin with my first tweet, or X now, and just to remind you, you can go to twitter.com/Michael Sala and you'll see my Twitter feed. So I want to begin with this tweet in terms of what's the true goal of the AUKUS Alliance's plan to monitor deep space with high-powered radar by 2030. So what is really going on there? Now, as far as classified programs are concerned, there's always a cover program for the more highly classified secret space program activities. So in this case, this plan that's been announced for a high-powered radar to monitor deep space using radar installations that are going to be triangulated from the United Kingdom, Australia, and the USA. That is a cover program for a monitoring, intercept, and attack space system that would be used to attack spacecraft either belonging to other secret space program activities or extraterrestrial motherships that park themselves in Earth orbit. And this is something that is very significant in terms of defending the strategic high ground. Space is the strategic high ground now, and the cislunar region, that's all the area between the Earth and the Moon, including the Moon. And if you imagine a big sphere around the Earth, where the outermost edge of that sphere is the Moon, that is the cislunar region. And this high-powered radar system, I believe, is a cover program for developing some kind of planetary defense system using installations that are going to be situated in Pine Gap, Australia, the United Kingdom, and the US, which can be triangulated to shoot at things using directed energy weapons and other weapon systems anywhere in that region and beyond.
I'm gonna look this up right. Look how sad.
So there's a preview clip of my webinar from November 25, the good, the bad, ET exopolitical state of the planet preview clip. So in this preview clip, I discuss how third parties manipulate both sides of international conflicts to start or perpetuate wars. And so I look at the Israel-Palestine conflict that's happening now, and say how that has been manufactured by third parties that are manipulating both the Palestinians and the Israelis to go at it. And so this is important to acknowledge that this has been going on for a long time, and researchers such as William Bramley and David Icke were among the first to expose that. Jim Mars also exposed that system where you have a third party intervening in international conflicts to manipulate both sides. So there's no true binary conflict that ever happens. I mean, people think in binary terms in terms of conflicts, whether it's Pakistan versus India, whether it's the United States versus Iran, or Ukraine versus Russia, or Israel versus Palestine. People or scholars in international politics often think in binary terms that that's really what's going on. But you need to look at the third party behind the scenes And that's not just extremists in both sides. I mean, a lot of people will say, for example, well, there's the extremist faction of the Palestinians and Hamas, or the extremist faction of Israelis, and let's say the Likud party, that are behind this latest outbreak in fighting. But no, these extremists are typically figureheads that are used, exploited by the true third party, which is extraterrestrial. So that's the clip that explains that. Okay, so this is where you get to see how the reptilian Vatican connection is hidden in plain sight. I mean, it's right there in front of you. I mean, you look at some of the artwork. I mean, here's the artwork where you have some kind of reptilian-like being with one of the popes. And so Elena Deman posted this, and she thought that this alluded to a contract being signed with one of the winged Sakar. Was it the Pindar that was rumored to be hiding below the Vatican? Well, the connection between the reptilians and the Vatican is a long one. It goes back a long time, and so this artwork typifies that. As far as the Pindar is concerned, the Pindar is typically the appointed representative for the reptilian or the Dracos. Up until I think it was the early 1820s, the Pindar was the Pope.
All right, this is exciting.
Because the Pope represented a figure that had powerful influence over the nation states of Europe and the Americas. But in the early 1800s, I think it was around 1850, the Pope, the Vatican, became dependent on the Rothschild family. And the Rothschild made a huge loan to the Vatican. And he controls the money supply, controls the recipients, or the targets. And so the popes then became subordinate to the Rothschilds as far as their dependence on the Rothschilds for funding is concerned. And so that apparently was when the Pindar became associated with the Rothschilds. So the Pindar is typically a hybrid reptilian human that attains very high office, and they infiltrate all institutions. So the Vatican Church has always been, or the Vatican has been infiltrated for a long time. These hybrids reach very high positions as cardinals or as popes, and they're manipulated. Then the 1800s come along. Now it's who controls the banks. That is the most important institution. And so the Pindar is someone that now comes from the Rothschild banking family. Here's another story. Let's go to Daniel Sheehan. He is a long-time UFO disclosure attorney. He identifies key individuals, agencies, and corporations attempting to defame the UAP Disclosure Act of 2023. So I'll go into exactly what happened. But in this article with Christopher Sharp, Christopher Sharp analyzes Sheehan's claims about the different parties involved in the battle over the fate of the UAP Disclosure Act that took place this week. So what was interesting is that in this article, he identified some of the corporations that were involved in the kind of lobbying of the Republican representatives that came out strongly against passage of the UAP Act as it is currently worded. And so the representatives Mike Turner from the Intelligence Community, that's the House of Representatives Intelligence Committee, and Mike Rogers, who heads the House of Representatives Armed Services Committee. Both of them are beholden to the major corporations. And so here is something that's very interesting, that these are the corporations that make these large contributions to the re-election campaigns of congressmen. And Mike Rogers and Mike Turner, they have received a lot of money from these corporations. And Lockheed Martin, Raytheon, and now Radiance Technology that they have in their possession some of these crashed UFO material, and they did not want the UAP Act to be passed as it was currently worded, and so they arranged for the gutting of that. And so this article in the Liberation Time exposes 5 powerful Republicans blocking the UFO Disclosure Act, and so now we know who they are. I've mentioned a few of them. I recommend this article to kind of like get the full story on who these people are. Now we go to the next story, which was a interview I did with Timothy Alberino, who came back in. He did a investigation in late October, beginning of November, of the alien abduction attempts in Peru. So this is my interview with him, and Timothy, he is someone who does field work, which is kind of rare in the UFO field. I mean, it is actually difficult to do field work when it comes to UFOs. The best you can do is to travel to the homes of whistleblowers or contactees and interview them. So this was something that Timothy Alberino did. He traveled to Peru's Amazon region. It's an area he knows well. He spent at least a decade there as a missionary, working there with his parents and doing his own work there. And he knows the local legends and the language, the local dialect of Spanish there, and he speaks it very well. So he was able to go there and question dozens of witnesses firsthand. Also, he was able to supply the villages. He took some supplies with him, which was very impressive. So he was able to get the first-hand story of what really went down with these craft or these beings that were trying to abduct people. And as you can see in this banner here, you can see these people on two people on what looks like a flying hoverboard or a flying circular platform. These people, they wore full body armor, and they were the ones attempting to abduct some teenagers. So he spoke with one of the abductees, a female. She identified them and heard them speaking, and she identified them speaking Spanish. And Timothy Alberino, after he interviewed, as I said, many other witnesses that were there, that saw what was going on, took shots at these beings. Timothy's conclusion is that these are not extraterrestrials. He believes that these are part of some highly classified program using technologies that are not publicly available. I mean, certainly full body armor suits are available, but these flying platforms and also shoes with some kind of small sphere below it, which allows one to levitate, that was also part of this. So, well worth listening to that interview, just so you get a good idea that what's happening in Peru is part of some kind of psychological operation involving personnel that are part of a secret space program using highly classified technologies that are not publicly available to terrify the population and to create the foundation for something. And in the past, and in the interview, we talked about a possible false flag event. So this could easily morph into something like that.
But I was like, I shouldn't be here. And I remember.
So that's my story with interview with Timothy Alberino. So the audio book version of U.S. Army Insider Missions 2 is now available. I'm very happy to announce that. So you get to hear JP and I mean, I did have a company produce the audio book, and so you have an actor doing the voice, the narratives for both JP and myself. The simplest reason was that I didn't think I would do a good job trying to imitate JP, and so it was better to get someone to do who could do both. So anyway, so that audio book is available on Amazon.com and also Audible.com. So just go to US Army Insider Missions 2, and you will be able to get a copy. So next we go to this story that just came out on December 4 that Gary McKinnon experienced after hacking into the NASA and Pentagon computers is going to be made into a film, a documentary-style film. Now, he has gone public, he went public well over a decade ago, saying that he saw a number of things on the computers, on the screens, and he, unfortunately, this was back in 2002, they didn't have screenshot available at the time, and download speeds were very slow, so that was the big problem. And he says he saw a spreadsheet of fleet-to-fleet transfers, also of non-terrestrial officers. He also saw an image of a large cigar-shaped spacecraft, and because he was prosecuted by the US and the extradition attempt took well over a decade, it made world news, and so it is a really compelling story. And because the Pentagon went after him with a vengeance, or the Department of Justice went after him with a vengeance, saying that he compromised security, that is definitely a very important kind of thing to keep in mind. And one of the things that is worth acknowledging here is that around the same time that McKinnon hacked into the Pentagon and NASA computers, after he was discovered, around the same time, US Space Command was demoted, was hidden. It was demoted from from its then status as one of the major combatant commands to being a subordinate command within strategic command. So I think that what McKinnon did had kind of like cast light on these security vulnerabilities in the secret space program. And so Space Command, as it was then constituted, was demoted. And so that did have real-life implications. And of course, Space Command, 17 years later, that's in 2019, was resurrected under President Donald Trump, and it is expanding in terms of multinational alliances, and I'll talk about that soon. So here's Senator Chuck Schumer calling out a group of Republicans who are trying to scuttle the UAP Disclosure Act despite overwhelming bipartisan support. So this is very interesting. Why of all people was Chuck Schumer behind the UAP Disclosure Act? Now, he is as deep state as they come. So why would he be supporting UFO disclosure? I think it's probably because he didn't really want UFO disclosure, and he probably proposed this knowing that it would be shot down. I mean, Schumer's been around for decades, so he knows the way Congress operates, and he put out this UFO Disclosure Act, which when you look at it, it was very impressive in terms of having in there the creation of this 9-man agency that would have the power of subpoena, that could use eminent domain to get control over spacecraft that were being studied secretly in various corporations or anywhere. And Schumer, I think he probably knew that there was no way that this would pass, but he proposed it, and he played the white knight. He played the role of the white knight, as did others. And Schumer, he is associated with John Podesta and Hillary Clinton, and they have long advocated UFO disclosure in the past, and in the past, I was one of those that thought that Hillary Clinton and John Podesta, that they were good actors because they were in support of UFO disclosure. And then, of course, in 2016, the whole thing with Seth Rich and Pizzagate happened, and as the truth came out, we learned more about what these people were really doing. And I think that UFO disclosure is really just a tool that these deep state actors use to manipulate the public or to distract the public. So I think Schumer knew quite well in proposing this UFO act that it would be shut down. And it was a very good distraction, and still is a good distraction because people in the UFO community are talking about it non-stop. It has kind of framed Podesta, so it has framed Schumer and others supporting it in a positive light, and has kind of like made these Republicans that acted on behalf of the corporations look really bad. And so I think that was a very clever ploy by Schumer. So here's a episode on Weaponized. Weaponized is a podcast with George Knapp and Jeremy Corbell, and they have a lot of very interesting film footage that George Knapp has acquired over the decades, and Jeremy Corbell is a videographer as well. So in this film footage, they showed Lieutenant Colonel Philip Corso talking about the Roswell UFO crash debris he encountered at the Pentagon and meeting with an alien at White Sands Missile Range. So the videos were from 1996, 1997, and they discuss, Matt and Corbell discussed the implications of Corso's claims that some of the Roswell debris were used in classified reverse engineering projects that were sponsored by the US Army. Okay, so this is where we get into some very interesting differences in terms of what George Knapp and Jeremy Corbell are putting out there. So they totally supported what Corso had to say about seeding some of these technologies into the civilian world, into corporations. So you had things like Kevlar fabrics being developed. You had microchips, you had night vision goggles, and other advanced technologies that were derived or back engineered from the debris recovered at Roswell, and that Corso would identify corporations working in areas where they were already kind of like moving in the right direction, but once they saw the actual technology, that would help them more rapidly progress in terms of developing that technology. So that was what Corso did. Now, Matt makes a comment in this episode of Weaponized that I think is well worth looking at closely. His comment is that the propulsion systems of crashed UFOs have not been successfully reverse engineered. So that is consistent with what people like Bob Lazar and David Grush and other witnesses or whistleblowers that Michael Schellenberger have said, that all of the narrative that has come forward from these whistleblowers that have talked to various reporters or members of Congress, that even appeared in Congress in July 26th of this year, the narrative that's coming forward is that yes, corporations have in their possession crashed UFOs and some non-human biologics, but they have had trouble reverse engineering these technologies. So that is the position of a lot of people now that are supporting David Grush. But in my research and my work with secret space program insiders, that is incorrect. That in fact these technologies have been successfully reverse engineered. that extraterrestrials helped the US military and corporations in the reverse engineering efforts, and this has been these secret space programs have been in operation since at least the 1970s, if not earlier. Okay, so another thing that I thought was very interesting is that Philip Corso, in an interview he did with Michael Lindemann, said that he gave briefings to Robert Kennedy, who was the Attorney General in the Kennedy administration. And so Kennedy, as Attorney General, was then briefing his brother, the President, on what Corso had been revealing. So everything that Corso said in this testimony to Knapp and to Knapp in the interview, all of that and more was being revealed to Robert Kennedy and through Kennedy to President Kennedy. So Kennedy knew that the Army was sitting on some crashed UFO debris, that they were seeding corporations with these technologies, and that there were extraterrestrials that had been landing on Earth, and that personnel were meeting with them. So they knew. So Kennedy knew all this. So this gives us a more of an understanding, or a better context on why it was that President Kennedy pushed so hard to have the CIA disclose classified UFO files in his possession. And I discussed that in my book, Kennedy's Last Stand. So you get all the information there. So yes, I think Philip Corso, very important testimony, so I'm glad Matt and Corbell put it out on their weaponized podcast. So Elena Danaan has started doing a weekly Star Nation News update, and I think it's really necessary doing for anyone wanting to understand the big picture. I know Elena Danaan is a contactee, and some people say, "Oh, where's the evidence? Where's the film footage?" and stuff like that. How do we know for certain? Using corroborating evidence from other insiders, circumstantial evidence, the testimony of legitimate insiders corroborating key aspects of what Elena Danaan said. I believe her Star Nation News is being watched by people within the classified world. So if they're watching it, you should be watching it. Even if you still feel that, okay, there's not enough evidence to this, you should watch it and digest it, get an understanding of the big picture. Because you're not going to get that from a lot of UFO researchers, because they don't look at contactees. And as I've always said, you want to get the big picture of what's going on, you've got to go beyond just witness testimonies and whistleblowers, you've got to look at the contactees. So here she relayed a message from Enki or Ea about conventional religions limiting human potential versus connecting directly with source energy. So this is something that Ea or Enki talked about in a message that he gave to Elena Danaan, and she relayed it in her Star Nation News. And so you get a sense that Ea is someone that is very much in support of people being able to connect with source energy themselves, and believes that conventional religions are really a means of kind of limiting people's innate potentials. In other words, conventional religions are all about dogma, whereas seeking one's source energy is all about going within. And this is something that all the mystics have always talked about. And then there's a difference between exoteric religion and esoteric religion. So if we're talking about the mystics, whether it's from Sufism, whether it's from Indian Vedic philosophies, Buddhism, Christian spirituality, they always talk about going within and connecting with the light within, which is then part of this oneness that makes up the universal whole. So, I mean, of course, there's much more nuance than that, and there's variation depending on the traditions, but all these spiritual traditions talk about going within, which is exactly what Ea says he did. He taught. So it's like, well, he is communicating that he's like the mystic, the alchemist, saying, go within, transform the lead of human desire into the gold of connection with divine source. Whereas exoteric religion is all about dogma. It's all about believing these dogmas and going to war against others because their dogma is different to your dogmas, or your religious beliefs systems are different to theirs. So I think it's a very important point, and it's going to become more and more relevant because I think as we move into a post-disclosure world, as the extraterrestrials start revealing themselves, we're going to realize that conventional religions are just full of dogma that really do not help people connect with their innate abilities and power within. Because if you want to connect with extraterrestrials, you need to find that place of power within yourself, and you go within to do it. I mean, quoting scripture or asserting dogma if you're meeting an 8-foot-tall reptilian, it's not going to help you very much. So yeah, definitely take a look at Elena Denaro. Star Nation News. So here's a research tool for those wanting to dig into UFO case history, and this is something that comes from APRO, which is a long time, that's the Aerial Phenomenon Research Organization that existed in the 1960s, and so they developed a huge database of case studies into UFOs going all the way back to the 1950s and so forth. And for those studying the UFO phenomenon, it's well worth looking at this collection. This is a long-time researcher, Isaac Hoy from Britain. So he has created a website where he has put up there microfilms of APRO files. These are available for free online. So it's an incredible database. You can go there and you see all of these incredible newspaper stories going back to the 1950s. And it gives you a lot of context of what was being reported back then. Because in some ways in the 1950s and 60s, there was greater openness on the UFO issues. So you can definitely get a lot of information about what was going on there. So that's a handy research tool. Okay, so let's go here. Okay, so here's the... Okay, so news began to come out during the week that the fate of the UAP Disclosure Act was not good. So here was an analysis of one of the plans by Daniel Sheehan. And Daniel Sheehan, I mean, he's been around the UFO field for several decades now. He was the attorney for the Disclosure Project under Stephen Greer, and I believe it was during the Carter White House that he went and had access to the Library of Congress to some of their UFO files because he was tasked to do so as part of some kind of disclosure initiative associated with the Jesuits and the Carter White House. So he has made the claim that the Biden White House was supporting the passage of the UAP Disclosure Act, that according to Sheehan, that Chuck Schumer thought that the passage of the act was, quote, the solution to the UFO issue.
Thank you.
So this was, I think this was kind of like
I thought you were doing a ventriloquism
setting up
thing right
the profile of UFOs. I mean, as I mentioned earlier, I really don't believe now that Chuck Schumer proposed the UAP Disclosure Act intending for it to be passed. I think he just dangled it, threw it out there as a carrot, and really did nothing to support its passage. And that is substantiated by the analysis of Dean Johnson. He really is a very solid investigator of congressional and White House activities. And so he examined Danny Sheehan's claims about the White House supporting this, and that there was a real fight in Congress to support the passage of the UAP Act. And what he found instead, that there was a lack of interest, that the Democrats, in particular, key Democrats, who you would have thought would support their leader in passing this UAP Act, did nothing. And so, this supports the idea that the UAP Act was just put out there by Chuck Schumer, knowing that it would fail. And so, why is that? And so, I proposed that it was setting the stage for possibly a false flag alien event. So you dangle the carrot of your full UFO disclosure. It's withdrawn or scuttled, or in this case, as we saw, it was essentially just defanged of all its teeth. And so it does nothing, but what it did do was direct public attention towards UAPs and their public. So now millions of people, tens of millions of people in the United States are thinking about UAPs because of this UAP Disclosure Act that Chuck Schumer proposed or put forward, and for well over a month now, it's been discussed relentlessly. So it's raised the profile of UFOs and the existence of non-human intelligence. So why did Schumer do that? Why did the deep state do this? Some possible explanations: a false flag alien event, a catastrophic disclosure, or a long drawn-out fight over UFO disclosure in the U.S. Congress. So all of these are possibilities that we need to look at. So let's look at some other stories. So finally, on December 7, it emerged that a bicameral conference committee that comprised the ranking members of the Defense Armed Services committees from the Senate and the House of Representatives, that this reconciliation committee that was headed by these four individuals, the ranking members of the Armed Services committees from both, along with others that came in and addressed this conference committee, that they decided to scuttle or dilute the UAP Disclosure Act that had been passed by the US Senate. And so the diluted version doesn't create a review board, so that's gone. There's no subpoena power to access records, whether they are in any kind of corporation or whether they're in any agency. That doesn't exist. Eminent domain was removed. And so the big takeaway from this, I think, is that newer companies like SpaceX can forget about getting their hands on the UFO debris that older companies like Lockheed Martin, Boeing, Northrop Grumman, and so forth have in their possession, and that they've been reverse engineering these for decades. And under the original UAP Disclosure Act, they would have been compelled to hand those over. So this is the tweet that Curious Explorer put out that analysed the conference report put out by this reconciliation committee. They also preserved the funding amendment, or this is the Gillibrand Amendment. They preserved the one aspect that prohibited funds from being used on any UAP program unless disclosed to the congressional leadership and Intel and Armed Services Committee. So, that really doesn't amount to too much because even if you disclose these programs to ranking members in these committees, there's no guarantee they're ever going to say anything about it. And when we saw that with regard to the David Grush testimony, David Grush went to the Senate and House Armed Services and Intelligence Committees to give briefings about what he knew of up to 40 whistleblowers, and no member of these committees has come forward. And in fact, Tim Burchett, the Republican congressman who arranged for Grush to appear in this July 26th congressional hearing, he pointed out, he has said subsequently that people within the intelligence and armed services communities, they kind of see themselves as privileged because they have higher security classification and have higher access or need to know when it comes to these programs, and they don't share it. They don't share it with other members of Congress. So so this Gillibrand amendment doesn't mean that much at all. So this is a good summary of the things that were taken out, and this is the Curious Explorer Twitter feed. Okay, so JP did a update that was released on December 7th. And in this update, he talks about the space arcs being taken over by Nordics. And so this is something that JP has said, that the space arc, the Atlantic space arc, was being relocated into the middle of the Atlantic Ocean and made inaccessible to surface humanity. That was increasingly worshipping these technologies. In other words, the different governments of the world that were collaborating in some way. I mean, they had problems in how they interacted with these technologies, and the Nordics thought that the humans were worshipping these technologies too much. And also there was some level of competition. So JP said that he was taken on this spacecraft, and he was told about what was happening with the space arcs being taken under control of the Nordics, and he was given a drink. And this blue drink that JP had, the actual name of the Nordic, it's incorrect here. It's not Yusuf. It's actually, phonetically, it's pronounced Jasif, Jasif, and so that is the name of the Nordic, and so JP is saying that this Nordic is very concerned about the way in which the space arcs are being treated, and also very concerned especially about the timelines, the possible timelines that humans may be heading into if the right decisions are not made. So I think what that means, and a lot of people were kind of worried about this, like, well, is JP saying we're headed for some negative timelines, or Nordics saying that this is what's happening? And what I think is going on is that right now the Nordics are monitoring human consciousness, and they're monitoring events on the planet, and they're seeing how things are playing out right now, because the White Hats have not made their big move. The White Hats have not come out to expose the corruption, expose the stolen elections, expose the kind of false flag events, expose the framing of Russia. All of these things have not been exposed, and so the Nordics are looking at all this in terms of future timelines, and are very concerned about the possibilities of what may happen if the White Hats don't make their moves soon. So I think that's what's going on. So I don't think it's a cause to be concerned about at the moment, but certainly it's a warning that things can quickly get out of hand if the White Hats don't assert control soon. And the White Hats asserting control, we can't control that, but what we can control are our thoughts and actions. And this is one of the things that JP asserts again and again, as well as others. We can get into that place of higher frequency, higher vibration, where we are not buffeted, not going into depression or fear, anxiety, as things start to move in a negative direction. That we are the ones that are kind of like playing a leadership role through our posts, through our interaction with others. So I do have another update with JP, and JP in this other update, it's going to be released. We aim to release it next week. That's what our goal is. So we plan to have it out by next Thursday. And in this other update, just to give you a teaser, JP is saying that the Nordics have taken control of all the space arcs, not just the Atlantic space arc. They're taking control and they're restricting access to the humans because, simply we haven't got our shit together. There's a lot of fighting. I mean, you just look at the world right now. There's a lot of infighting, and it's getting worse. And so we got to really cooperate, and the Nordics are wanting us to cooperate before we get our hands on these advanced technologies.
And that's tonight's episode, the return of the
comedy
store. I hope
the Nordics are taking control. So very interesting. So you can look forward to that coming out next Thursday if all goes well. Okay, so here's something that I thought was very interesting. This is that Italy, Japan, and Norway have just joined the Combined Space Operations Initiative, which is this cooperation between the space commands or the equivalent military commands in different nations, that they all cooperate, and US Space Command is at the center of that. So the US Space Command is basically coordinating its equivalent space commands from other nations to form a multinational space alliance, a multinational military alliance. So this Combined Space Operations Initiative currently consists of 10 nations. So the other 6 nations are Australia, Canada, France, Germany, New Zealand, and the United Kingdom. So these countries all coordinate their military operations in space, and they have a very important function, which is that as they coordinate all their space assets, so to varying extents, these countries all have space programs, and they are coordinating their space programs increasingly, and as the Artemis Accords start to take shape, and we actually have civilian space programs as the 2020s go into the 2030s, and many nations have functional space activities, whether it's space mining, space research, setting up space bases, space tourism, whatever it is, and they're signatories to the Artemis Accords. The Artemis Accords have within them a provision for the creation of safety zones. That means that if companies or signatories to the Artemis Accords and corporations associated with these, if they are doing a sensitive mining program or setting up a base somewhere, and that's declared a safety zone, that means that this Combined Space Operations Initiative is obliged to protect that. So what we are seeing really is the creation of something along the lines of a star fleet, similar to what appeared in Star Trek. And also, another important aspect of this Combined Space Operations initiative is that they coordinate with the extraterrestrial civilizations that are monitoring and interacting with Earth civilizations. So whether we're talking about the Galactic Federation of Worlds, the Ashtar Command, the Andromeda Council, the Council of 7, I believe it is now, that all of these coordinate with the US Space Command, and also with which is heading this Combined Space Operations Initiative. And the goal is to ensure the smooth running of our solar system and the responsible use of ancient technologies, to make sure that there's not a space race or wars or conflict over the discovery and utilization of these space arcs and technologies, ancient technologies. It's to try to coordinate all the Earth nations to work together and to use these to benefit all the members of this alliance. So it's very important. This Combined Space Operations Initiative is going to evolve into a future Starfleet, whatever it's called, whether it's Starfleet, whether it's called Earth Alliance, it'll be the functional equivalent of Starfleet. So very important to understand that. Okay, so I did a interview on Redacted, where I discussed the gutting of the UAP Disclosure Act and its replacement with this UAP records collection in the National Archives. So what I said was that the plan to pass a UAP Disclosure Act, which was really, in fact, a controlled disclosure initiative. That's what it was. Some people were very suspicious from the get-go, saying that, well, we don't trust this controlled disclosure initiative. All it's going to do is delay things 25 years or so. There's some truth to that, but there was also a lot of truth to the fact that this was a controlled disclosure initiative where a lot of the secret technologies that were secretly being studied in corporate laboratories, that some of that could have been brought out into the public sector using the power of eminent domain. And so what's happened is that this UAP Disclosure Act has been gutted, and what we have instead is a UAP records collection that will be established in the National Archives. So elements of the UAP Disclosure Act were preserved, and the elements that were preserved constitute the establishment of a UAP records collection within the National Archives. The original idea was that this records collection would be pretty extensive because you would have a review board that would probe government agencies and corporations with records and artifacts and any knowledge that would then be relayed to the National Archives and to the records collection. So, in other words, without this review board, this UAP review board, there's no way that this records collection is going to amount to very much at all. Essentially, it's just going to be just more of what we're seeing under the Freedom of Information Act. The Freedom of Information Act, agencies are always being asked through FOIA requests to release these things. So the Black Vault with John Greenewald, he's done really excellent work in using FOIA to extract records. But without the passage, without the creation of a review board with subpoena power, the power of eminent domain, the power to go to the president directly to disclose this rather than being subordinate to the Pentagon bureaucracy. Without that, then you're not going to have much released at all. And so, and as people who have experience with the FOIA Act, and I've had a little bit of experience with that, have found when you make these requests with FOIA, it's time consuming and you often get very, very little.
I got a recent picture.
Okay, so here's a reaction by Russ Coulthart and Bryce Zabel to the gutting of the UAP Disclosure Act, and that
is a company founded by
the remnants of it that was incorporated into the 2024 National Defense Authorization Act. So they spell out what's wrong with this, and I've already gone over it, so I don't want to repeat what I've already said, but what I thought was worth pointing out, that Russ Coulthart, he made an interesting statement. He said that he was very much in agreement that the UAP Disclosure Act was gutted for reasons I just explained. He made similar arguments. Then he said something that was kind of like debated, and I wanted to kind of take issue with it as well, because he said that he had sympathy for the aerospace corporations' resistance or antipathy over the eminent domain elements of the proposed UAP Disclosure Act, because he thought that the corporations had spent vast amounts of money finding these crashed UFOs and bringing them into the laboratories and studying them. Well, I think Russ Coulthart hasn't been around long enough to maybe know that there have been crash retrieval operations set up that are run by the Air Force, by the CIA, by the NRO, and that they have had specialist teams in place recruiting personnel from the military that go into the field, and when they retrieve the debris, they take a first look at it. They have corporate consultants often take a look at it, and then eventually they hand it off to the corporations for study and reverse engineering. That has been the way it works. So it's not a matter of the corporations going there, finding these UFOs, and they're taking them to the laboratories. They always get the debris from these elite crash investigation teams that have been set up under taxpayer funding, with using personnel from the Air Force, or now Space Force, or the National Reconnaissance Office, the CIA also, and then whatever is retrieved is then handed off to the corporation. So the corporations have been getting these technologies for free, really, and being told, take a look at it. So they don't own it. This is why the power of eminent domain is important, why it needs to be passed, because that's the only way you get the corporations to let go of these technologies. And without that eminent domain, they can't release it. So this is where we get to, okay, so the UAP Disclosure Act has been gutted. It's presently being voted upon in the US Senate, then it's going to go to the House, and then will be passed in its incorporation in the National Defense Authorization Act. So that'll be passed before the end of the year, and will be signed into law. So that is playing out. So this UAP records collection is all that's essentially remaining. So what's going to happen? Well, people have been pointing out, well, without a controlled disclosure initiative, what you're going to have now is an uncontrolled, or what is called a catastrophic disclosure of some kind. So what kind of catastrophic disclosure can we expect? Well, I think there are three possibilities that come to mind in terms of what is likely to happen. First, there's going to be a flood of credible whistleblowers coming forward to talk about what they know of these retrieved UFOs and non-human intelligence, biological material from them that they worked on in these classified programs. So I think we're going to have a flood of them. So we're going to have David Grush on steroids, because David Grush, he did not have first-hand involvement in these programs himself.
Hey, Tony, my name is Chris with
he
K.
knows of people who did, and these are people that are going to come forward. Now, one of the people that I know that are part of these classified programs is JP, the Army insider that I've been working with since 2008 and joined the US Army in 2019. He's got direct access. He could come forward and be part of this. I do not know whether he will be allowed to do this, how long he's even going to be allowed to remain in the military. This is all very fluid. JP has been subjected to a number of attacks. He's been hospitalized several times, very recently as well, and so it's taking a toll on him. So he is definitely wanting that to end. So we'll see what happens with JP in the future. But for the moment, JP is someone who has first-hand experience. There are many others that are willing to come forward, and this, I think, is going to be very interesting over the next year. A second possibility of a false flag alien event. I personally, I think that this is something that probably is a very real possibility now that the UAP issue has been raised to such prominence. As I mentioned earlier, Chuck Schumer, Deep State, I think he knew the UAP Disclosure Act was going to be shot down but he proposed it anyway because he knew that the attention that it would generate would prepare the public for a false flag alien event of some kind. It doesn't have to be a full-blown alien invasion. It could be something much more mysterious, something along the lines of what we're seeing in Peru right now. So Peru, what we're seeing there, could be the template for some kind of false flag alien event, where it's like you don't know who's really doing all these dastardly things, but something like what we're witnessing in Peru could be magnified at a high level. And the third possibility is that extraterrestrial motherships from the Cedars, from the 24 civilizations, could show themselves. The space arcs could start showing up as well. So these are three possibilities that I think we might witness next year. So let's see. I think it's going to be a fascinating year. I think the stage has been set, ladies and gentlemen, for some really monumental events, and I will do my best to cover the stories as they unfold on my X feed or Twitter feed, and share with you breaking news on a weekly basis, and of course through the interviews on my Exopolitics Today podcast. So don't forget to subscribe on Exopolitics Today. I have a mail list on exopolitics.org or exopoliticstoday.com, so you can subscribe to the email list, and that way you'll be notified of everything that comes forward. So thank you for listening, and aloha.
You have been listening to Exopolitics Today with Dr. Michael Sala. Please remember to like, share, and subscribe to this channel. Join or start a conversation in the comments. Take the time to explore the vast library of best-selling books, webinars, and podcasts by Dr. Sala. Visit exopoliticstoday.com.
Michael fully hallucinating that there's an audience in the room right now. This is exciting. That ALS medicine must be fucking bumping right now.
Oh man, it's so good. I find in the alley.
Welcome to this exclusive
You get your ALS medicine in an alley?
part series on David Adair. I got the opportunity to meet with David on November 28, 29. I spent 2 days at his home, where he kindly allowed me access to his documentation and shared his incredible stories. So what you're going to hear is 4 parts that describe his story, beginning with his background, where we talk about what connections he made early in his background due to his extraordinary synchronistic experiences with the father of the retired 4-star General Curtis LeMay, and later with the mother of the astronaut Neil Armstrong. So in part 1, we are going to be looking at some of the documentation that David shared with me about his encounters and meeting with General Curtis LeMay, and he shows how his mother did work at the hospital where General LeMay's father, Irving LeMay, actually died in 1965, and that's how his mother became acquainted with General LeMay, and later General LeMay played a pivotal role in the development of rockets that David Adair was building while still at high school. We're going to be looking at what it was that happened to him, how he got to become someone that was building rockets at a very early age, was being sponsored by various figures associated with NASCAR racing. Then later on, he began winning prizes at high school, got to meet with Professor Stephen Hawking, and finally the connection with Curtis LeMay becomes important when it came to the development of his rocket he called Python. So now we begin with part 1.
You are listening to Exopolitics Today with Dr. Michael Sala, your source for the uncensored truth regarding the human, extraterrestrial, global, and political agenda. Click the like button and subscribe to this channel. And now, here's Dr. Michael Sala.
So I'm with David Adair. It is November 29 for the discussion of his
How about
extraordinary life, and he is starting off with his
You wanted to do what?
background. And David, why don't you continue with some imitation?
Well, let's start off with the very beginning.
All right. Hey,
I guess I was about 12 years old, and I would go to bed, 11 o'clock at night, and fall asleep, and
Oh my God!
these dreams started coming. And these dreams were kind of different than any other dream I've had. They, it was more in a form of like a heads-up view where you could look through it. But it had all these writings and calculations on it. And
Fuck you, Jewish
actually,
delis.
they turned out to be
That is a big
algorithms.
fuck you. COVID took care of them.
Back then, most people hadn't even heard of algorithms. This was, let's see, this would be about 1968 when it started, the dreams. And what was different about these dreams is that I didn't remember them that well. I'd wake up and try to write a few things down, but I wasn't organized or ready for it. Well, my mother stepped in, and I was telling her about the dreams, and she said, well, we can make it easier for you to remember. So she brought a big artist pad in and a pen, and then I said, well, I need to see a start when I wake up. So she did something really unusual. She took the wires off the end of my lamp and cut it off, and she made an open ground. And I said, well, what good is that? She said, watch this. You could touch the lamp and it'd come on. Touch it and go off. There's no such thing on the market at the time. I said, dang, I think you might have just made a patent here. And we didn't do anything with it, but I had a touch lamp at that time, which they weren't even for sale. So at 2 or 3 in the morning, I wake up and I touch the lamp and it'd come on. I had a big artist pad, and I sketched down all the stuff I remembered. It's a good thing, because then I'd roll back over, touch the lamp, go off, and I'd go back to sleep. Well, next morning I wake up and I couldn't remember anything. Looked at the artist pad, and there's all the writings, and I remembered every bit of it as soon as I saw it. And I recopied some of it just to get the lines in order. So in a chronological order for him. And this is where it gets interesting. Go back to sleep the next night. Just like reading a book, it picks right up where you left off. That's strange for a dream, I think. Because normally the dreams that overlap each other, whatever. No, this thing is like a continuing book. You leave off an expression, and when you go back to sleep, you pick right back up on that expression. And keep on going. And I thought, dang, that's kind of odd. And I'd wake up in the middle of the night, write stuff down. Wake up next morning, don't remember it, look at it, remember everything. Write it all back down again. And that kept going for 93 pages.
And you're doing something with film as well, right?
And when I got done, I had a notebook full of the stuff. And I would look at it and go, what is all that? And then,
So how old were you when you were getting these
12. And then I was trying to remember to make sense of it. And then I remembered all these books I read. Because now we're going to back up a few years earlier. When I'm about 6 or 7, I would go into the local library, remember as clear as day, and I'd go to the 600 section, which is all the technical books, and I'd pull them down and read them. And Mrs. Hunt came in. Mrs. Hunt was the librarian. She was about 76 years old then, and she looked at me and she goes, you reading all these books? And I answered her, but I didn't realize it sounded like a sarcastic answer, but it wasn't. I said, well, there's no pictures in them. But yes, I am reading them. She says, how much of this stuff do you remember? I said, all of it. Really? Well, being Mrs. Hunt, a Missouri woman showed me. She reached over my head and she pulled this book out and she was out. What's this book say? Well, it helps to know the title.
That's for Easter seals?
And she, oh, okay. So she gave me the title. Singularities and Beyond. Oh, yeah. What page are you on? She goes, 93. So I sit there and I go,
Okay.
oh,
Wow, somebody's really on their
a
game.
singularity is a collapse of a black
A
hole.
little bit. Were you talking about
And when the event horizon, which is the opening, collapses in on itself, then it will stretch out to millions of miles long and become known as a singularity. And she slams the book shut. She goes, okay, that's it, word for word.
You know, I was
You need it. She goes,
recently,
can you do that to any book? I said, pick a book. Pick another book. Go to the page, tell me what the page number is, and tell me what it says.
This episode is
She closed the book back. She goes, how many of these books have you read in this section? All of them.
Oh my God.
All 600 sections? I said, yeah.
Yourself, or you have someone do that for you.
You're
You put that on yourself.
7 years
Now I'm 7 years old now.
Walls just look like
She said,
a table from Scarface, just a big white.
have you told anybody about this? I said, no, not a person I told. She said, good, don't tell anybody. Don't tell your mother, don't tell anybody. Because if you do, it's going to be problems for you. They're going to be scared of you.
$1,000 monthly robot.
I said, aren't you scared of her? She goes, no, I'll find you a hoot. That's Mrs. Hunt. She said, are there other books you'd like to read that's not in this library? Because we were in Welch, West Virginia. And we're not exactly a booming metropolis. It was number 10, Pocahontas Coalfield.
Yes.
I was in the Pocahontas Coalfield. I was born in District 10. Yeah, just like Hunger Games, District 10. So, she said, but don't tell anybody you're doing this. And I can help you out. Because she was the head librarian, she could order any book she wanted, as many as she wanted. So she had me fill out a wish list, and she found all these books for me. From all over the country, all over the world. They come into the library, she check them out, so yeah, I'd read them, and then we send them back and get others. I went through hundreds of books, and that was really handy, because when I read those books, I applied to what I was getting in these dreams, and guess what? They matched. I was able to finish out the algorithmic expressions. And then,
So in the dreams, I mean, you were seeing what equations, or you were seeing
like looking up to a heads-up mirror with transparent, it would disappear right in front of me. And then there's times, some of them were connected, like quadratic equations. They'll be laid out like this. And so, whatever it was nice enough to correlate them into, if they led to another pattern or to another expression, it would do so.
so you're having these dreams.
Yeah, and they're coming in all the time, and I'm just recording it.
Right, and you're reading these books.
Yeah, right, and well, I read these books about 6 years ago, but my memory started focusing on what I read 6 years ago, and coupled with what I was seeing right now, it was like getting the owner's manual of how this thing works. So you put it together. It tell you how to assemble it together. And what was
you eat ass and you had
I had no idea.
Is that correct?
I just go to bed and they come in. But then the dreams took a strange turn, literally. The dreams didn't stay flat two-dimensionally. They started curving like this.
Modern day Michael Lair
until you got three-dimensional drawings
that
of
goes
stuff.
on before.
So I went from two-dimensional to three-dimensional drawing. And then I could roll it. And think about it. I could roll it like what you call CAD-CAM, computer-aided design.
Why never again? You didn't
This
like
is
it?
all in my dreams.
What
None
did
of
it do?
this was 1966, 67, 68. None of this stuff existed. And I'm rolling it through and I'm getting it all written down and finally started making sense out of it. And then the next thing was
applying what I saw on the formulas from theoretical into applied science, and that's where it gets tricky. So now you got to take it from a concept to a 3D dimensional physical something you're building. And the only thing I could come up with was what I was seeing. I kept going down a propulsion system. And finally I started looking at it as with singular propulsion. And then it became obvious. It's thrust. A thrust design. So it's a rocket engine. And I thought, wow, this thing's a rocket engine. So let's build a rocket. So started building rockets. And, right, I started building small rockets. Started off, bought stuff off the shelf, Estes rockets. I remember the man that owned the company is called Vern Estes. He used to be a real estate guy and started a little model rocket company. They became wildly successful. But I could see where it was going. So I started flying some of his rockets, but they weren't powerful enough. They didn't go up high enough. But what they were good for, I'd shoot them up 1,500, 2,000 feet, and when they come back down, they get streamers behind them, and I could use the stopwatch and get upper wind drifts, and I could calculate wind and speed drifts before I launched bigger ones. So I didn't have the heart to tell Vern Estes his big powerful rockets were just streamers for me, so I could calculate it on my bigger ones. So I wrote him a letter and told him, make a nice little rocket, but if you did this and this to it, it'd be better. Well, I got a letter back from him saying, how many of these rockets of mine have you flown? And I said, just 3 or 4 of them now. He said, if I sent you the whole catalog full, and the motors to boot, God, that's a lot of money. I said, yeah, I could fly them and tell you what I think of them. So I got this big box from Estes Rockets. It was the whole catalog. So I put this thing together. Now I got rockets all over the place. And then I could build my bigger ones. But the big ones, all that he had was solid propellant. I needed something much bigger, much powerful. So I had to move up to another grade called liquid propellant, and more specifically known as cryogenic fluids. These are fluids that are fuel, but they start at 325 degrees below zero. Cryogenic. Liquid hydrogen, liquid oxygen, liquid nitrogen. And the reason they're so cold is because we can compress so much fuel into the liquid form that when the engine runs, the expansion rate on it is unbelievable. Like expansion rate on a hydrogen cube would be 150,000 BTUs. That's a lot.
What's a BTU?
Well, a British thermal dinner. To put it in something you can easily understand, that's a big fireball. Big as a living room. So I thought, yeah, I could get some thrust out of that. So I started building into the cryogenic fluid. Then I needed more sophisticated equipment because now you're going to need all kinds of materials. Aluminum, aircraft aluminum, in some cases titanium, all kinds of stuff for the engine housing. So I didn't have anything like that, and then this is where fate steps in, I guess, whatever. Let me back up to my parents. My parents, my mother was the daughter of the mine superintendent. That's like a governor. I mean, it's a very powerful position. So my grandfather was the mine superintendent. And his daughter, my mother, fell in love with a coal miner. Well, she wanted to marry him. And the mine superintendent looked at my dad and said, I don't need for my grandchildren to be fathers. Because you lose a lot of people in the mines. That's how Mexican that was. I mean, we lose 120 miners in an accident. So he told my dad, he said, I understand you're good at auto mechanics. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to buy that old service station down there at the bottom of the hill, and you're going to open it up and run it as a garage. And I'll be here with me. Get you out of the mine. So my dad said, okay, that's a good deal. My dad was, he never made it past 5th grade. He was a functional illiterate. My mother taught him to read and write. But boy, when he learned to read and write, his ability in mechanics was unbelievable. He's just super gifted at it. So he opened his garage. Lots of business, a lot of customers. Dad would fix 10, 15, 18 cars a day. And they stayed fixed. So people kept coming back. And Dad suddenly had a major business. And then the one set of customers that came in, they wouldn't bring their cars in until 3 or 4 in the morning. And I remember our parents putting blankets up over the windows and nailing them in place. I thought, what the hell? They didn't want anybody to see where the lights are on in the garage. Because these cars would pull into the garage. They'd have 200-gallon tanks in the trunk. And it wasn't gasoline. They were moon runners. And a gallon of moonshine weighed 9 pounds. So a 200-gallon tank, you got 1,800 dead pounds in your trunk. So these cars had to be powerful to outrun the revenue, carrying that kind of weight. So my dad would start modifying their engines. And these were big engines to begin with. 392 Chrysler Hemi engines, 426 Chrysler Hemi engines. Enormous power, 600, 700, 800 horsepower. So Dad would fix up their distributor, moving to dual ignition, dual points. A lot of power. And the revenuers are trying to figure out where these cars are coming from. So they chase them and they can't catch them. Even though they're dragging 1,800 pounds of dead weight in the trunk, they still outrun them. And these drivers became very skilled at curvy mountain roads at high speeds. What we didn't know was that was the birth of the NASCAR drivers. These drivers that drove this moonshine, they became NASCAR stars. Buddy Baker, A.J. Foyt, Fred Lorenzen, all old names. But they were moonshine runners, and then they became NASCAR drivers. Crazy thing you ever thought. Buddy Baker, all these people. So they paid my dad in cash. That's all they carried was cash. And so my dad got really fast at working on car engines. They want to get them in there, get them done, get them out. So the revenues don't catch them in the morning. So this car came by one day in the middle of the day. It broke down. Had a guy in it. He was coming from Detroit. He's on his way to Daytona, Florida. And he says, I'm going to go down there and race. My dad said, well, that's nice. He said, your carburetor is messed up. It was a Spicer carburetor. Those things were huge. They had water jackets around them. Looked like a commode flushing and step on it. Very complicated carburetor change. Takes about a day. My dad looked at it and he told the guy, he said, I'll change it within an hour. And the guy said, are you serious? Can I watch that? I said, sure. So they were out in the front of the garage. Dad's changing the carburetor out. And the man asked my dad, said, do you always work this fast? And he goes, well, when I can see what I'm doing, you get the joke. Because it's 4 o'clock in the afternoon where Dad would be working at 4 in the morning, can't see nothing. So the man watched him change it in 45 minutes. My dad was done by himself on his carburetor. That guy said, incredible. He said, I'm going down there to race. I'd like to hire you as my mechanic. Dad said, yeah, what'd I do? He said, just what you're doing up here, but down there at the beach. Dad said, yeah, I can do that. And the man sticks his hand out and goes, hi, my name is Lee Petty. And he will soon have a son named Richard. the greatest NASCAR driver in all of history. So the Petty family and our family hooked up at that moment. My dad packed me and my brothers up, and we were all babies, and we left West Virginia and went to Daytona Beach, Florida. And
the Dodgers too.
I grew up in the NASCAR world, whether I wanted to or not. And I had a thing for mechanics as well. So my dad put me on tearing down engines. These are big engines. These are NASCAR, Detroit locomotives.
How old were you when you moved down to Daytona?
Let's see, I was 2 years old.
So the incident with the school teacher?
That was back up in West Virginia when we went back up the second time. But went down there, and Dad, they knew something was up with me. My mother did, because I was only 2 years old, and my model had a model rocket plane with, of course. It fell down behind the refrigerator. I'm only 2. Actually, I'm not even 2. I'm 20 months old. And my mother's watching me, and she goes, "Watch that, baby. You can't get that rocket. Watch it." So I grab a mop, and I reach behind the refrigerator with the mop, and drag my rocket out to me, then put the mop back. And then my mother turned to my dad and said, "Something not right about this kid." 20 months olds don't do that. He done looked at the problem, recognized what the solution was, and did it. That's it. Yeah, if he keeps that up, I'm going to put him to work in the engine. Sure enough, when I'm 7 or 8 years old, I start working on a car engine. And I mean, we ain't talking little spark plug tune-ups. We're talking about removing heads, pulling crankshafts out, changing pistons. I mean, and I had a Hunter. The Hunter was heavier than I was. I had another adult pick the Hunter up, line up in the hole so I could move it. That's why a friend of mine that says, for a guy that's a rocket scientist with pencil and paper, where'd you get arms like that? And I said, that's from owning engine blocks. You build up some muscles. So I said, dang. Did a lot of engines. Yeah, I did. So by the time I was 12, 13, I had already built a couple hundred engines probably. And one of my engines that I ran across the dyno tester, that's where you set an engine in place at the stand. You hook up radiator hoses and fuel lines, and it's just like it's sitting in a car if it's on a stand. And you can run that engine to death.
So you built these engines. So these engines that are based on conventional engines, or was this based on dreams you were getting?
No, these are conventional engines. I'm just working for my dad. He's working for NASCAR and Petty. Working for Petty. And actually the sponsor was Chrysler. Plymouth Dodge and Chrysler. So they were providing all the financial support. And that's where a couple interesting things happened in the garage. Two things I remember really clear. You never guess what the number one killer was of a NASCAR driver. And you say, car wreck, No, drowning. What? They come down US 1 on the backstretch. They're doing about 160 miles an hour. And they turn on the south turn and come out on the beach. And the cars are stock cars, literally off the conveyor lines of the big three, Chrysler, Chevrolet, and Ford. And they had very mushy suspensions, independent coil springs, and they would lean over in that high-speed turn, and sometimes their fenders or the bumpers would catch the sand. The car would flip and roll, and would roll upside down out in the ocean. And before you can get the driver out, he drowns. And like, God almighty, never heard of such a crazy thing. Check it out. It's NASCAR's historical facts. They'll show you pictures of cars rolling over up on their roofs in the ocean. Well, my dad lost a rookie driver one time. He really liked him. And he was young, and he was like 19. He drowned. My dad had a knife. He couldn't cut him out of there quick enough to keep him from drowning. So my dad was kind of pissed about that. He said, there's got to be a better way to do this. So my dad went over to this big old, some big old commercial truck. He cuts the damn release springs off of it. He brings the springs into the shop. He welds them onto the frames. Then he takes a floor jack and bends them in the opposite direction. Kind of like the way you do a backward S-curve bow. And what happens is, when the car would come around the south turn, and the car wants to roll over to the centrifugal force, these bars would flex back, right the car back up, and they could do what the Japanese call drifting today. They could drift around the south end and outrun everybody, and you don't drown. So the sponsor came in, Chrysler. They looked at that and they said, "You want to give us a drawing on the blackboard, friend?" So my dad draws these bars out, and he said, "They said, what is the force moving through that?" So what's the torque of the centrifugal force? So when Chrysler comes out with a patent that neither GM or Ford can have, the 100-year patent, and it's called torsion bars. And Chrysler's the only one that had them. Chrysler, Dodge, and Plymouth did not mush in a turn. They leveled out. And that's where the torsion bars came from. $1 billion patent.
So let's go
Just
back.
went right through it.
Ask a question from earlier.
Well, that's the first thing I noticed. That was kind of interesting about that car. So I built another engine, and I've been doing some things to the engines. I could change the stroke on the pistons, make the rods longer, shorten the skirts down, get more power stroke. And I noticed my engines are starting to win. And Lee Petty's driving them, and then his son Richard learned to drive. And they started winning a lot of the big grand champions, where you win first place in 4 different or 5 different events. And there was something else I noticed about the engine. Dad always had me pull the heads off. So I pulled the heads off after cars ran nearly 7,000 RPM. That's maximum RPM for internal combustion engines at that time. Anything runs more than 7,000 RPM is going to fly apart. You just can't take it. But 7,000 RPM, and you run that for 3 or 4 hours solid, like in a race, that's equivalent to 100,000 miles of a normal engine on the road. So they're looking for things, wear and tear and stuff. And something I noticed about the heads, they had this curve over top each piston. And I said, the pistons are pounding out a curve of their own. And Dad said, what's it look like? I said, I don't know, it looks half bubble, a dome. So it's a dome shape. And he said, why don't you take a set of heads and mill out the dome shape ahead of it and see how it behaves? I did, but then the problem was, I said, kind of problem with the spark plug. He said, well, take the spark plug out of the side of the head and mount it down through the valve cover on top. And I did, and it worked.
God damn, that is
And
incredible. How
what
long
you
have you been
had
doing that for?
was that,
Since the age of 13.
Wow.
Yeah, me too.
you know what the answer machine take it.
I mean, Jeremiah, we can do this.
So, what I didn't know, or my dad didn't know, when we put that spark plug in the top of the head, the birth of the Hemi engine was here. That's what Hemi look like. Their spark plugs aren't on the side of the head. They're up on top going down to the valve cover. So here come the same Chrysler people that took pictures of the torsion bars, took pictures of this, and Chrysler gets a 100-year patent on the Hemi. If you notice, GM and Ford never came out with a Hemi. They couldn't. They got a patent. So they had 2 back-to-back patents. Torsion bars, Hemi heads. And they started dominating the races. Now something I noticed, I'm not sure why this is, but the dome heads allowed, I guess, the expansion rate of the dome. It did something unusual. Remember 7,000 RPM is fast as the rev? Not the Hemi. Hemi's went to 14,000 RPM. Twice what a normal one does. And it's cruising at 10,000 RPM. Just cruising. Where other engines are blowing apart. So imagine that speed that you had. You had such an advantage. That's why, man, in the first 30, 40 years of NASCAR, the dominating champion was Chrysler, Plymouth, Dodge. And that's all that the Petty's drove was those 3 minutes. And
that was your background.
Yeah, that was my background. So I did all that, and Richard and Lee Petty was looking at me, especially Richard, and he said to his dad, Lee, he said, "Dad, we can't give David any credit for these engines because of that man over there named Bill France will hang us off from the tree on front because David on them." He said that Bill France will hang us off.
We should talk about that because,
so I said, "You got a problem with David?" "Nah, I don't care."
And he goes, and we're all in the room scattered around at the part of the show where we're eating pizza, all 6 feet away from every single week.
Let's do something for him. What do you want, David? Anything to do? And I looked around that place and went, "Can I have the shops at night?" And they said, "Give him a set of keys and security code." And so I have now a full-blown NASCAR racing shop at my disposal. Now you take a NASCAR shop and a NASA rocket shop, and you set them side by side, and they are identical. They got to have the same machine: benders, rollers, splitters, welders, grinders, to create the bodies of the car and the bodies of the rockets. It's the same. Because we had in our materials stainless steel, aircraft aluminum, titanium, all the stuff, we had the same metals. And then fuels. We were running drag racers. So we had liquid hydrogen, liquid oxygen, liquid nitrogen, kerosene. We had everything. Same fuels. So it's not much of a stretch to go from building a car to building a rocket. It's the same thing. Both of them are designed for speed. Yes, as fast as you can go. So
you're 12 years old.
I'm 12 years old, and I've got this. Yeah. So people go, "Well, how do you build such sophisticated rockets?" It's because the shop I had, dude, my little side job of building car engines, suddenly evolved into this, wonderland of machines and tools that I know how to use them all. And so I started building my rockets. And my first cryogenic pumper, first big rocket I built, stood about 10 feet tall, and it had cryogenic pumps. And I'm able to get all the parts I need through the same part systems that the car parts are in. It's just different names. And what I couldn't find, I asked for help, and somebody, lo and behold, come up with a part. Like I need a bell chamber, which is for a combustion chamber. And they find one, and I got it. So I went to launch my first big rocket out of my backyard. Not a good idea.
So you were 13 or something?
Well, what happened was I didn't like mowing grass. So I didn't think about it, but I thought I'm going to end the grass problem real quick. Because when this thing took off, it's full of liquid hydrogen, liquid oxygen. And it blew a flame the size of a football field. And it just incinerated the yard to nothing. So I didn't have to mow grass for a year. And it took off and it ripped out of there. And I remember the first time I watched it. All my friends come over to watch it. So this big rock against a big thing in the backyard. Kids getting ready to launch a rocket. So they're all standing down there from here to you from it. Because they used to like bottle rockets, you know. You run. And I said, guys, you don't want to be down there. You want to come back up here. So they all came back up to me and said, well, why do we want to be all the way up here? It's way down there. You know, it's about 100 yards away. I said, believe me, in a second, you'll see why we're up here. Because when that flames come out of that thing, it was enormous. It wasn't a rocket, it was a missile. And it left like a military missile. And it went up in the sky, disappeared, clear blue sky. And you could hear the thundering out in the distance. It's rolling thunder. And my mother was in the house. She saw everything in the house start shaking across the table. She goes, that's my rocket leaving. And she remembered the last time she saw my friends, they were standing only like 3 feet from it. She went out the back door and asked me where my friends were. They were standing behind me. But see, we're not even allowed to play with matches. And I just incinerated the entire yard. So I turned around and looked. My mother asked, where's your friends? And they were gone. And I told her, I said, they're probably in the next county by now. So we're standing there watching that rocket take off. Just the one clear outside.
So how did you know what kind of fuel, what kind of combination to come up with without the thing exploding?
It wasn't hard. There was a lot of books you could reference to. NASA was in the military, but forthcoming with propulsion systems and their quantities of fuel, their fuel ratios. It wasn't a big secret like it is today. They like sharing information, I guess. It's not like it used to be, but it wasn't hard to figure out. And all I had to do was just get some of the data runs on some of the stuff that went out white sands. And just copy it, basically.
One of my favorite people.
But I remember seeing this rocket, the rocket world chaos.
Ladies and gentlemen.
And it went, I had an altimeter system
at the Comedy Store
and a radio control system. I had built things inside the exhaust vanes of the rocket engines called jet evaders. And you could remotely control them left or right. So you could steer the rocket. And so with getting all the data I would get from streamers before I launched, I knew what the wind drift was, and I could shoot a rocket 10 miles up, and it'd come right back down right where we're standing. I got so good at it, and so I didn't like chasing rockets down. You know, if a sucker takes off in order to come back, and with wind drifts, it does. I remember some rockets were launched and went clear out of sight. When it came back, I would only run maybe 10, 20 feet from the pad and catch them on the parachute. So I got really good at pinpoint accuracy on that. And this person went clear out of sight. I knew it was going to come back. And I remember asking my mother, why am I so weird? You know what? My friends have ran away. I probably won't see them next week. I said, why am I not like them? And then my mother said the strangest thing to me. She just looked at me and she said, I just let you know you came through me. You didn't come from me. And I went, what the hell does that mean? So it wasn't until I was an older adult figured that thing out. But I guess it was metaphorically speaking. But it was, I remember these rockets thundering out. And it later became a problem because
sense of smell.
See, I was launching rockets on sunny days,
That's it.
so people could see plumes. So I changed the fuel combinations and the temperature range until there was very little fumes. They were almost transparent. You can't see it, but you can still hear it. You can stand there on a cloudless day and rolling thunder be going by. And people 12 miles away over in Mount Vernon be going, what the hell is that noise? You know? So I thought, man, I better fix that. And then I got another problem called FSS, Flight Service Stations. Those are the places where you log in your private plane and where you're flying to and from. Well, I didn't realize it, but I'm coming up on the radar in Port Columbus. Now they got Eastern Airlines on the existing one. Eastern Airlines would fly over, and I thought, you know, they're at 30,000 feet. I'm pushing 50,000 feet. So I could drive a missile through a wing of a damn Eastern Airline. That would not be good. So I thought, I better do something about this. And they're starting to see it on radar. So they'd be going, what are these streaks, you know, coming up off the ground? He said, yeah, if we didn't know better, it looked like rockets or missiles. So that was another problem I had to figure out. So I ground up asphalt in a rubber-based compound, and I added some other stuff to it, some particles, Inconel. And when I coated the rockets with it, and guess what happened? I guess when the radar waves came in, instead of bouncing off the rocket, the stuff absorbed it. So I built the first stealth rocket I ever heard of, in 1966. So now you can't see the plume, you can't see it on radar, but you can still hear it. I can't do anything about that. So
all of this is happening. You're getting the dreams at that time.
Yeah, and all this is going on simultaneously, and which I thought was crazy. So
They melt. You can't put those in the meat.
I thought, well, it can't get no crazier than this thing going on right now. Here I'm building a car engine, winning races, can't tell anybody about. And now I'm building rockets that I'm flying 10, 12 miles up, and I got where you can't see the plumes and you can't see it on radar. Can't tell anybody about that now. So it's like, dang, what is it that's going on here? So I figured something's going to give somewhere, and it does. My mother, I started in with her. My dad got injured in a bad accident, so he couldn't work. My mother had to go back to school at age 40. And she started off as a candy striper, this person that helps nurses' aides. Then she became nurse aide. And then she went to college, and she became an LPN, a licensed practical nurse. They don't even give that degree anymore. Not the RN or nothing. So she became an LPN, and that was quite an accomplishment. But then, like me, I guess she just wasn't satisfied. In 1966, Mount Vernon, Ohio built this ICCU, intensive care unit. In 1966, there's no such thing as an intensive care unit. This was the first one built in America. And it's privately owned. And my mother loved the 11 o'clock to 7 o'clock in the morning graveyard shift. So she was in charge of the ICC unit on third shift. And she was the first female to run an ICC unit in the country. So that's a little historical fact. And then it gets better. She's running the ICC unit.
Oh shit! Damn. So he's
and it's in a very swanky, brand new hospital. That's very expensive, so only the rich is in.
You don't know exactly what he does. He just tells you.
So this old man comes in. I think he's 93 or 96. He's really old, and his name is Irving LeMay. And my mother puts him in her unit. She comes on shift. And this little guy is mean as a snake.
Damn.
He, whenever the nurses bend over, he goofs them. And he took a cane and hit one of them on the side of the head. Got knocked her out. And she came back to the nurse's station. She had this big old welt on the side of her face. My mother asked her what happened to that old man hit her.
What's that? What do you wear?
My mother takes off down to the room. She grabs his cane, breaks it across the end of the bed, takes the shot apart and sticks it in his neck. Said, "You hit another nurse of mine, I will come back here and murder you, kill you dead, and say you had a heart attack." Well, guess what? Irving became my mother's next best friend. And they got to know each other. And then Irving had a son named Curtis LeMay. That is no other than 4-star General Curtis LeMay of the United States Air Force, founder of Strategic Air Command, our defense-capable system, designer of the B-52 Stratofortress. He is the man next to John Kennedy in the Cuban Missile Crisis. He got his finger over the button. A little bit of a powerful person at the time, to say the least. He also had a paparazzi problem. So he wanted to see his dad, but he could only come in at 3 or 4 in the morning.
So about the paparazzi problem, you're saying he's a 4-star general, so he's
real popular.
And he can't go anywhere.
No, he can't. There's a parade following him all the time. So he wants to see his dad, but he can't because it'd be such a damn mess. So he has to go through my mother. He's got no choice. And old Stan French said my mother was a caregiver. Well, technically she was, but not like some private caregiver. She's a nurse running the damn only ICC unit in the United States at the time. And her patient one of them happens to be Curtis LeMay, or Irving LeMay, father of Curtis. So Curtis has to go through my mother to see his dad. So he gets to know my mother on purpose. And then he finally asked her after several visits, he said, "You got any children?" And she goes, "Yeah, I got 3 boys. 2 of them are okay. The 3rd one, we got to watch him. He's strange." He goes, "How is he strange? He's always blowing up stuff." And what's he blow up? Rockets. And that catches his attention. He's doing what? He's blowing them up. He's launching them? Yeah, he launched them out in California. So they go clear out. It's like they go 10 miles up. He goes, "What?" He said, "What's he doing it for?" And my mother said, "I have no clue why he's doing this." And then when I said, "Does he have a big book? He writes things down in?" "Yeah, it's a big notebook." "Did you bring that notebook up here one night?" And so he goes to bed, and he goes to bed at 11 o'clock. So he goes to school the next day. "Yeah, I can bring the book up here and let you see it and get back for it." He goes to school. And she did just that. Well, LeMay's looking at my book. And he turns to my mother and says, "You got a copier?" Well, he copies. Thank God he only copied about 1/3 of it. And so he takes a handful of copies, and he goes to his, right next to his alma mater, Ohio State University. And he goes to this big group called Battelle Memorial Institute. Battelle is a giant think tank. It's a competitor of RAND. They had 1968, they had 130 Nobel laureates on staff. Not too bad. Everything from thermonuclear physics to, you name it, aeronautics. So LeMay knows people there, obviously, and he turned his papers over and he said, "Is this just a bunch of gibberish, or is this really thing important?" Well, they take a look at it and they go, "Where is this person?" He said, "It's just a nice little kid out there shooting rockets off in the cow fields. Is something important?" And they said, "Yeah, he's closed in on fusion containment." And he goes, LeMay goes, "What's that?" "He's trying to contain a nuclear chain reaction, an H-bomb." And LeMay said, well, that's insane. Nothing can hold a H-bomb in a container. In this container, he can, because the electromagnetic fields are similar to black holes. And LeMay said, well, what's that mean? Black holes swallow suns out in space. Whole, complete, gone, never to be seen again. And what is the sun? It's hundreds of millions of H-bombs going off, continuously, simultaneously. And the black hole comes in, sucks it up, and it's gone. So he is on to something. And they said, you're kidding, really? He said, we'd like to send these papers on to another place. We'd like to send it to a young guy who just graduated at Cambridge, England. He's sitting in Newton's chair. And he would love to look at this because it's in similar work of his. So they said, sure, send it. So they mail my, now my stuff is being mailed across the ocean, snail mail. The guy looks at it, he calls back and says, where is this person? He's in the local cattle fields, launching rockets. Make an arrangement for me to meet him. I would come there anyhow. For Ohio State and meet him there. So all this stuff's going on, and now my high school professor comes to me and he says, I got somebody I want you to meet over at my alma mater at Ohio State University. I said, okay. I don't know. So we get in a car the next day. We drive to Ohio State University. And we go in the university. And I remember, hot as heck outside. You get in these buildings. And they're so big, they're naturally cool anyhow. But they're too big to have air conditioning. But you walk on the floors, it's this old wooden planks that squeak and bubble. And in the doors is all this milk glass of chicken wire. This is old school stuff. And I went, dang, this place is kind of old, isn't it? So I walk into, we open this door, and there's an amphitheater. And way down at the bottom is this tiny desk, which actually is a big desk, but they're a long ways away. And there's a little guy sitting at the desk. And I'm looking at the blackboard. It's got stuff written all the way around it, all the way around the room, around the entire theater. So I'm reading it, and I said, who's messing with my math? And a little guy down there, people stand up and says, your math indeed. And I went, so I kept reading. When I got up to here, I went, oh, you're looking for unified theory. I said, good luck with that. God almighty, I can't imagine somebody tackling a thing where they want to explain everything all at once with everything. And that's what unified theory is. You know, Einstein was probably crazy trying to figure it out and killed over it. And this guy obviously is on the same track, and I'm going. So I ran around the room. When I got back down to where he was, I went, and that down there is not going to work. He goes, how do you know? I've tried it. So I went down there. I erased it. And he said, wait a minute. I said, hold on a minute. Try this. So I wrote this out. And he's reading it, and he looks at me, and he says, how did you validate that? I said, rocket engine. And then the next question told me how smart he was. He said, well, how did you contain the fields? And I said, I can't. I don't have enough smarts for that. I don't know how to close the fields. They just run onto an endless loop. And he said, oh. And I said, you know anybody knows how to fix that? He said, no, I don't. So I said, well, I'm going to go. So I started to leave. He said, wait a minute. Where do you get all your ideas from? I said, they're coming through dreams. Now I'm walking away. And he said, where are you going now? Well, you don't want to talk to some idiot. Dreams this crap and builds this stuff. He said, I get the same kind of dreams. Yeah, I do want to talk to you. Sit down. Hi, my name is Stephen Hawking.
There you go.
This is Stephen Hawking.
Right, I always call him Stephen, but Stephen Hawking. He was in Cambridge University. He was in Newton's
So
chair.
you're from Somalia.
He
All right,
was
what
18,
was your how long
19 when I
America?
met him.
You were how old at that time?
Oh, me, I was only like
You came with
13,
your
12,
whole family
13.
or just you?
1966 you were.
Yeah, 1966 or 65, I think. But he could walk and talk.
What about
He's
Seattle?
very frail, had a cane,
Okay, why Seattle?
but he wasn't messed up like we all do today.
Your family was in Seattle? Oh, your aunt.
And he was fun to talk to.
And
I had a really
what
good
do your
time to
parents
talk to.
do for a living?
And after we met then, we talked for years and years after. And
And he was having similar experiences to you, having these dreams.
yeah, he was being bugged like I was. Like something's trying to tell him something, but like me, I don't get it. We both looked at each other and thought, we're probably two of the dumbest, smartest people we ever met. I said, yeah, I sure feel that way. Because I don't get it what I'm supposed to. And he's pointing to all the boards and said, well, I'm not getting much further. But I really liked this guy. He just was a nice man. Smart. God, I like him smart.
Oh, wow. So how did they end up separating? Did they separate
Had a
when
good
she had a
sense of
husband or
humor.
when she cheated on your bus
But
driving
with you
father?
all the time. He could take a bark and get at you. He
How old
would.
were you?
He never missed a chance.
How old were you when
Quick
that
wit.
happened?
Like an Alan Alda type person.
Maybe 10 years
He's
ago.
known for being more
And,
theoretical
okay.
physicist,
How
but
did
you were
that
doing
affect, how did that
practical
make you feel?
physics.
Yeah, that's what we thought was interesting with each other because I always said, well, you think it up, I'll pull out the toolbox, I'll build it.
Alright.
And that really was quite accurate. I was on the applied side, he was on the theoretical side.
Seattle.
But
your aunt
he had some
Tifa
problems with
and
his
your
math.
aunt
I helped him with that.
E-bodies.
That's correct.
And I remember one person said,
Quarantine jokes.
wait a minute, you got a phone call from Hawkins and you're helping him with his math? Who the hell are you? You know, a freak of nature maybe, I don't know. But yeah, he, you know what, when he was young, they didn't have a lot of money. And when they went to the beach, he said, we went to the beach in a wagon. Well, we had a 1955 DeSoto station wagon. So I was thinking station wagon. No, he said, back up a little further, David. Put a horse on a gypsy cart. That's the wagon. I went, really?
Wow, that's what you're
Oh,
into.
how cool. So you went to the beach when you were a kid.
Right. A lot of white people are into fat asses nowadays too, though. That is, it's like rap music. It used to be just black people were into it. Now everybody's into it.
Yeah. White girls be thick as fuck.
Yes, white girls figured it out. Back in the day, the only way for a white girl to have a fat ass was by eating a lot. But now they've realized there's one exercise called squatting that in which you can actually grow an ass.
Or they can get it done.
Yeah, implants so cheap in Mexico. It's like 2 cheeks for like $500.
Dr. Rabbi! It's like 2 for $500. Wow, is that true, Red Band? Have you looked into? Did you get some? Is that where you got yours from?
But I had this idea to make a pillow out of implants, like a boob pillow, and I was going to buy the implants, and I found that you could buy them from Mexico pretty cheap.
Yeah, but
How many McDoubles is that?
One in Mexico.
That is literally like fucking 1,000 McDoubles.
Yeah, it's 1,000.
My goodness. What do you like to, what's some of your favorite American cuisine? You're from Somalia. They are usually very hungry over there. So you must have, quite the appetite. What do you like here in America? What do you like to eat other than thick white girls' asses?
Chicken. Fried chicken.
Oh, wow.
I like waffles.
Shocking.
Steak.
Chicken, waffles, steak?
Everything except for pork.
Oh.
On company.
No pork. Oh, why no pork?
I'm Muslim.
Oh, you are? Okay. Heck yeah. So,
My soundboard has like every single one of them. It's about him.
do you have a Muslim sound effect?
Yeah, let's hear it.
Where is it? Okay. Okay. All right, that's enough. That's very long.
Please blur my face on this part of the episode.
All right. So do you, do you have like a Muslim church that you go to? What are those called again?
Mosques.
Yes. What you have?
I don't have one. I should find one.
Okay. All right. You ever take any flight classes or anything like that?
No.
Okay. All right. If you had to kill one race of people, what would your race be? Which ones would you pick? America is an option.
Just the shitty racist Donald Trump motherfucker.
Wow, look at that. That's very interesting. You would just pick one human and you chose the president of the United States of America.
You know, all the racist people.
All the racist people. Okay. That's cool. Have you met a racist since being here in America?
I think I met a lot of them. They just don't have the balls to say something to my face.
They don't have the balls to say something to your face?
Yeah, it's weird, man.
Yeah, that is.
Here's your moment, Tony.
What? What?
I said, here's your moment. He's never met a racist face to face. I said, here's your moment, Tony.
No, he knows what's going on. This guy's built like a fucking microphone over here. It's built like Bob Barker's microphone, just thin, and very thin and very black.
Microphone head?
Yeah, for sure. So no one's ever been racist to you in America, but the people that you would pick first to kill are the racists. You've never had anyone be racist to you face to face? 12 years here in America.
That's pretty good odds.
Yeah, I mean, living in a big city, right? Seattle's diverse, LA.
Living in a big city helps, but that also means that you're around more people that could be racist. It almost seems like a lot of the racist people live away from the big city where they wouldn't have to be around other races.
I guess I'm lucky.
Huh. Yeah, maybe you're lucky, or maybe racism is an overexposed storyline in the modern media. Who knows? Oh, you're welcome, Mr. President. It's always a pleasure. Anyway, Moshe, you have any special skills or talents? We had a guy earlier do a magic trick. We had a guy earlier do some dance moves. Is there anything any talents you have that would surprise us?
I'm a basketball player. I play basketball.
Can we get this guy a basketball? Does anybody have a basketball in their car?
It's literally one of the top most dangerous sports right now.
No.
It's Mohawk.
Mohawk. Okay. Mohawk. Okay. So basketball, what else? Anything else? What else can you do? You know any poetry?
No. I was an athlete. I'm a big sports fan.
Okay.
One of my favorite movies is one of your favorite movies, Goodfellas.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Tony likes big fellas.
Yeah, I like Goodfellas. I like Bad Fellas. As long as they have a penis and a ball sack, I'm into it because I'm a gay man. I am a gay man.
That's all right.
I will run with this storyline forever. I am a gay dude, Goodfellas, and all types of fellas. Okay, what's your favorite scene from Goodfellas? Let's reenact it together because I know every line of that movie, so we can do it.
Am I funny to you?
That's the scene, the worst fucking scene in the whole movie. All right.
I like that scene.
No one actually likes that scene. That's the scene that people that haven't actually seen the movie.
My favorite scene when he's freaking out, driving at the end with the helicopters. He's like looking up while he's driving. Yeah.
Okay. Moha, fun times. Nice to meet you. Thanks for coming on the show. Congratulations.
Thank you, brother.
His second time ever performing stand-up comedy is here on Phil Tony. That's Moha. Da, da, da. What?
Where did you find that guy?
I met him here. Met him all back at the Comedy Store. He said he wants to be able to do Kill Tony when he can, and I would pre-select a few healthy people that would test properly through the rigorous testing system they have set up here, where they take your temperature one time and cross their fingers afterwards, or crush their fingers, as Michael Lair would say. I could pull it out of the bucket just to make it fancy, but I know who's left because he's the only other submission. This was a very funny man, recommended by Michael Lair himself. Ladies and gentlemen, Elliot Mack, everybody, here we go. Here he is, Elliot Mack.
So I have gay dads. Yeah, which you applaud in 2020. Thank you. Fuck, the rest of you make it sound like they just kidnapped me from a nuclear family when I was 8 and showed me Ellen 10 hours a day till I turned out like this. Which is exactly what happened, but it doesn't mean I don't deserve applause for it. No, it was cool growing up with gay dads. Like, every morning, they just put me on the gay agenda. It was just brunch, mimosas, brunch again, tap dancing lessons, eat a salad, go to bed, listen to Wicked. That shit was bomb. The best part was definitely whenever it was family game night, and I got to choose, like, the vote on what to do. And it was my 2 straight brothers, my 2 gay dads, and me. So I would just be like, all right, should we get Cubs tickets, or should we see Wicked for the 5th time? Cubs tickets, Wicked, Wicked, Wicked! Oh my god! I know about popular. But then I'd get hit with a belt for singing off key, so it evened out to a regular childhood.
Hell yeah. I love it. So good to finally have someone a little bit less gay than me on this show. Very exciting stuff. Nice to meet you, Elliot. This is your first time on the show, correct?
First time. Glad to be here.
How long have you been doing comedy for?
I've been doing comedy 11 years now.
Awesome. All of it here in Los Angeles?
No, I grew up in Chicago, actually, and I started taking comedy classes at Second City when I was 12 after seeing Michael perform with A.D. Bryant. He did this one hilarious blackout. They were wearing sombreros. It was incredible, and I was like, that's what I want to do.
Wow, that is so cool. So you actually saw Michael Lair when you were 12 years old. How old are you now?
I'm 23.
23. That is fucking awesome. You saw Michael Lair when you were 12, and you said, I want to do comedy, and now you've been doing it.
He was fucking hilarious, yes.
Oh,
it's been an amazing ride.
Oh, he's something else. He's unbelievable.
Yeah.
So I think we finally found out who's putting the Gold Bond powder on Michael Lair's balls right here. It's up. No doubt indeed. I love it. That is so awesome. So how long have you lived in Los Angeles for?
I was here for about 6 months, and then I went home to be with family for quarantine. And then I did, like the Mint open mic? Do you remember that?
No.
It was happening for a bit. It was this really cool open mic where you would open the door and like weed smoke would billow into your face. And I did an online like Zoom mic, and I got to see like all the other LA comics. And I've been thinking about not coming back to LA, and I was like, I need to be with this. Like, this is it. So I came back. I've been moving for the last month. It shouldn't have taken me so long to move, but I also had to decorate, so like that.
Oh, that's hilarious.
Dragged it out, yeah.
Oh, that's so funny. So you're a gay man. You live in West Hollywood?
I did, but I hated all of the other people there.
Yeah, it is a little bit wild, right? I'm going to share something with you guys. I saw 2 gay guys holding hands today.
Ew!
And I literally thought to myself, that is like the gayest thing that 2 gay guys can do.
Oh, right.
Like nowadays, like 10, 20 years ago, you'd be like, if you saw 2 guys making out, you'd be like, whoa, that's gay, right? And then like, since then, there's like butt fucking, I think is the most gay thing 2 guys can do. But then it hit me today, in 90-degree heat, in the middle of the day in Los Angeles, you don't see any men and women holding hands. Like, to hold hands, you have to literally be like, I don't mind making a puddle of sweat with our hands.
We had to fight for that. We're going to do it, goddammit.
It is. It's a hot day. That is incredible. And would you agree that that's an extremely gay thing?
Oh, 100%. I was with this guy the other day, actually, and I guess there's a connection between us or something, because we can't hold hands or he'll get a boner.
He'll get a boner?
Well, it's kind of like if he gets a boner, it's like a yawn. You know how that like spreads around?
Right.
Totally. Exactly. Hey, Gavin.
So if you hold hands, he gets a boner, and then if he gets a boner, you get a boner.
Exactly.
And then if some other gay guy sees you 2 guys with boners,
it's like, oh no. You can tell it's up to like a mile away. The gaydar has a very long radius.
Absolutely. You're telling me. I'm like a Doppler gaydar over here. I see it all. I have a tri-county gaydar.
Boners spread like coronavirus in the gay community.
That's right. We call it the coronavirus.
Yeah.
The old fucking.
It would be so weird if straight friends could hold hands. Like if we went to go get some food together, we were all holding hands. What says he can't?
Yeah.
Man.
Just imagine holding Jeremiah's hand.
I don't like holding anybody's hand. I've never been a hand holder.
Let's just try it out, see what it feels like.
No, absolutely.
Yeah, let's start now. All times.
Absolutely not, Red Band. I didn't like touching you pre-coronavirus. Not to mention right now. Look at that.
Come on, look at this softest hand.
Oh,
look at that big, strong hand.
Look at that, just shaking from fucking caffeine and nicotine, just vibrating with high blood pressure vibrations.
Tell him to wipe off.
Brian thought you said holding hands.
Red Band loves holding hands. Wow. Look at that. Okay. So, Elliot, how long have you been with this boyfriend of yours?
It's kind of been like one of those things where just like whenever we're in the same city, it goes down. So like 3 times over the last 3 years, but now he's in Orange County and I'm in LA, so it's like a little bit easier. Yeah, I would love to tell you that like he's my Ellen or something, and we're gonna have 2 kids and 2 dogs, but
probably not.
Yeah.
Okay, but how'd you meet him?
Originally Tinder, and then he and this other guy, like, we went to a bow and they like fought over me, and I was like, no, stop, I hate this.
And are they like tops or bottoms? How does that work? Is that a thing? Is that a weird question?
I'm not saying another word without my lawyer present.
Uh-oh. I love that. I love it. So, is that how Tinder works? Like, do they have it separated, like, into tops and bottoms or anything like that?
You know.
Oh, that's right. No, I just have to
look at
pretend.
his playing dumb.
I'm deep in the closet, so I have to pretend like I don't know these things.
I messaged you and you never replied. What happened?
Yeah.
What do you
No, I haven't checked my, what do they call it, an inbox or a butthole? Nothing. Okay. All right. Man, this is my episode tonight. I'm just what they would call on fire. Somebody get the Gringo Bandito hot sauce because it's a spicy one tonight. We'll kill Tony. Come on now. All right. Elliot, any special skills or talents or anything like that other than being a comedy veteran? Started at, 13 years old? That is fucking awesome, man. That is so cool. That's Chappelle, Eddie Murphy, all those guys.
Thank you, yeah. I was going to learn to play the ukulele for this, but I was like, So.
Oh, wow. How about anything else? We had a guy earlier that could dance. We had a guy earlier do an unbelievable magic trick. He laughed a piece of plastic out of his hand. It's really impressive.
I can do pottery, but like...
You know what? Can we get a pottery wheel in here?
A couple kilns.
Yeah. Kilns. Kiln Tony. Welcome to another episode of Kiln. Oh, that got a laugh. There you go. Looks like it was punny. That's what I'll think. That's the moment I'll think of before I fall asleep tonight. Was Kiln Tony. The big laugh. And I got right. Just as I'm crying and sweating myself to sleep. I love it. Elliot, let me ask you this before I let you go. Have you ever been with a woman or anything like that? Like
only while I was sucking her boyfriend's dick.
Is that true?
100%.
So you guys had like a threesome?
Yeah, it was when I was in high school, and he was our quarterback, and we had all been like drunk bowling that night. People were like going off, and then they were like, "Oh, Elliot, like you have a hot tub, right?" And I was like, "Yeah." And we went back to my hot tub, and like he looked at his girlfriend, and his girlfriend looked at me, and then they both started changing like glances, and I was like, no. And then she was like, so Elliot, what happens in the turn tub stays in the turn tub, right?
Wow. And then you bent over and he put his hands under your butt and went, hut, hut.
So close, actually. He put his hands in like the 2-finger of my elastic.
Gay quarterback jokes.
Exactly. And he pulled me into his lap and kissed me. And then immediately, like clockwork, I just like grabbed her face and was like, out of my way. This is my moment.
Oh, shit.
Yeah. Sucked his dick.
Everything that you do, the fire in your eyes.
And I have a big secret.
Oh, yeah?
It was Gavin.
Oh, there it is. Will you marry me? Ring around your finger. Do you have to let it linger? I want to marry you. We just work. Put my finger in your butt. You are what it's like. Elliot, well, awesome, man. I'm so glad that you came down. Come back anytime you want. And by come back, I mean after you go to Orange County, visit your boyfriend. You know what I mean? Come
Wonderful.
back. All right.
Thank you so much.
Elliot Mack, everybody. There he goes. Elliot Mack, ladies and gentlemen. William,
get away, man.
All right. There's only one person left to perform tonight. We're so excited about it. His stock is crashing through the floor. I mean, this guy was once beloved on this show. He, at one point, was the only regular on the show. And then once he started to fade out a bit, I brought in David Lucas so that he would get his shit together and write harder and work harder. And then a few months after that, he started to crash again. We brought in Michael Lehrer, who absolutely started stealing episode after episode after episode. He upped his game yet again. And now he's crashing yet again, disappointing people from the management to the band to the host of the show to the other regulars. And now he's here to perform for you right now. Closing out tonight's show, William the Big Red Machine Montgomery. He's fighting off his back here tonight. A lot of people disappointed in him.
How do I fucking stand and talking to this? I'm kidding. That was my joke. I've been working on no, but seriously, Elliot and I had sex last week. We're expecting. No, I'm kidding. Y'all are in for a treat. This probably Jeremiah might be my best set. If we're in Syria, we ain't talking about Jesus. We talking about Brandon. Y'all ever watch The Sixth Sense? Because that's been happening to me this past week. Every time I turn on The Sixth Sense, I'm like, hold up, is that Brandon? If you're in the parking lot of the Comedy Store, please leave any excess syringes in the tip jar. Darius Rucker from Hootie and the Blowfish is now single. That's way better news than if I told you Darius Rucker released a new single. If they defunded the Ghostbusters, who are you going to call? That's probably my best. Can I say the next one?
Yeah, you want one to work? Maybe that one will work. Go ahead.
One to work on. One of my favorite bands is Traffic. One of my least favorite bands is Child Traffic.
Oh boy. All right, William Montgomery. That was his set this week. He had a lot riding on this, people. A lot riding on this.
You can say that, Tony. I have this mask on now because I got something called diabetes.
Oh boy. Coming off a wild week this week.
Coming off a $3,000 loss from one of those games a little